What's up, everyone? Welcome to another Line Talk edition of the Starlight Digest. I'm hanging out with you guys. I got Grand Elmo Franz here.
Hey guys, the All Star
Uh,
Crew's here.
the All Star, yeah, the only ones that really will bother to show up and
Whoa,
want to show up. I mean, this is what you get. So,
that's what you get.
we do this every time there's like a major Star Wars event, right?
New
Especially
release.
for Star Wars release. We've been doing this since 1999, and we decided to do this virtual, which is a hangout. So there's no real agenda tonight. We're just going to kind of talk, hang out, see where the conversation takes us, see where the pit is going. Just it's fun because waiting in line is what we do, and Mando season. We are on the eve of Mando 3, dude. And
This is the eve because I count tomorrow as the day.
yeah, is exactly. It's like I guess on technically it's the eve of the eve, right? But for us, it's tomorrow night. Now, I gotta ask though, like, are you even gonna bother with Bad Batch? I mean, I'm not.
Not at midnight. Not at midnight.
Yeah,
I'll watch it during the day for this, because we're at the point in that show where it has to matter. Like I'm really
Right.
worried that they're gonna have like they did this on purpose, like all the
Right.
timing. I think they're too smart. I don't think they're not really this smart, right?
Right.
They're like, okay, look, let's save all the good episodes of Bad Batch for right here because these episodes of Mandalorian are really slow.
I'm hope. Yeah, I'm.
That would suck if it reversed and we're like, let's go.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. I'm hoping, dude. I'm really hoping. I've got some stuff that I've read and I'll talk about. But um, shout out to the pit, everybody who is joining us. Miss Sunflower is in there. We got Ubaldo T. We got the Sabersmith, and some other people lurking in there. So I'm sure as the conversation keeps going on and stuff, and we'll get everybody involved. I know that if you guys want to join us and you got a webcam or a mic and you just kind of want to say hi and kick back, hit us up at the Starlight Central on Facebook, Starlight Digest Central, and see if we could get you in and just kind of talk it up. Again, no real time-wise agenda, but we won't go super late. As soon as Scott comes in, we'll leave. We'll bounce.
Then we'll know it's time to go.
We'll do our outro. That's his punishment. We also got Matt Logic checking in and Mando Mike. So what's up, everybody? So yeah,
Mando Mike is back on track. We get him even on the special editions. He said last week that he changed up.
Yeah, his schedule changed, so I guess he can start making some. It was good because he was on nights, so that's tough, man.
Yeah.
Working nights is tough, but yeah, I want to see him more. I want to see you more involved, Mando. I mean, that's just that's just the thing,
Hey, let's start off right in the chat. Look at the last comment there. Let's pull that up. Let's start with that.
Which one?
That's what we're talking about. Miss Sunflower.
Oh yeah.
Oh, not that one. I meant the other one. But yes, I won't be anymore. Every week I'll be happy. Well, I think I'll be happy. I just did the rewatch like you did, and I went through all. Oh, you don't see the 609?
I don't see it yet. Let's see. I see it on my phone. I don't see it in the.
She's okay. Wait. She's saying some are saying that the next episode of Bad Batch will be nuts. So still gonna watch it, right? Just more Star Wars show to look forward to, and I agree. It's like we're gonna watch it no matter what. But I'm not gonna watch it at midnight. I'm up for.
Yeah, I heard that same thing, Miss Sunflower. I heard it from that D. Bradley Baker made an interview, and he said the second half is just gonna really take off, and that was second half was the last 8 episodes, and the last 2 had just been finalizing that arc that they were in and everything, and it was like, okay, man, I'm ready for it to get nuts. But you're right, like how do they balance this, right? There's overlapping shows for the first time that we have in Star Wars, where I just saw a Jon Favreau interview thing saying exactly the same thing with Mando, kind of explaining the 37-minute or 35-minute runtime of episode 1, which is nuts because it's the shortest of all of them, and give or take the credits and stuff, you're looking at like a 28-minute episode of content. You know what I mean? And he
hopefully it doesn't include the recap, because the recap's going to be 5 or so. Always like the one they did for Obi-Wan's recap didn't count. Like it wasn't part of the runtime.
I agree. Cool. I agree. Yeah. That would be cool. If it didn't include that. But he said he felt he didn't have to have these extended episodes because the content's so good, and he feels like the whole season is going to be hitting the ground running and everybody's going to be talking about. He said on there, it was funny. He said on there, it was on StarWars.com. I put these episodes out so people can, digest them at the dinner table and argue about it and have fun with it and everything. And I was like, okay, that's what we do. So 30-minute content, intervals was good. And when I was doing my rewatch, even the short episodes, I know I'm binging it, but it just was like it fit. Everything was like really cool,
Yeah.
Saber Smith, no sleep March. That's exactly what it is. If we're having overlapping shows, and I'm probably going to after. We'll see what happens. If I'm overly excited and I have to talk to you guys at midnight, I'm sure we'll be texting back and forth or whatever. If anything insane happens, but I'm sure I'll watch Bad Batch at midnight again to get it over with. So I could just rewatch Mando on Wednesday and just kind of get into what we're going to be talking about and whatnot. But yeah, I'm happy that we just have that the content. That's cool.
Yeah,
cool,
especially here's what's going to happen this week too is we're going to get a cool episode of Mando and it's going to be 28 minutes, right?
yeah.
And it's gonna. I just went through them all. We just did a rewatch again too, and the first episodes are both awesome, right? They both grab and they both give you cool stuff. So I'm expecting that exact thing. Oh shit, where was I going?
You were talking about watching it at midnight in a Bad Batch. You already lost train of thought. That's awesome.
It's already been that day.
welcome to Line Talk, guys.
There's a reason I go off mute for a minute.
That's hilarious.
I lost where I'm completely going to be anyway. Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, I do want to say, I do miss standing in a physical line. I think I've talked about this before, how we used to do it and stuff. And I was trying to think, what's our next line? Is it going to be The Flash or is it going to be Indiana Jones? I know Indiana Jones is June 3rd. I think The Flash is before Indy, right?
Yeah, we'll be in.
Indy is June 30th. We're definitely doing a line then, right?
We'll do both. I'm gonna do both.
Oh yeah. Miss Sunflower. She'll be watching Mando as soon as it drops. Just a voice spoil. Oh yeah, there's Ernie who's going to Florida. He's going to Walt Disney World, and he was worried that on his travel to Florida, things were going to be blowing up on his phone or whatever, and he was trying to go radio silent, but he realized that he's not. I think he can watch it and then get on the plane.
Or just download it. Yeah, just download it and then get on the plane and watch it.
Yeah, I think that's what he's going to do. I want Miss Sunflowers. I want a Mando movie so bad. We talked about a movie that we talked about the concept of say for example we get seasons 1 through 4 and then they drop a 2-hour theatrical release and then we get I'm just putting out a conclusion of season 5, as a nice tie-in and stuff and see how that works. And everybody's like, well, the Disney Plus does such a good job at a whole series being this mega movie anyway. What can they possibly do in a 2-hour frame that they can't do on Disney Plus, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing because this universe isn't gonna stop anytime soon. So there's no real reason for a 2-hour event.
Yeah,
unless you do a spin-off in between seasons, if you're having a big gap in season, this one. What's weird is everybody was kind of complaining we haven't seen this show in so many years and we're only getting 35 minutes on it. Well, we did see it. We saw it with Boba Fett.
Yeah.
Right?
No,
they forget that was even in there.
Good
People
point.
are missing that.
Amazing point. There's people doing these posts on Facebook and socials that are saying watch Mando 1 and 2 and make sure you're watching Book of Fett, because if you haven't watched Book of Fett and you watch Mando season 3 and all of a sudden Grogu's back with Mando and all this stuff, you're going to be like, what happened? It's you missed. And this is why the whole thing, right?
Where to get a ship.
Yeah.
That's all in Fett.
Yeah, exactly. So and Fett's a fun watch,
I just watched it, finished it up before the show. And every time I watch it, it gets a little better. I swear they add dialogue. I swear.
Doesn't it seem like it, man?
Yeah, maybe because one of the things that pissed me off the most, remember, was Fennec dropping the seismic charge on the Sarlacc.
Right.
And I'm she has no business touching his buttons.
Exactly.
Blah blah. Right. I watched it again, and today was the first rewatch on it that I'd seen him say, "Don't ever touch my buttons."
Right.
I'm like, oh
no, we talked about this.
I don't know why. I might have missed that episode.
That was a point that you hated.
Yeah, I hated that she touched him. I don't remember him saying, "Don't touch it."
Oh yeah.
I don't remember that.
Don't touch. But I'm like, you just saved. Yeah.
No, I'm mad that she shouldn't know how to touch him.
Exactly.
How would you know that? There's only 2 of them.
That's what I'm saying. The
There's
slave,
no
the
reason.
slave one, the fire spray was okay. I don't know if it's canon or not, but we're considering canon. It was like one of 3 ships, and it was a private
Prototype.
security ship prototype that Django stole
Yeah.
when he was escaping that prison in the game Bounty Hunters. Again, why the games are so awesome, but especially that game. Nebulous B, hope the streaming servers are ready for this versus 2019. I think so. I think they've improved a lot because I've watched things the minute things drop, and I've gotten 0 interruptions. That's on my end, and I live way out in the sticks. I mean, like as far as internet and everything else. So
yeah,
I haven't had a problem.
See, and like Sunflower's last one, if you have that one.
Yeah.
And that was the thing. Going right through, it's quite fine. There's still a couple nitpicks. A very few though. A lot less anyway. Like watching it straight through, I'm cool with it. The same ones. Boba still has his mask off too much, right? Yep. Fennec's still calling the shots too much. And still, I mean, I bought the Tusken bit way more.
You know,
like, I dug it more.
I never had a problem with the Tusken bit, and it just made like if you take Boba Fett and you separate the 2 stories, and if we just got him being rescued or climbing out of the Sarlacc, and the Jawas stole his stuff, and the Tuskens raised. I mean, now he's this badass thing, and then we get into Mando season 2, and he comes back. That would have been an amazing kind of like story for Boba Fett himself. It's the other half, that crime boss half, that was to me a little bit like
but that's the part that should have been cool. And what I mean is the problem I think I had with Tusken Fett was he wasn't Boba Fett. He was just Tamora Morrison in a jumpsuit, and that wasn't working at all. We already had too much face Boba during the Daimyo. Right, so we're really getting it both ways, and I'm like, you know what? That's what it was. I wasn't connecting him with Boba Fett at all the first time around.
Is it because of the stuff coming as the Daimyo, going into Mos Espa?
Just because he wasn't. We grew up on Boba Fett in character, in armor. I had to watch half of the season with him in a jumpsuit with no helmet, and no firepower, and using a gaffy stick, and that just wasn't. It took a while to get used to that being the new Boba Fett.
Yeah.
Right, and being able to see him at that. I already complained about him in armor, in Beskar, without his helmet on. Right, that's already enough. But now I had the whole suit for half the season.
Yeah, I understand that. It was still fun because it was that survival out of the pit and stuff.
And Miss Sunflower's question: do you think the weekly drops for Mando will impact it like Book of Boba Fett? Well, they've all been weekly drops. Boba Fett was just a different expectation, I think, and Mando plays perfect. See, that's the thing where Mando does the adventure of the week, like the video game, like Bad Batch does, right? And the first season it was building armor, and the second season was building friends, really. Right? And this season is probably building Grogu's armor and building the Mandalorians.
Here's the thing too. Well, we have no first before I get my thought in. I want to welcome Joey to the stream.
Hey, Joey.
Out from playing in the snow after getting COVID. He just wishing he get sick again.
When I got there was no snow. It was just rain.
You have to go to Big Bear for that, man. Real fast before I lose my train of thought, Joey, and it's Mando's series. We have no source material, so everything is kind of like a progression story going forward, and we could take that and to be like, okay, this is what happened, because we got nothing to go by other than the sequels if they're leading to that. With Boba Fett, we had EU, we had all these preconceived notions of what Boba Fett should be doing, who his friends are, what's his past. We had the prequels, now he's all that stuff. So it's a little bit easier with Mando to digest the weekly stuff. And it could be a 30-minute episode, and he just does whatever, and we're getting this story being told in front of us versus Boba Fett's, where it's like, that is not the Boba Fett I don't remember. When is he going to get? And we're always asking, when is he getting back to the most bounty hunter? Yeah,
but I think a lot of it's just flow in the story, man. Because Mandalorian is very much, this is the adventure. I'm done with it. There's a conclusion just about every single week in what he was doing. Yeah. He has a mission he accomplished. Boba Fett didn't really have that at all. The Boba Fett could have been a movie. To this point earlier, movies and stuff. That could have been a 2.5 hour movie and wrap that whole thing up without me having to go over for weeks and weeks and weeks. It wasn't built. It wasn't built that way. Mandalorian is built as a weekly, which sometimes we don't like that, right? We'd rather watch it all at once, but I think it works better. Maybe on Well, they haven't had to do it with the opening. The first episode ones have been awesome, so
Right.
they wouldn't have
They
to
have
do
been.
that too. Yeah.
To that point, Saber Smith is saying, do you think that we will get a reveal at the end of the episode, like season 1, season 2? Yeah, I think.
Oh yeah.
I think because they're 8 episodes, short episodes, I think you have to punch the audience in the face. Really, the first chance you get, and it might be the last reveal at the end. Like somebody might come in and be like, oh, okay, you might go up like 29 minutes, and at 30-minute mark, it's like Luke Skywalker comes in. You know what I mean? It'd be like that kind of impactful. And sometimes we do wait for that, especially when he's on side missions, right? If he's doing a side mission, we do wait for that, and sometimes it pans out.
We're spoiled on that.
We are spoiled on it
because, and you know what? They did say Pascal said he's all look for a good relationship expansion on Grogu and Din.
Yeah,
and how they expand, and a lot of cameos. He said. And he didn't. It was like, oh come on, dude, don't say that because now all I'm going to do is hunt.
I know.
Because
no, it's true, dude. It's true. I mean, the only big name that we know so far, or I mean, that we're expecting is Christopher Lloyd. That's the only big name that I've heard. Not like season 2 where we had like Michael Biehn and Rosario Dawson and all these other people coming in, and it all panned out. Christopher Lloyd was the only like revealed, or it even was not even like official. It was like he's rumored to be in it. I think there was some paper trail back to it. When we get those posters, right? When we get more of these guys here, this is what I'm expecting. Like every episode that drops, we get another I think so. I'm assuming there's about 6 more posters coming. You know what I mean? To flesh out like a 9 character.
We probably won't get to him yet, I bet. Because I bet you it'll probably be like second or third episode, because this one's going to be, I bet, all Navarro, or mostly Navarro.
It's the catch-up game, right? It's the catch-up or the...
Where's the kid? Long story. Ask Boba. Hint, hint. Blah, blah.
Regrouping, telling where everybody's at, and then something happens, and then... There's that scene in that trailer where we're on Navarro, right? And we see him meeting Grief Karga, and we see all these things. And there's other thing in that trailer where all the Mandos attack Navarro. I'm assuming that's the first episode. Like the Mandos, and it's under the Armor's watch to go after, or Paz Vizsla, because we saw Paz Vizsla. He's going after the Darksaber, knowing that Mando's on Navarro, and that's when it gets down right there. And that's why I'm thinking that's where the adventure gets thrust. Either they get separated, Paz takes the kid, Grogu, or something happens where now we're in this problem, right? Now we got to put these characters in a scenario.
Maybe they try to, but I don't think they're going to get it.
Yeah.
I think they need to stop with the somebody stole Grogu trope.
Oh, Miss Sunflower is saying,
right.
Yes, they have to. Right, exactly. Bo has to get Grogu because that's in the trailer, right? So
yeah. Well, Bo, that doesn't mean they have to get. Hold on, they could be a team still. That doesn't. I don't think they're separated. Bo-Katan and him, the Armorer, was going after, or Bo and Din are fine right now, but with her, she's just staying close to him. She's probably just watching Grogu. I don't think she stole Grogu.
You know what? Yeah, that's
because season 1 he was saved from being kidnapped. Then they gave him up and he saved him again. Right, and then he gets taken by the Dark Troopers and he gets saved from there. It's like we can't just do that. I know he's little, and people are going to want to steal him, but it can't be every season starting out. Okay, how are we going to save Grogu this year? Yeah.
Dude, there's so many different directions. I mean,
and one of the spoilers I didn't want to spoil and I won't spoil. Is I don't think Grogu's going to be kidnapped.
Okay.
All right. Cool.
I like that better. Because it's a thing that's been done before, and it's kind of like, well, okay.
I think he's safe. When this thing happens, I'm gonna tell you the next episode. I'm like, that's what I'm talking about.
All right. They said that if you're a fan of the prequels, which we're a fan of the prequels.
Totally.
There's a cameo that will be a huge payoff for that. Now, what can be a huge payoff from the prequels?
I would bet. Okay, we're gonna see Moff Gideon in prison. In a New Republic prison. What if we got like the Masameda?
Oh yeah.
Like those folks, like the
I wonder
his side people.
Did Masameda die?
No.
In the comics?
I didn't think so. When you're talking about prequel time?
No. It would be on the Darth Vader comics.
Oh,
I have to go back and see because
OT time frame.
Yeah. I have to see. Masumino. Yeah, that's a good Masumino would be. I love it. I would love it. What was Chris Miss Sunflower saying? Didn't Chris say that Moff Gideon could be a Mandalorian? Yes, he did say that last week. What if they're bringing back Maul and said, well, Maul's dead.
But here's the thing about the Mandalorian.
If they bring him back again, yeah.
No, yeah. It's not so much that he was one, but he somehow like has a real thing for their culture, right? He like appropriates their culture because he's the one. He was ISB during
the culture.
Yeah, he does. But that's
way to bring it back to today's time,
man. But remember, he's responsible for 1 million deaths on that planet. They talk about him.
Yes,
he's the one that was ISB and in charge of the Night of 1,000 Tears. So it's not like he was a Mandalorian.
So it's almost like Dryden Voss having the Mando suit behind him, and everybody's kind of like speculating if he was a Mando or he's just collecting or like you said, obsessed.
I think he's obsessed with it. He wanted that Darksaber, and he wanted this thing. And if he's the one that took them all down, and he wants to whatever he's doing, he's obsessed with
I
them.
still say my theory is that Moff Gideon is working by himself. Trying to get the Darksaber to raise an army for him for his new empire.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, for Palpatine's new empire, meaning that they don't have an army right now. They have the Sith Eternal, which are the zealots that are bringing him or keeping him alive, but they don't have an army. So okay, let's rule Mandalore. So all Mandalorians have to follow me. I have the saber, and that's like that third party. And then my also theory is like Thrawn coming into mix with his other new empire that's trying to ignore any Sith happenings or Force users. He's going to be like militant to the core with no Sith at the top, you know what I mean, or Jedi at the top. That's again, that's a crazy three-way faction, but really cool.
I think that's what's happening. From what he said himself, he thinks he should be running his way, but there's other leaders that think that they should be running theirs. Yeah, and that's where it's all going to come to. That's going to be the great episodes. I think Mandalorian episodes beyond Mandalore are going to be pretty great too. There shouldn't be a miss this season. 8 episodes and a lot to cover. And we've talked about leaks all last couple of years, right? About the red Mandos and Bospot and Praetorians, and those have been on this. We talked about that on this show already. There's a lot going to happen here, dude. So.
I can't wait, man.
Tomorrow. Look at tomorrow night. That last one I would just shit.
I know. I was going to wait to highlight. Chris has been saying this every time we get something Star Wars.
Anytime. It is time.
It could be a commercial. And Chris we're getting Thrawn in this.
Just turn your blue ass around and let's see what's going on. That's it.
Hilarious.
Once we start hitting Imperial stuff, it's even more fun. Just like Bad Batch.
Yeah.
Watch. Bad Batch is going to kick off with a whole bunch of Imperial nonsense, and it's gonna be like, wow, that was a really hard ass episode. And then we're gonna talk about it on our show. We're gonna be like, see, every time it's not focused on the Bad Batch.
That's true,
it's a great
because
episode.
Bad Batch episode 12 is supposed to be a crosshair in the mix again, moving forward. So
it's gonna be great.
I'm assuming tomorrow or Wednesday's episode of Bad Batch is gonna be half filler and half getting into something, and then 12 is when it's gonna drop. I think it's where. Yeah. Ugh. So Joey, you got no snow, huh? Not playing any snow, right?
No, it was all pretty much not enough for me to do anything.
Can't make your snow angels. Oh, man.
It was all more like mud angels. It was all muddy, and then it started raining.
That's the thing about.
Really do nothing.
Yeah.
We were gonna go to the foothills of the mountain right there by Deep Creek. We were gonna go there because I know there's snow there, but it just started raining.
You just gotta go up to either like on the way to Wrightwood or way to Big Bear and just pull over.
Mountain High got 6 feet.
Yes,
I know. That's like
feet.
That's like to hear.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's what? That's
crazy. So Miss Sunflower is keeping us back on track here. Did you guys see the latest promo video? Is that really Mandalore with the Doom?
I think so.
Building and forests around. Yeah,
I think it looks just laid to waste, and they've kind of made that dome to kind of that's the air they can breathe until.
Yeah, Mando has to go. He's going back to Mandalore to atone.
He has to get down in the wells, right into the
buried
tunnels, the mines.
It makes sense that he would go to the ruins of the building and stuff, and so I mean,
so he's not even Mandalorian right now.
According to his creed, the Children of the Watch's creed. Yes.
Well, isn't that what he runs everything? Okay, when he meets Bo-Katan and she takes off the helmet, what's he say?
Give
me that armor. Where'd you get that armor? Right. You shouldn't have it.
She's one of them.
Right. When he meets Cobb Vanth, give me that armor. I want that armor. Right? She calls him out on not being a Mandalorian and lets him leave with the Darksaber and with the coolest set of armor anybody's got. You know? But maybe she just figured maybe he was going to come back and she's letting him atone. But it was weird that she wouldn't just demand all that crap and she handed him the Darksaber.
Yeah. But also Bo-Katan, see, Din. Okay, so if Din,
she has to win it, so he has to keep it. Sorry, that popped.
Yeah, exactly. No, the bow has. She's like, I can't give it to you. I have win it in
armor.
combat.
Armor is the same, but she should have just kicked his ass right there. She should have threw it at him and then fought him.
He could have. She could have.
Surprisingly,
but I think the armor is pure, right? So Din couldn't even wield it without hurting himself. So she's like, I can't just take it from this dude. That's not fair. So if I teach him how to do it and then I kick his ass, then it's then the creed still holds true. Yeah. Our motto still holds true, which Did she
think he must be special of some sort, right? Like we've never really discussed why he is what he is, because he's the one that gets this special treatment. And it was kind of like in the very beginning, Vizsla was kind of jealous of him. Right, bullying him, jealous of him in the beginning. It feels like even right there, she made a thing for Grogu. It's like there was no need for that. She could have said no.
She gave him a sigil of the Clan of Two. She pushed him to go find the Jedi, the ancient enemies of the Mandalorians.
She let him get away with this at the end. There's a lot of stuff. It feels like he's special to her. And she knows something's about to go.
Yeah, well, like to your point, she let him walk away with the Darksaber. She did let Paz challenge him. She didn't challenge him himself. Maybe that's just not her role. Maybe that's just not her thing. Like I'm more whatever. I'm the storyteller behind.
I'm beyond that. The person that wields the Darksaber comes to me for advice.
This is interesting right here. Yeah, this is interesting, Chris and Joey. What do you guys think? Miss Sapphire is saying some are speculating that the Darksaber will be destroyed this season. That's major.
That is major. It'd be cool if somebody carried the crystal after that, but that would be
or they bury it in the sand.
You know what I would love? If he gets Yoda's saber eventually from Luke, and then gets the dark crystal, the Darksaber's crystal, and puts it in there.
Here we go.
And then we're styling. Could you imagine?
It is. Yeah. There's our 300-year plan for Grogu sitting on the throne of Mandalore, and Mandalorian not sitting on. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. He's got the Darksaber in his hand. He's sitting crisscross, floating above the seat of Mandalore because he's a full-on Force user. Yeah, bringing back the first Mandalore. I forgot the name of the first man that built the Darksaber.
Vizsla.
Yeah. So he took that mantle. Now he's sitting there with his eyes closed, and then feared. Let's do it.
Where you at as far as timeline with how old Kylo Ren is at this season?
8.
Well, yeah, at this season.
Are we 9 years right now?
No, I don't know right now. No, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question.
I forget every time.
Season 1 starts 6 years after Return of the Jedi, right? So where are we?
I'm taking every chapter as a year. I'm taking that's as kind of and this one might be even a little longer. So I'd say let's give it 3 years. Let's call it 9.
Okay, I like that. Yeah,
which is also when all the Thrawn stories took place in the EU. Just
9. Okay.
Just get ready for that.
Perfect. Well, that'll bring us up to the Ahsoka series and then going right into that. I love it.
But that's how old Ben. So 9 years. So Ben's 8.
Yeah.
Ben will be in that. Ben's at this point for sure. No, not for sure. He's with Luke yet.
Is he getting trained yet?
No, because that was later. He was like a teenager, not quite a teenager, but he was older when he went to Luke.
Still, though, but still, here we go. So still, the dialogue in the prequels when Luke and Leia and Han are talking about why they sent him because it was Snoke. Snoke was always there, and I had to send him to Luke be trained and stuff. So, but that doesn't mean that there was no interaction. First off, but Kylo was Luke's first student because now we could take Grogu out of the equation because he left. He wasn't technically his
then
first.
If he's his first, he took him young. Then there's something that just has to get just fixed, and he'll just do it.
Yeah,
then he's probably there.
Yeah, I mean, like if season or Book of Fett and he's building the shrine, that's you said about like 8 years in, and so maybe it takes some time, and then Luke and Leia, Han and Leia send Kylo, but the temple doesn't have to be finished. You could just be with him, and maybe not full on yet. Like okay, I'm gonna take the Ben's gonna be my first student and rebuild the Jedi Order, and then everything.
I mean, I'm sure the temple's built now because this is going to be a time jump from.
Yeah, those droids don't sleep.
Because Boba Fett was well after Mando, and then now we're well after Boba Fett. They said so. The temple is built.
There's definitely a time jump. Because when Grogu left with Luke, and then Mando goes to see, or Din Djarin goes to see him. There's definitely like some time has passed. Yeah, I would say.
So the temple be built. I think to Joe, if Joe's getting that, do we have a chance of seeing Ben? Yeah.
Yeah, that's coming. Interaction with Grogu and Luke, but Ben's like at his side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or even Luke's talking to the man. Luke, Ahsoka, and the Mandalorian talking, and in the corner you see Ben and Grogu playing.
Yes.
Just screwing with the Force, just messing around.
Yeah. That just because then you bring it up
earlier, saying that there's about somebody showing up in the prequel major.
Yeah, Miss Sapphire said that
someone's gonna show up from the prequel.
There's a rumor that somebody that was major in the prequels will show up in the Mandalorian. I'm like, okay, well, it can't be Obi-Wan. I don't say can't be. It could be Force Ghost, right? Force Ghost Obi-Wan. It could be Force Ghost Qui-Gon. It could be.
Oh wow!
Force Ghost showing up.
Qui-Gon won't, dude. Qui-Gon won't.
Did you see the sequels?
Yeah.
I'm thinking the sequels.
Did you see the from the prequels? Liam Neeson kind of went like, now there's too many Star Wars.
He did.
Going on. Did you see that? Like it saturated and kind of like took the magic out of it. Like, fool, you were literally just in the last one.
He was just in it.
Get out of here.
Because I think the question was a Qui-Gon spinoff, right?
Yeah,
and then so he was like, dude, there's just nothing. I mean, unless you went like when he was young, you know what I mean? And that whole thing with him and Dooku and stuff would be really cool to explore. But I mean,
how would Qui-Gon fit in this though? I can't.
Well, I don't think Qui-Gon would come to as a Force Ghost to any, because there's no really connection to this. Obi-Wan would definitely, an old Obi-Wan, it'd be like an Alec Guinness Force Ghost coming into Luke about rebuilding the Jedi Order. Maybe Qui-Gon plants the seeds in Luke, saying like, I see what you're doing, but maybe you maybe this is all. They
don't really know each other, dude. I don't see it.
Luke and Obi-Wan?
No, I said Qui-Gon right there. I'm sorry.
No. I said Qui-Gon would have so much disconnect. It would be Alec Guinness, Obi-Wan, coming back.
I'd accept Ewan. I would take it.
Yeah.
Just gray him up.
Yeah. Well, the deep fake guys can do anything. Anything. So
Rex.
You're right.
Rex could be a great prequel addition if he's alive at this point, because
but Rex,
age.
I don't count Rex as prequel. I count Rex as Clone Wars, which I don't know if we count that as prequel. Very specific, right?
Yeah.
It just depends. Because I would say if somebody's a fan of the Clone Wars and you're ready, but everything we're getting is Clone Wars stuff.
Sure.
So if it's I feel the prequel is specific away from Clone Wars because everything else is Clone Wars.
And he'd be like a really old man at this point too.
Oh, he's going to be in it. We're going to see him in Ahsoka.
That's right. Well, that'd be but really old man.
He'll be old. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have zero doubt we'll see him in Ahsoka. But I saw she mentioned in there Hondo will show up first episode. Yeah. That's going to be in Ahsoka too. That's the thing is Ahsoka's going to be Dave Filoni's baby, right? Yes, yeah. So you're going to get just kind of like he's done in the other cartoons where he starts hitting all the points. When he directs a show, it's his babies in there. He's going to go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go finish your point.
I said that one part when he was. What were we talking about when Ahsoka? It was in Clone Wars or Tales of the Jedi, right? Yeah. When they were sitting there and there was Kanan,
yes,
right, and then we have Plo Koon, right?
They're all
all of his favorite things. And you say you throw a Hondo in there, you throw a Cad Bane in there. Everybody's there. Everybody's been around except Hondo.
Yeah.
So that has to be an Ahsoka thing. I
think they're just working out the practical effects of Hondo. You know what I mean? They're just working that out. Or
in Boba Fett they had a really good week way. And guarding the garage. I'm like, oh, there you go. That's just like the old school week way. Just tweak them a little bit.
You think?
Oh yeah, dude, I'm so down, dude. Like,
how about maybe Mando stumbles upon like a big old ship filled with battle droids?
That's what
They're like dormant.
Oh, please give me some.
Yeah.
I finally get a pop.
We wanted that in the sequel movies, right? We wanted a droid army
it's like
coming
they're right
back
there.
into the
It's like
fray.
they're right there to be shown on all these different programs, and they just
Yes.
won't do it.
Bad Batch is doing a very good job.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously because it's right after.
That was the sequel theory, right? That Lando, somebody was going to take Lando,
Right.
he's the droid impresario, and they were going
Right.
to take him to and 3PO, and they were going to go off and they were going to activate all those battle droids and reprogram for themselves. We'd be like a second.
They
Clone
needed an
Wars type
army.
thing.
Yeah.
It was awesome. What a
Yeah.
great thought! Instead of getting somehow 10 million ships behind you, which is a cool thought.
Oh, sure.
But I mean, how do we pull that off? You know, but the droids,
I know.
that'd have been cool.
Droids would be like that whole reversal of things. Like the droids are fighting for the good guys now, and
Why not? That's
I mean,
cool.
yeah. Oh, what could have been?
Yeah,
Right?
whatever.
You know what's
Whatever.
funny? I went back and I was thinking, like today I was thinking about Bad Batch and stuff, and I was thinking about Dave Filoni because he's been, obviously because Mando's coming back and so he's been doing the interviews and stuff. So I had to make sure that he was involved with Resistance, with Star Wars Resistance, because I was like, man, I'm like, he can't write bad stuff. I mean, because like I just don't like word Bad Batches. I mean, again, we got 6 episodes. Let it do its thing, and then I will. We'll marinate it, right? Yeah, I had to go back and like this guy is still responsible for Resistance. Like he was the program director, producer, and one of the writers on Resistance. It's there in the credits, and
he was out of it on that one, dude.
I know that he's capable of doing filler stuff. He's capable of just just whatever. And then like I'll save the real meat and potatoes for like good, better shows and whatnot. So.
Yeah. That last one. See, she should have just come on.
I know, right? Yeah, yeah.
But isn't there a younger actress cast for younger Ahsoka is the question, and then maybe we'll get flashbacks to Clone Wars Rebels. That's when we'll probably get Clone Wars Anakin, hopefully Clone Wars Obi-Wan. We've talked about this here too. Now that one's 100% rumor is the younger Ahsoka. Who was playing her? That's actually who I've been asking for Ashley Eckstein to play.
You have been.
Ahsoka.
You've been a proponent of Ashley Eckstein, and I'm like,
no difference from Snips to there. No problem. They're all orange. Doesn't matter at all. We get our voice right.
Exactly.
And that's also what I said. Where I think that exact thing is going to happen because that pop went for pre-sale. The Clone Wars Obi-Wan just went
toys always tie in.
Yeah, and there's
not always,
but there's usually clues and there's little breadcrumbs. And that's one that wasn't on my radar to see, and all of a sudden there it is. So. Yeah, I think that same thing's happening. We're going to get flashbacks in Ahsoka series to that time frame. We're going to see that Hayden's not done and Ewan's not done. They'll be in here. We're going to see some cool stuff in that.
Yeah, I mean,
all these shows are flashback heavy now too. All of them.
And and the Mando has always been flashback heavy.
Yeah,
Mando, Boba Fett, all that stuff, and so I'm with it. Like they give us the Order 66, even like
we're getting Grogu's now. Grogu's stuff is going to be cool, like you just said. Yeah. Order 66. We're going to get all that this season. That's going to open up everything we've been talking about.
You remember back in episode 3 when we had our first? It wasn't even a flashback. It was the premonition, the Anakin's dream, right? And it was one of those things that you and I always do, like first things in Star Wars. Paper. We never seen paper. Now we see paper and wheels. What are wheels?
Yes.
And we have this little check mark.
I got what you're saying now. Yeah.
And it was
the premonition. Was that a vision? Did he just have?
Exactly. The whole dream sequence of premonition. I'm like, what the hell? And then it wasn't until Disney Plus where it got us our first flashbacks, right?
Yeah.
Like Mandalorian with him as a kid, being saved.
Luke, no, Last Jedi did.
Last Jedi.
The killing, the fight. Luke going down.
I guess so.
Luke swinging a saber at Ben. That'd have been a different reason he left.
This is the real reason.
Whoa. That was
Yeah. So,
that was that under the rug.
Yeah. That was that. Yeah. So I guess that was our first, or besides the dream sequence, or the dreams and stuff. Flashback fact, because that was like his remembrance, like Ben's remembrance, and then Luke's remembrance, and like the actual event.
But they were telling a story in the past, which was weird, right?
I guess Rey's premonition too, right? Rey's when she touched the saber, and it goes back and has a whole thing about her first steps, and because you hear.
But that was sounds. We didn't see anything.
We saw Bespin, the hallway. Yeah, you're right. It wasn't. We did see Luke touch R2, and when the temple was burning.
Well, there was all sorts of new stuff in the prequels.
There was.
Too. They were force Skyping and all sorts, which was cool. I mean, I wasn't mad at any of it, but projecting oneself into another. That wasn't the first. So they did that in Clone Wars too, I suppose. Remember when they healed? Okay, they made Grogu heal the snake, or no, heal Karga the week before Rise of Skywalker came out.
Yes,
because she was going to heal.
They pushed
the
it
snake.
back.
Yes,
they pushed Mando back a week. Yeah,
and then she healed the snake. Had they not let Grogu heal Grief first, they would have caught hell for letting her heal that snake. That would have been.
You're 100% right, dude.
Yeah, everybody got to give it a pass because, like, shit, we didn't complain last week when Grogu.
And a lot of people complained about, but the best line Grief Karga said was, "He's gonna eat me."
He's gonna eat me. God, dude. Okay, I know I messaged you guys yesterday when I was watching it. God, that is the worst damn episode ever. The siege is horrible, but it has the coolest stuff.
It does I think it's got the stuff that's going to come full circle with us the most. But yeah, it's a little bit like, dude, calm down.
It really, man. Yeah. And I'm telling you, the whole school thing really, really bothers me every time I see it. Because and I don't complain about the Mandalorian hardly at all, really. But really, leaving Grogu, the most precious thing in your world that people are chasing, in a room with a protocol droid who we know is not going to protect him and a bunch of kids, and Kara saying, he's safe here, trust me. There was a spy that you just had to work on his ship.
I know.
Like, how could we? And Grogu's just chilling. I mean, it was the dumbest. And we're going to go on a mission, and hopefully we'll be back.
Yeah.
I mean, it was the
cutest
episode.
Grogu thing there was. Yeah.
And it was the corniest lines. I mean, it was so bad. And everybody overacted it like so.
Yeah, that was Like I said, it's always those worst ones that have the best content. Mm-hmm. Right?
The clone stuff.
Yeah.
We got someone asking a question in the chat. I can't highlight it from here.
I'm going to do it in a second. Yeah.
We'll get there in a quick sec. But he also had the coolest, like the action sequences in that one with the TIE fighters, with the speeder bikes.
Really cool.
Any of the fighting in that one. Because when the Imperials were around, you have to deal with the Stormtroopers, which again, should have made it the coolest episode because we had a bunch of Stormtroopers, but it had some of the coolest action in that little building. So a lot of cool stuff in it. It was, and then the dramatic Razor Crest return.
Yes,
that was cool.
It was great.
It was a little dumb that it got done in the time that Grogu was in school, and they got this mission screwed up, and then that was completely fixed. But
exactly. No, I 100% agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Scott Solo is here with us in the chat. You know, maybe he can come on. I don't, come on and chat it up with us.
Perhaps.
And let's get to Andrew. First off, Andrew, Backyard TARDIS is Skyrider joining us. So yes, I'm worried. This is a hot topic here, Andrew. How do you think the world between worlds will be used in Ahsoka? And are you worried?
Yes.
I'll take that last. I'll take the second part last. Yes, I'm worried. Just because of how we as a fandom understand the world between worlds right now. Maybe Dave Filoni has a complete different direction. But as far as our understanding of that is sort of like a pick and choose time thing, and you can pluck and change the course of a future. And I don't like that. Like, I've never
hate it.
Any theories on Star Wars saying like these are all predetermined, like there's a timeline and it's all like fate. I want to make sure like everybody's decisions affect everything else. Not like you're supposed to turn left. You're supposed to go bad, and because otherwise, then like Anakin was supposed to go bad, and for all this stuff So the world between worlds gives us a very black and white view of as far as how we know it. Like you can use it, manipulate it, pull people in and out of it, or whatever it is, and change reality.
I did a whole hot topic on it.
You did, dude.
About why it shouldn't.
Right, and that's why, we are worried about it. Now, it is Dave Filoni's thing, and maybe he has some sort of special way he's using it, or whatever it is. Will it show up in Ahsoka? I mean, there are some signs that point to Ahsoka series.
The wolves are rumored. At least one wolf is rumored.
Well, I'm okay with that. That's Kanan, and that's that whole spirit animal stuff.
I don't know if I'm okay with that in live action. Why is that okay in cartoon? I don't know if it's going to fly in live action.
I'm okay. Well, anything mystique or anything like spiritual and stuff.
Oh, because you know what's going to happen? If if the wolf's there, the kid's going to be riding him constantly, and then I'm just going to cry all the time.
Yeah, yeah. We might see the Bendu come back. We might see
In live action, could
Dude,
you
the Ben doing
shit?
live action would be amazing.
Dude, that's like some never-ending story shit.
Just do it. Yes,
That's what that is.
Yes, that big rock monster.
Right. That's what that would look like. That would come up. Oh my god. Yeah, that needs to happen.
Skyriders checking in. I don't see anybody standing in line. False advertising. Come on, Star Wars. No,
I'm standing up.
I'm standing up. Yeah, I mean, we have to
4'3".
do this virtual thing, because otherwise we could all stand. We should have just stood in line in front of Chris's house and just kind of like outside of his or find a quickie mark somewhere and just
stood out line in front of a liquor store or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh man. So Miss Sunflower, the world between worlds. She's asking why we would.
Because here's my main thing: is it opens up our fandom and our world to nothing meaning anything. Marvel means nothing anymore. DC's about to mean nothing because everything can be fixed with a flip of a switch or some speedster going crazy or somebody's time travel device or anything like that, right? Star Wars to us is it's canonical, right? And it flows in an order. To me, it's a history of something that happened a long time ago. We're just getting it filled in. Right. If all of a sudden we're filling things in, then changing things back and forth, it messes it up. And then you can never kind of have your solid history. Our fandom has enough problems having an EU and canon. Right? You throw in a world between worlds in that, we're completely screwed. Look, what if is hard? I'm telling you, Visions was hard, right? Any kind of what if in Star Wars is hard because then somebody, inevitably, the internet, right, turns into, well, this is what they said. This is what it needs to be. Well, it's like, and I know I take it too serious, right? Like, but I want the story.
This is what we do. Yeah, exactly. This is what we do. And there was the question when that Rebel episode came out, and I've watched them many times, and I still do not have like a definitive answer to tell somebody what it is, what went on there. I mean, I know what went on, the results of it, but like what it really is and all that stuff, I still have a hard time. But people automatically, I mean, there was so many articles that said time travel is in Star Wars now, and this and all that stuff, and laughing at that concept because we do that with Marvel. We laughed at the Endgame when they did the whole time travel to save the world.
Because nobody's dead. They all had movies coming out.
Well, it's such a cop-out way of resolving things as time travel to fix and fix the. That's it's not an innovative way of
hit Scott's last point so I can rebut real quick. That's okay in Star Wars with bad guys.
Yeah.
Right? That's okay, because that just makes them more evil. It's like a horror movie, right? They're hard to kill. You can't kill the most evil things. Palpatine returning makes sense to me.
We can explain
Maul returning makes sense to me.
Yeah, we can explain Palpatine. It's just that we didn't see it or hear from it, and all of a sudden, boom, he's there. But
we also have cloning technology. And that's the difference here, right? We can do things like that to
dark side essence. Right?
There are other ways to get around it than time travel. To that point, it's not really a rebut. It was kind of an add-on to it.
Right.
It's okay there. Once in a while, like a droid coming back, you got motherboards and stuff. But you don't usually, and a good guy, if they come back, they're still dead.
Right.
They're just a Force ghost.
But they come back as a mentor. They come back as
a vision.
Vision. And
but they're not back in the game.
Right.
They're not piloting. And taking shots,
Right, when Obi-Wan came back, it was to guide Luke to Yoda to confront Vader.
And then leaves him when it's his time. He's only there when he's needed and ready. Right?
And that's the whole thing about the sequels, right? And this is what we do as far as like theory crafting and stuff. It's like things. Okay, so if I take a step back and I go, okay, I'm not going to be critical. I'll just see what it is. It is what it is in the sequel. And the First Order rose from the ashes of the Galactic Empire. Kylo Ren turned and started whatever, and he's doing these things. It's like, okay, well, my understanding of Luke Skywalker's role in Star Wars, Luke, Anakin's son, was to basically redeem Anakin, make him come back, and destroy the Emperor. That's the end of Return of the Jedi, right? And then we had the theory about the essence, and then carrying off to Exegol and carrying on. Now, Luke going forward with everything, like he took that, like his destiny, and he moved forward with it. And that might be the problem. And that's where he realized I shouldn't have done what I shouldn't have rebuilt the temple. I shouldn't have done all these things because look what happened. Look where the galaxy is now. And I've unleashed a bigger threat. If I left it alone, maybe things would have, changed differently, because the sequels are telling us that Kylo Ren was the catalyst, but it was Luke, who trained him and he went bad and all that stuff. and Snoke was there the whole time, but we don't know because we haven't got the information. So I've always talked about like Obi-Wan's ghost telling Luke, go to Dagobah to find Yoda because the purpose of Luke was to bring Anakin back, and that's it. I've always said that. Like it's okay. It's podcasting. That's what we do, man. That's we're good. But that was Luke's path. You know what I mean? And I don't think that it was meant to carry on.
A homeless guy's dog barking around Christians.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta love the visual, folks.
My wife's eating and my dog growls at her. Like an idiot the whole time.
That's funny. But you see what I'm saying on that? Like Luke's carrying on and trying to rebuild things that maybe that wasn't his role to do. It should have died when all the Jedis died, and this is what you get, like the bigger badder stuff happening because of your actions. You couldn't leave. It's like you couldn't leave it, let it go, right? You couldn't let it go. You had to poke the bear, and now the bear's pissed.
Yeah.
And that's how I look at it. And that's how like you could justify a lot of storytelling in Star Wars in general. That might not be the way the writers meant for it to happen, but this is Star Wars is ours. We get to talk about it and interpret the way we want to. You know what I mean? And it's more impactful that way. Yeah. If it came down to like Luke's destiny should have stopped at Return of the Jedi, you know.
But then they can go back. Okay, War Between Worlds, we can go back and tell him that, and that's the problem.
I know.
So here,
that's the problem.
It's like Sunflower 3-Up. Can they bring back Anakin using War Between Worlds? That's the problem.
That's why we're worried about that, because
you could do anything like that, because there are major points. What it seemed like was War Between Worlds. Sorry, dude. I'm gonna lose it if I don't do it now.
No, go.
War Between Worlds seems like are major points within that kind of family's dynamic and the important parts of the rebellion, resistance, and you know the everybody fighting the same fight, right? And that was what everybody was in. It was kind of like little snippets of that. So Anakin turning is going to be a huge part of that. So you would think they would be able to go back and do that, yes. And that's a problem. That's a huge problem. And because you do that, and it changes everything. And
it does. Yeah. But think about this. Marvel did it. Gamora died in getting the Soul Stone, right? And she died. But they brought her back because the multiverses, whatever, and they brought her back from a different dimension. Thanos did, and new Thanos came in and negated everything that old Thanos was doing. It was like this whole convoluted thing, and it was all because the time travel aspects of it. Going back and pulling people. Like there's talks about Robert Downey Jr. can come back anytime he wants. It's like just go back and pluck him from another multiverse or stop him from dying in the first place, and then nothing gets resolved, and it's this ongoing mess.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
that's why it can't happen. They destroyed it right there in Rebels. Yeah. It needed to stay gone, be destroyed. Let's be done with it. I absolutely hate it. I like to see because Ahsoka's the thing is that got us started really was Ahsoka. Well, the fact that the wolves are there, the fact that it's Filoni, and the fact that her logo kind of has this starry system. But really, I think that's just a star map, dude. I think that's her investigating space. The more I look at it, that's all it is. I don't think it's the War Between Worlds. It's not quite the same.
Or
it needs to go.
Or, like I said, Filoni has a different idea, right? Maybe not the one we're thinking of. Why would he give us more? Because everybody's thinking it's time travel, and maybe he has a whole different purpose of it and what its actual function is. The Emperor tapped into it somehow, used Ezra to go into it because he couldn't do it himself. Maybe he feels he has to explain it what its actual purpose is. If it does become a time travel usage thing, that say for example, that you can go in there and you can change whatever, but getting in there is blocked off forever. But the concept of having it just floating there, that could be another way Dave Filoni bookends it and says, it exists, and I did that because whatever. Maybe it was just I hit my head and I just did this, and you're muted, Chris.
Well, I didn't want to hear the dog, but I
you know what I mean. So maybe it's well, here's the door for this actual set, but we sealed off forever, and you can never access it.
I hate that he even opened it, dude. I hate it.
I know.
I mean, it was. I guess it wasn't the only way to bring back.
No, it was. This is what was cool about it was the fact that there was always this thing when it goes back to the sequels, right? Rey touched the saber, and she felt all the ripples in the Force, all the major milestones that impacted. You know, when Alderaan got destroyed, Obi-Wan felt it, and that was a ripple.
Well, that was the things that Saber had been part of. She had what's it called?
Oh yeah, like Fallen Order. I forgot.
Like Quinlan Vos. Oh, Quinlan Vos has it too.
Yeah.
Touch
things and see the history of that.
Yeah. And you can see the history. So that's just what she was going through, right? She had that same power. So
right,
that made sense to me. That's been around for a minute. I mean, that was cool, you know.
Right. But I kind of like looked at World Between Worlds like that. Like it's a visual timeline of events happening. Like what Yoda says, you know, always in the future the motion is past, present, future kind of stuff, and you can see things and whatever. And it's the visual aspect of what Luke saw on. I saw my friends getting tortured in the sky.
Yeah.
Until Ezra pulled Ahsoka out of it.
And
that's
where... so I think, see, if they left it just as a visual representation of what that. The past, the future, the friends long gone, all this stuff. They had left it like that. The representation of what Yoda was saying, totally cool, man. Yeah. Ripping her out and feeling, and then...
I was like, what are we doing?
And Morkai was in there. It's like, there's no sense. What is going on? Why is it just? Yeah.
See,
the Emperor found another portal. It wasn't even a door. So there's the other problem. The Emperor was in there without the door.
Right.
He was in a freaking cauldron, like a witch.
It's just we need. I feel like I need explanation, but also at the same time I'm with you. I'm like, just drop it and just move on to something else. But yeah. Just to remind everybody, so what we're doing today is a line talk, getting ready for Mando season 3. We get together all the time when it was in the movie theaters or anything like that. And we just shoot, you know, kind of just like go through all the topics in our lives, but we've done an hour and it's all been Star Wars.
And it's probably going to be, because what we got to do is we still got to go through what are we expecting in 3 and blah, blah, blah. And still talk about all this nonsense for another hour. So we might get to other stuff. We might not. We don't know.
I mean, this is still cool. So I just want to kind of like everybody who's been joining in and out and stuff like that. We're just chatting it up. So
Sunflower here has me lined up for like 3 questions, and I got to go to the top one at 6:58, please.
6:58. Yes.
Come on. The question, by the way, could Thrawn handle being the big bad in the Mandoverse?
Handle it, I think so.
Here's how he's gonna handle it. He's gonna have just like Heir to the Empire. He'll have himself. And he'll have his clone Mad Jedi. They've been cloning Jedi, as we've seen, right? We've seen the amber fluid. We know they're testing on
And it could be
Grogu.
Mace Windu.
Somebody came by. They have Mace Windu's hand. The rumor has been about Mace Windu many, many a time. He's going to have Mace Windu.
Yeah,
and that's it.
Yeah.
Yes, although I heard Ray Stevenson was cast in Ahsoka, and he's playing a Jedi character somehow.
Right.
So if that's the case, and he could just be Sabayoth and just do it
just
all.
the character from. This is why we tell everybody that the Thrawn trilogy, Heir to the Empire, Dark Force Rising, and Last Command. Those are the 3 books that everybody needs to be reading or have read or will read, because
Look, when these sequels came out, those were the sequels to us, right in the 90s, and up until the sequels came out, these were our 100%. Sequels. The Heir to the Empire was this trilogy,
and Thrawn was the bit, and of course, you know, the clones and stuff. But Thrawn handled it. Yeah,
yes,
he was the Empire.
He can be scary. Man, it's his brain that is right, but it's his forces and the way they work for him. Because most Empire are, yes sir, oh no, I'm gonna die. These guys are zealots, like you were saying, right? They're for him. Yes sir, because he's earned their respect. Right. When you read the books and go through it, you're like, damn, I want to work for this Imperial ass. Right?
That's why I think there's that third faction, because it's almost like Thrawn saw this downfall, like the Emperor's contingency plan, right? If I die or something happens, rebuild it, destroy, rebuild it, and that's where the First Order came from. But the sequels didn't follow that path, because the Emperor was on Exegol doing his thing, and then the First Order had no clue about that, what it was doing, and it was like this thing, whatever. Because there was that dialogue that, what does this guy want from us? I'm like, wait a second, you're like you followed in the footsteps of the Empire, and some of you served under the Emperor, and you're questioning his return. Like, what does he want from us? You should be like, we're at your service, Almighty One, and kind of like, you know, join, not question, not like, what does he want from us? Like that's why I think J.J. Abrams didn't understand Star Wars. I don't think he saw Star Wars.
We thought he did.
Yeah, did you watch Star Wars? I'm like,
never, ever.
I mean,
remember? So we were trying to talk the other day why the Mandalorians would go with him. right? Remember we were talking about with Thrawn.
Of Thrawn.
Yeah, why they would back him up. And then it hit me that in this last set of books, remember we mentioned it a couple weeks ago, where I had said he mentioned the Chiss were part of the Jedi-Sith War, right?
Yes.
Or they had intervened in it. The Mandalorians were in there too. And so if the Chiss have history with them somehow, that comes back to that Jedi-Sith Chiss.
Okay.
The three of them warring and the Chiss got involved. If they have history back then, there could be a connection here that would drive them to, because you don't see Chiss all over the place. Right? That would drive them there. So it just hit me right there. That could be a good connection.
Yeah.
Why we would see him in this next series instead of just Ahsoka.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, why have the Ahsoka series in the same thing? Why introduce the character and Thrawn's name in Mando 2 in season 2 and everything? It's just to set it up, set the whole thing. Oh, another cool thing was what Favreau said. Remember, we kind of like, there was some speculation of like only 5 seasons, only 4 seasons of Mandalorian. Well, he confirmed there is no end date. He confirmed, like, dude, I've got, like, as long as there's interesting stories in this thing, there's like, I don't have a end goal or end date in mind, which was kind of, it's kind of refreshing, right? Because he says because season 4 has just been written and they're ready to rock and roll on it, and there was nothing like, I have to wrap it all up in this, whatever, and then move on to something else. I think we're looking at a long haul with Mandalorian that we speculated, but I think we're getting confirmation on that, like a 10-year plan of Mandalorian kind of deal.
At least
9 seasons of it and movie tie. I mean, I don't think there'll be Mandalorian movies, but I think there'll be tie-ins to that multiverse or that Mandoverse that we talk about. So let's see here. Yeah, like, so going back to Miss Sunflower and talking about Ahsoka, wasn't Ahsoka's voice among the disembodied voices?
And that would put me at she's dead for sure.
Well, okay, was it Ahsoka's voice or was it Alia Sakura? Because I thought the subtitle. Oh, they're both in it.
Both, yeah. Okay.
Ahsoka.
But it was Ashley.
Right, and then Miss Sunflower's all saying, does that mean Ahsoka is dead?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I would
which
put it there.
saddens me very greatly.
No, but that's cool because we might get some cool an actual sacrifice here. We can get.
Yeah.
You know what? Filoni brought her in. Filoni can take her out.
Oh yeah.
And wouldn't that be cool? Because
it's to save Grogu. Yeah.
That's just like Lucas with Vader. He brought him in and he can take him out. Like same thing. And Filoni will have his own Jedi that he did the same thing with. He'd love that. Yeah, and the whole purpose about like Jedi is living forever through becoming one with the Force is a great concept. That's why I didn't mind Luke Skywalker dying the way he did in Last Jedi, because I was like, oh hell yeah, he's gonna be like this amazing Force ghost to Rey in the next movie, right? And that's why I'm like, J.J. Abrams, read Star Wars or watch it. You didn't watch it, but anyway. Oh yeah, Papa Schmitty. Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, so is it Wednesday? Glad to catch you guys. No, again, this is our special Line Talk episode. We just want to kind of like, chat it up before we start watching Mando, just geeking out and because from here on out, it's episode by episode.
Yeah, now, because Wednesday we are. I mean, it's gonna. No matter, it's like one of those things. Like, what could the Bad Batch do that overshadows anything the Mandalorian does, even side missions at this point? So, yeah. So, let's see what Miss Sunflower says. Yeah, because I heard from TRB back when they interviewed Ezra, voice actor. He asked if Ezra's voice is in Tros, and Dave said all the voices are in Tros are dead. So, okay. So if Ahsoka's dead in there, she's dead. Yeah, they're all dead. Ezra.
That's how I see it. I mean, there's been I've seen other interviews where it says it doesn't matter at all. I think Saber Smith sees the same thing. We don't know, but here's the deal. They need to make it be dead because I don't want to have some live Jedi interfering in what's going on across the galaxy. I didn't mind it in the 100%. High Republic. One of the cool things in the High Republic was when they had that Song of the Force and they were able to combine their ways. They weren't talking through it though. You weren't hearing things, but I would something like that. Right, it was feeling the presence of it, and exactly. But I would hate for like Ahsoka to like cheering her on across the galaxy. I just no. If she's not in the fight, if she's not there, especially not Ezra's, Rise of Skywalker, especially in that one, where it all came to a head, where the Emperor's back and it's on Exegol and millions versus millions or whatever. Yeah, any living Jedi should have been there at that battle. But so the whole Ghost crew and all that stuff. I think we're going to find the and it's enough time to pass between now and the sequels. That was 30, by the time we got to Rise of Skywalker, 40 years.
You know what I mean? So I mean that's plenty of time for their adventure. Wrap
What are
it
you
up.
talking about? Hold on, did you say 40 years? Since when?
The events
Rebels?
of Mandalorian. No.
Oh no, Mandalorian. We're only 20 years and 22 years from. Dude, those movies
Rise of
like this.
Skywalker. I'm not talking Force Awakens.
Dude, that's like a year, man.
Oh,
it was
yeah,
a day
right.
and a day and a year. What are you talking
you're right.
about?
You're right.
It's 10. That's 10 years later. We've got 20 years. We have 20 years to let.
Okay, so even 20 years. That's enough.
It is plenty of time.
Adventure. You're right.
Like, whoa, dude.
See, this is one day. There's 3 movies that happen in one day.
The 40 years later is when we're talking about Grogu being a Jedi Master. That's what we're talking about later. We'll get follow up on Grogu.
So, like, Grogu would only be like 70 years
Master.
old, right? Right, 60 years old. Or no, he's 50 now, so that 60, 70 years old.
Yeah.
He'll still be the same size.
A teenager at that point. They have to sprout at some point.
Yeah, so he couldn't really be involved in the events of the sequels. You know what I mean? So he's on Mandalore floating.
That's the thing. He's on Mandalore. Yeah.
Yeah, Ezra's voice was not in Rise of Skywalker. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but I was.
But she was making that point about the voice actor saying whoever's in there is dead.
Yeah, they were one with the Force, and they used some.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sabersmith. Yeah, we have over under on that. Most of us are nearing 100 or more Mandos coming up soon. Like it's going to be Mando.
Oh yeah, but yeah, she didn't give any way how much. She said lots of. Yeah, I'm talking hundreds and against hundreds. You know, like I said, I don't want the.
I think that's a bit much. I think we're still down in the 100 area, but
I would assume they're scattered and they all come to this point. Like this, the Darksaber's found, and it all gets back, and then or the factions are calling on the scattered Mandalorians that were all over the place. And like I said, I just don't want that X-Men 3 treatment. Right, the Battle of Alcatraz. 15 versus 15.
I think you're more like 25 on 25.
Okay,
25. That's how it's going to be. I think we're going to go.
In reality, that's probably what we're getting. But just cut and paste on CGI. Cut and paste.
That's fair. No, you can't. You can't do that with Mandalorians. You know why? Because we're going to be like, okay, that one is right.
Oh, sure.
Well, we can't do that. We're trying to find people we know.
But you can have like where's Death Watch been? They're not all unique. They're all like here's 100 Death Watch warriors, right? Like the soldiers, or here's 100 of these, and they're all generic. The fodder, the red shirts. Damn, Star Trek.
Why did you do that?
I don't know. I'm sorry. It's his line talk. Anything goes Monday.
Yeah, it's the white armor.
Yeah. White armor. Let's see here. Yeah, it's
Yeah, I think we're gonna. Okay, so this season, let's start knocking this out, right? So what do we think we're gonna know? We know we're probably gonna have Boba back in it, right? So all the things we're gonna see Tatooine. We're gonna have to see Pelimato pretty quick. We saw R5 in the hatch.
Yeah,
say that. So
I'm excited for R5 joining the group.
Yeah, me too. So I don't know. That's probably the first 2
So
episodes.
if I have to go through Palemoto to get there, fine, right, Joey? Like fine, whatever.
Still one of my favorites.
No, I can't be. I can't.
You know what? And I would be just fine with Christopher Lloyd playing her character instead of her.
Yes, I would have loved that.
Okay, I just watched him build the N1. That was a great little scene too. I love that whole spiel about when she was trying to sell him on that instead of a Razor Crest.
Yeah, but I didn't like that at all.
Why?
Because
she wanted a Razor Crest. Because you just got a Razor Crest for $500.
No,
and you
because
she.
It's like that whole thing with Sid in the Bad Batch. She mocks him and stuff like Razor Crest. You don't want that. I know.
But that's only because she's a sales. Yeah, exactly.
I know that.
She's not mocking him like making fun of him all the time. She's like, no, you want this baby. Right.
I know.
Here.
I know. Like even my rewatches and stuff. I got to okay. I know the character because even it made it better. Like when I went back and watched season 1, or she was in 2, right? Season 2 or
Both.
1. Oh yeah, that's right. And her introduction, I was like, okay, she doesn't bug me as much as she did in Book of Fett. But she bugged me in Book of Fett, and it was the constant talk, like shut up for 2 seconds and just do something else. Stop bossing your droids around. Stop, telling us that you used to date Jawas and describing them, and stop making fun of the Mando. Just stop it. You're done. This is the Sid treatment, and it gets old.
I don't see it at all like the Sid treatment. At all.
It's not as bad as a Sid treatment.
It's not the same.
Still
not
there,
the same.
you know,
At
it's
all.
not the same
at all.
She's
She's a shoddy salesman, and she's trying to schmooze around. That's all. And
she calls him Chrome Dome in this one. Hey, Chrome Dome, where's the little green guy? I'm done.
And she has zero ill intent. Right? And she went out and she was looking for him because she likes Grogu, and she took him to him in the middle of danger.
Right?
Yeah, 100%. So not a Sid treatment at all.
You know, I liked her in Book of Fett when she came in that whole the comedy scene, whatever, and she looked at the.
Dude, you're gonna cry when she gets shot in the face.
Maybe not as much as you think I will.
Oh yeah, you're like, oh, I didn't know.
I'll call Joey. Be like, dude, I can't wait for the character so we can customize
took him long enough.
But then she's gonna be part of the clone formula that makes Palpatine.
See, his sassiness. He's the Emperor's missing something. Because I remember him mocking Luke Skywalker and says, like, you know, your pitiable band of rebel, you know, like your faith in your friend. Right. Where is this? Oh, let's get Palemoto's DNA, insert it, and now he's got the sarcastic, passive aggressive name calling the robot. He'll be the robot chicken emperor. You know?
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what it would be. That's
she just reminds me of this old supervisor I used to have back in the day. Exactly like her. He was a short white dude with curly red hair and just had this little big man what do you call it? Where they think they're like bigger than everyone and they can call you names and stuff. It's like, do you know what I could do to you right now?
Yeah. I think that's part of her gimmick. I know that. Yeah. I know it's part of her gimmick.
I don't see it like Sid's an ass. Like Sid is like, you know.
Yeah, I want Sid to be shot in the face.
That's like if she said Chrome Dome, it's an insult. When Pelly says it, it's like, come on, Chrome Dome, like boom, buddy.
Yeah,
that's what it's like. It's like if I called you Chrome, that's it. I don't see it the same. I can't believe you guys think that's the same.
I don't like it. If she does that, I will be complaining about it. I really would. I don't think it's like that's.
So we got to get her, and we got to get Grief Karga out of the way. The two of them, they both overact their parts. I get it.
We talked about that. We talked about like
out the way.
The paradise that Grief Karga is set up. When it looks like the trailers look like it's going to come to an end. That looks like it because there's some stuff going down, which is fine, right? But I want to ask you though, because I don't know if we've touched upon this on the podcast and stuff. Like you said, Boba Fett. You said okay, Boba Fett coming into the Mando season 3. How? Not. I don't want you to explain Boba Fett the plot points. I want to say how is he? What Boba Fett are we going to get coming into? That's the question.
Mando season 2.
The hired gun, like he's gonna like return the favor.
Yeah,
I think he's returning the favor for Mando. Yeah,
I think he's gonna come in hardcore. I think he's also gonna be the one that we saw in the watching back Book of Boba Fett when he went to not Tashi Station. Was it Tashi Station? Where were they at when he saw when he fought all of them, like 6 of them inside that building? That was bad. That's what made me realize that it wasn't him that was bothering me. It was the lack of armor. Because had he been in his armor in that scene, I'd have been like, "Oh, this is the coolest scene ever."
Right.
You know, and he just wasn't in his armor, so I didn't care. But anyway, we're gonna get that kind of Fett. He's gonna come in and wreck everybody. We're not getting any.
So we want the season 2 Boba Fett to be in when he comes in. It's not the
not
the nice guy. Yeah, it's not nice guy Fett.
Not nice guy Fetty. No, we're done.
I think there's enough backlash for. Well, I say that, but then like sometimes these creators don't. They just do whatever they want.
His first line is not going to be on Boba Fett.
I'm Boba. He only tells the rat droid.
His first line.
I know, right? Like that. Out of all of the Book of Fett and all that stuff, it's telling that little droid in Jabba's palace, "I'm Boba Fett."
Yeah,
and he shuts down. First off, the droid, you're the only one that's afraid of him in that whole series.
Yeah,
you're the only one that's afraid of him.
The sous chef and the knife chef were going at it. They're ready to fight. And
nobody else.
Like
he goes in there and he's like the Vespa gang was insulting him. Like, get out of here, old man. Like with that in that attitude. And he goes, I'm gonna hire you guys. And in fact, you're gonna pay them, and then you're gonna give all this free stuff. Okay, bye. In fact, I need you with me. And yeah, I don't know. It was weird. It was weird.
Yeah.
And I get what he was trying to go straight. Like I said, Cad Bane was the best part of it, calling him out on it. Oh yeah. If we're not getting a Book of Fett season 2, this is just a hypothetical. If we're not getting a Book of Fett season 2,
Oh, I think we are, but yeah.
And that whole thing about I didn't see it at first about Cad Bane, possibly being alive. I didn't see it at first.
I hate
But
that.
my rewatch, I was like, damn it, they left it
The
open
beeps.
because nothing is on. Well, unless it's the sequels, nothing is on screen left on screen for a purpose. That beeping and that slow panning of Cad Bane after we've already slow panned him his death and everything.
I know.
Going back to him, slow panning and hearing the beeps.
He's so old, dude.
I mean, that was a perfect. It was a perfect arc. It was a perfect arc, and I don't know, man. Like I'm Book of Fett season 2, maybe, but if that's gonna be like his if we get like one episode of Boba Fett on Tatooine leaving because Mando calls him, and then we get this Die Hard moment where Cad Bane pops out and he's not dead, and they have a thing, whatever, destroys Mos Espa, and now he's forced to leave. Like I'm trying to get to where Mos Espa is destroyed because I don't want Boba Fett being a family guy.
I think he's just gonna leave her, dude. Leave her with it. Leave her and Cobb Vanth with it. That's gonna be the story.
And Cobb Vanth, I agree. I don't know about Fennec. I mean, I think Fennec, she's a fan favorite at this point. Like a lot of people like her, and I don't know about like ditching the character. So I'm assuming that Boba Fett and Fennec leave. Cobb Vanth is in the back of the tank because maybe Boba Fett wants him to rule.
Oh, he'll definitely be healed by now too.
That would be a great. Actually, I would buy into it. Like if we begin,
Cobb Vanth took over.
Yeah, he's like, hey, look, Mos Espa is yours if you want because new town. Everybody likes it here. I'm gonna go help Mando, and I might not come back. And Fennec's coming with me, and those duo goes off, and
he'll just take Freetown and Mos Espa. I mean, I don't know how far away they are, but either way, it works.
If Dave Filoni said he does not like hard, are you talking about Cad Bane's and like well, Filoni, I mean, there's serving this. If that's your point, they're serving the story, and then they're serving future stories.
Yeah,
right.
Like I dealt with it with the Grand Inquisitor because the two stomachs. Totally had it. We had it the day it happened. No problem. I don't love it. No problem. Now, if Cad Bane has 3 hearts, there's a problem. Right. That's what I don't want some kind of bullshit excuse like that. I need to go look up Duros.
Actually, Joey pitched this to Dave Filoni. I think Joey made this the spin-off series, the Vespa Rangers, right, Joey? That's your You're working on those customs? No. No. Capital N.
No.
Yeah, that's what I don't like about rushing dialogue story is the Inquisitor treatment. I'm going to call it that from now on. The Inquisitor treatment. I stabbed you. I had my little fun with you, and all of a sudden I'm back. The somehow Palpatine returned. That stuff does not fly with Star Wars. It doesn't, and this is where you'll get. Why are Star Wars fans so toxic and upset? It's like because you got to realize, like, we're in this for good storytelling, not just aha moments or the comic book stuff where they're just back. You got stabbed in the stomach and left for dead, and I'm back because revenge is just and he didn't even kill her. It's just like
world between worlds. That's easy to explain.
Yeah. So the Grand Inquisitor is somebody pulled him out from that moment for being killed. Is Ezra just living and just pulling people? So he's got like this gang of all Star Wars people. Just Han Solo didn't die either. He's like he went in the future and grabbed Han Solo from the world between worlds. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's like I said, it's so funny. As complicated as Star Wars is, it's very simple too at the same time. And I think you have to have that in mind when you're dealing with theories and continuity.
My thing
and stuff,
is, if
right?
you got a character that's supposed to be that important and that high up there, and he's not supposed to die, why kill him?
It didn't serve anything. Like, honestly, it didn't serve anything because Vader had it under control. All he did is just come back and tell us, like what Sabertooth is saying. People freaked out because the Grand Inquisitor dies in Rebels, because it's like Joe, and just like we talk about Endgame, we know these people survive. So it was like,
But there was we had talk on here because I remember arguing with you about no, he's coming back. Well, you guys were deciding about maybe they changed it. Why would they change it? Or maybe it's a different Grand Inquisitor or all this. No, it's just a stupid plot they just pulled out. It was just something dumb.
Yeah, we tried to
undumb it.
We tried to explain a fine like Miss Sunflower was saying. Dave Filoni doesn't like finale, right? Fine, but he didn't write, but I'm just saying, like, we were trying to explain away that moment of, wait a minute, the Grand Inquisitor, as we know him, died in Rebels. So is this the same Grand Inquisitor? Could be the same race. That's why
I know you were trying.
I mean, it was like, because again, I like story to be final. Like if someone dies, like they die, but there's a purpose for it, not just a whim. Like Grand Inquisitor dying at that point, and he just came back in the shadows, like, I was here the whole time, and did nothing but just told Reva, I'm back, and turned around and walked away and did nothing to her because Vader had already handled her. They both left her for dead, right? And so it was like there was no point to it. There was no point. She could have just went away from the Inquisitors. They could have been hunting her the whole time. She confronted Vader and then had this whole thing, nobody flip out. But it was that cliffhanger that we're not used to, and I guess that was the problem, right? And it's like, yes, yeah, exactly. This guy, right? Don't cut corners and wing it. I don't like that.
Yeah,
I guess I just got brought dinner.
Before,
yeah, go ahead, do your thing, man.
If you have a character with that much importance and he's that critical to the story, and you know that he's alive in other stories outside this, why would you even film that? Who got stabbed and killed?
Yeah, that to me was a little bit of they needed something. They needed some sort of motivation or filler or something about Reva's.
I don't know.
Yeah, like okay, I always talked about like Reva's motivation was kind of weak in the whole thing. Like, I'm gonna just go after Kenobi like there's no tomorrow to get to Anakin. You know what I mean? Or to get to Vader. And it was
10 years later, when you were already next to Vader, you'd already infiltrated.
You were already there, and you could have just played by the rules and been closer and had that moment, unsuspecting of Vader. Right? She didn't have to go balls deep to after Kenobi, and it was a weak.
But like
it was a weak motivation.
Like you said before, though, her anger came from watching her Jedi brothers and sisters getting slaughtered.
Yeah.
So
she was mad at Kenobi because Anakin was
Jedi. So it's like that's the part that makes sense to me about her is you're angry because your Jedi friends got slaughtered, but now what are you doing? What are you doing now? You're
helping them kill Jedi, and you're It's like it's funny. It's like were you there, Reva, with Order 66? You saw what happened. Like so you're mad at Anakin turning into Vader and Anakin being Kenobi's Padawan. So you're mad at Kenobi for allowing this to happen, but you saw what happened to all the Jedi, not just her. It was a very selfish thing to do, and it was. That's why I was like, just if they do a Kenobi season 2, just do something completely different. Don't have Reva and
don't put that in the universe, dude. Stop. We don't need season 2 either.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. Miss Sunflower, she doesn't understand the purpose of letting Reva live, and I think that was the open-ended bookend thing that they don't like to do.
They were because she was supposed to. They were supposed to kill her. And then they rewrote it to let her live so they could do something with her later. But it's like, what are you going to do later? I don't want her in Kenobi again. We're good.
I don't want a Kenobi season 2, and we all don't. And it's not the fact that I don't want more Kenobi; it's the fact that we don't need it. It just doesn't need it. I was kind of skeptical on the whole series itself until I watched it. And I was like, now we got some really cool things. Yeah.
Cool extra content. Don't overdo it.
That's 100%, and that should be like that. Okay, so that should be the motto of walking into the Lucasfilm Story Group, right?
Yeah.
Cool extra content. Don't overdo it.
Don't overdo it.
And maybe that was Liam Neeson's point, right? About a Qui-Gon spin-off. As cool as that would have been, it'd have been overkill. And now
he's too old for it now. I don't want quite. You see him, even how he looked at Kenobi. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. He looked.
No, I agree.
Have you guys seen any bad movie from him?
Liam Neeson?
Yeah.
No, I'll tell you what though. My favorite Liam Neeson movie is Darkman. No, nobody's seen.
I can't even think of the movies I've seen with him, to be honest. Besides like
What?
Taken and the 3 other series are just like Taken.
Darkman 2.
Dude, me and Desert have been binging all his movies, and we just watched The Honest Thief not that long ago.
They're all the same.
Well, they're all the same. It's all the same. You know, he's a an undercover former CIA killer. Or
it's all revenge movies.
Yeah. I will find you. I will kill you.
Yeah, that's.
She kept getting all pissed because I kept telling her about how I kept calling him Qui-Gon. She's like, "Why are you calling him Qui-Gon?" I go, "If you know Liam Neeson, then you know Qui-Gon."
Yeah, I mean, he was in some rom-coms. He was in some. I mean, he's good, but yeah, he definitely pigeonholed into like the same movie over and over and over and over.
But I have yet to see a bad movie with him.
No, you weren't entertained in, at least.
Yeah. Every movie I've loved of his.
Was he in Narnia? Hey. Miss Sunflower saying Narnia.
He was the lion.
Oh, that's the voice. Okay.
Yeah. So
hey, look at this.
Hey, Scott.
We're about to wrap it up. So let's get out of here, guys.
If you can do the outro, please. My throat's sore.
You got it. Did I make it in time for the big talk about Pokemon? Just making sure.
It's almost there.
All right.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, it's on. We haven't even gotten away from Star Wars.
I know. I've been watching.
Yeah, we were talking about sidetrack. I was just about to really sidetrack it here and ask Joe about.
Do it.
Cocaine Bear.
Cocaine Bear.
Oh yeah. So
it is in our thumbnail for today.
You go ahead and go for it. I'm going to take my camera while I eat and listen to you. Hold on.
You got it, man.
Do not watch that movie. I'm serious. Do not watch that movie. It was the stupidest. I see what they were trying to do. They're trying to get that comedy type of
Sharknado kind of thing.
Yeah, like not even that, because at least Sharknado it was stupid, but it at least made you laugh.
Wow.
He said I came back because he said at least Sharknado.
That's what I was saying, because like
you can't start a sentence like that and the next part be any good for anything.
Oh no, okay. No. Sharknado was bad. I mean, I only watched it once and that was good enough for me.
But on purpose.
But at least I laughed a couple of times. I'm literally like this in this movie theater, like this, like. And then there's people in the back of me like laughing like it's the funniest thing they've ever seen.
That would have been me probably, because I dig those kind of. I like over the top movies like this.
Well, not to cut you off, but one time there was this one part that all the bear did was just go like that, and this guy just starts laughing. I turn around and go, "That's fucking funny."
That's okay.
Like, I was like, dude, are you serious? They really spent that much money on this movie? Because
yeah, Joey, is Cocaine Bear worse than Morbius?
I know your level of
yeah,
I know your level of
cheesiness,
of comedy, and even you would be like, why did I do this?
You know, it's funny. Like,
I know Scott would. I think Scott could keep a straight face through the whole thing.
You know, like you guys know my kind of sense of humor and stuff like that. What I kind of think is funny in the world, but I'm annoyed by 99% of everything in this world. And I have a nervous laugh. So sometimes when I do laugh at something, it's out of cringe, it's out of annoyance. And Cocaine Bear, as I haven't seen it, and I understand the purpose of the movie, and it's one of those movies of like I said, a wild ride. This is what I hear. I don't know if it's true or not. If it's not fast paced, if it's not gruesome and stupid kills, then I have no interest in it. Like this type of movie, because any seriousness of it, I won't. I'll be like,
well, that's the thing though. I went into this movie knowing that it was a comedy, that it wasn't a serious movie, that it was comedy, and I went into it with like almost like that when I watched Pineapple Express, something like that.
Oh yes, exactly.
So. Yeah. And Miss Sunflower said,
which is great.
They're probably high.
It's great.
She said they're probably high. No, these people were not high. They were not high. I know when somebody's high watching a movie. These people were not high. But there was a scene.
Chris does it all the time.
Scene where this lady that plays a ranger, all she said was, well, because someone asked if she's a park ranger. All she says is, well, I'm wearing the stuff and I got a gun. And the whole theater erupted in laughter. I'm like,
yeah,
that's never remotely funny.
Like, I'm with you. Like, Joey, is it a horror movie?
Is it a horror movie?
like
No,
is it a
movie.
like, have you ever seen Boar, or have you ever seen like Rampage, like crocodiles rampaging and like that kind of stuff? Is it that kind of movie or is it a stupid, they're trying to be funny but it's not funny, and it's like nothing? I would be annoyed. But
they're trying. I mean, there's
Spice Bear is so
two
funny.
parts. Okay, there's
I would
two
watch
parts
that.
where I actually laughed, where I chuckled. Everything else, I'm sitting there literally like this.
Yeah, it's funny. Like once you're annoyed at the beginning, you'll stay annoyed though. There's like sometimes the movies, there's no redeeming qualities of it. Like if it doesn't kick you, like there's movies I'll see, like I go, oh my god, I hate this. I hate this movie. Perfect example. Corey Taylor for Slipknot did a Halloween movie, and it's on Netflix, right? But he was like this narrator. And I watched, Corey Taylor. Okay, let me watch. And he was just in it. He had his name on it. I could do something better. It was the worst. And I only watched like 30 minutes into it. I was surprised I got that far into it because it was so bad. The stories were bad. The acting was bad. The effects, everything was bad. But the only thing serious was Corey Taylor trying to be serious. Like, oh, this is scary, And I was like, and right off the bat, I was annoyed, and I cannot get redeemed. I can't do it. So if that's any indication, I think
what really hurt me too was because I love Ray Liotta, and the fact.
Was that his like last movie that he ever did?
Yeah, that was his final movie he made, and I was like, wow.
I will tell you this: Ray Liotta, then John Candy, Chris Farley, all their last movies were shite. I mean, they're all like bad movies.
You know what's kind of scary about it, and kind of where we're at in 2023 is, I think one of the main actors in there was that guy with that mustache, right? Was he like the main? He's in all the trailers, right? But he's not like an actor we're used to. He's a YouTube guy. He's like when you scroll through your quick 15-second.
Got it. Yeah.
Yes, he's in there doing corny videos, like silly, like he has a weird background. You ever see? He does the
Yeah. No,
he's like, oh, you're not going to come back in here and work here again? Let me tell you why I don't care. Like that guy.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you just cut yourself on a movie because you have 3 million followers, and somebody's realizing that these people online have a lot of followers, and those become audience members, those become money.
Of course.
Like, oh shit.
Of course. The Crystal E saying, I guess, so you're disappointed by a movie called Cocaine Bear. What are expectations?
More cocaine bears.
I can answer this in a kind of a serious answer. It's as a horror movie fan, and something like this would be that category and stuff like that. I have most horror movies, I have zero expectations of it being good. Like it's not the point of being a good movie. It's the over the top ridiculousness, entertainment, comedy that is done right that makes the movie digestible, or that you can sit there and go, that was so dumb, it was funny, it was like, but that was such a good ride. Like that ride was awesome, right? And a lot of times, like Chris said, sometimes they just throw in faces and names for the sake of it that had no business being there, and you get movies like Morbius and Cocaine Bear. But I can give you guys a list of these type of movies that work, and you'd be like, what a ridiculous concept.
Oh yeah, dude, yeah.
Over the top, but it works.
Speaking of ridiculous concepts, have any of you seen The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent?
Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love that damn movie. That
we know
the LSD scene just has me crying every time I watch it. I was on my way back from England the first time I watched it, and I thought maybe it was just being on the plane for a long time that I needed that bit of stupidity to really make me to really help. But now I watched it again this weekend, and oh my god, it's just that whole scene makes the movie.
That scene, but it's also the self-awareness of Nicolas Cage knowing that he's
ridiculous.
You know what I mean? Like,
that was part of the awesome thing. I was talking to my wife about it yesterday. I'm like, can you imagine the pitch meeting? And it's like, okay, so hear us out, Nick. We're going to do this movie, and we're going to be making fun of you, but you're going to play you and the whole bit. And Nicolas Cage is going, I'm in.
I'm thinking he's the one that pitched it.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was just going to say. the movie was probably they probably pitched the movie. They probably pitched a movie was completely different. He's all, wait, what if I play myself? And I'm myself, and I just go over the top and I do these things, and they're like,
yeah,
okay.
Why isn't this some random actor? Make it Nicolas Cage.
Yeah,
that's what he's like. He's like, let's play this part. You're gonna be Bob.
Why don't I just play?
No.
Right?
Let's just make it me.
and not just me,
cool.
the meme me, the ones that everybody makes that over top.
Yeah, is it possible to have a stereotypical person of a person like that's stereotypical Nick Cage?
Like, okay, so that meme that's going around with him and Pedro Pascal, is that from that movie?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Where they're staring at each other. Yeah.
There's just, and that movie just sealed the deal with Pedro Pascal for me. I mean, I've liked everything he's in, but just his ability and his way to play the innocent kind of doofus to a very straight Nick Cage, and he's
right.
It worked so well, and his total fanboy of Nick Cage and the way they played together is just incredible. And I'm trying to figure out if he was part of if Nick Cage was actually part of the pitch for it, but it is not written by him or anything. So I don't know.
It was written for him.
It's gotta be. Yeah.
So let me say this last thing about Cocaine Bear. I mean, every human being has different levels of see that picture right there already is better than the movie itself, dude.
I love it.
So everyone has their different levels of humor and stuff. Mine and Marco's it ain't that far away. Scott's is like way out there. Like our level of humor ain't even close.
It's true.
Yeah.
But if you like severely stupid humor, and you know what though, the movie could have been like really good.
Right.
It was just the execution of the jokes they were trying to do.
Yeah.
I think more or less it was that. The execution.
Yeah, I like stupid jokes, but they're also in the vein of like, that's genius. You know what I mean? It was so funny. That's like, because so stupid it's funny.
Was they had two kids in the movie, and they had them doing some pretty raunchy shit. Yeah. And it's like, you can only do so much with real child actors, and it's like,
I don't like things that are like funny for the sake of being funny. Like they're trying too hard with certain things, and you can tell what there's a skit or a comedy thing going on, and it's like you're just forcing this banter back and forth. That I don't know if you guys seen that movie You People with Eddie Murphy. Yeah. Okay, so and Jonah Hill. Funny movie, right? But there are certain scenes in there that they're trying a little too hard with the banter that I'm like, all right, next. It's not funny anymore. This is being outplayed, and I know that they're just bouncing off each other. Like you're just bantering, but it gets to the point where like
you could have stopped.
I'm not laughing at. Yeah. It's like, okay, we get it, and
it's like the humor in The Last Jedi.
Oh God! Yeah. Oh, I gotta tell you something. Where's my rant?
I'm sorry. Wait. Where is the rant button? I gotta find it. Here we go. Okay.
All right. One of the most asinine comments that Ryan Johnson gave us, and I might have brought this up on the podcast, but he justified that exact comment on the level of comedy in Star Wars. He did an article and he said, all right, I got to calm down here. I'm gonna
get all riled up.
He says, well, Star Wars always had funny bits into it. When Chewbacca yelled at the mouse droid and the mouse droid turned and ran, that's like, the level of humor Star Wars has. And so I don't see the problem with all the stuff I put in. I go, night and day. That was that absolute night and day of the jokes that Ryan Johnson put in. He made a mom joke canon in Star Wars. Okay. I don't think that I could talk to any of you, anybody in the pit or anybody we've come across and told them write a Star Wars script. And you guys write a Star Wars script, right? And you understand like certain level of comedy. Like I would put it all in the droids, right? I would put it at like maybe a Chewbacca moment, but not anything, but it was always like
couple Ewok things.
Something but it's always very subtle.
Jar
but
Jar is hilarious.
Okay, well, Jar Jar is the jest. I mean, but that's the character, right? So yeah, I don't understand how Ryan Johnson could say that with a straight face and say, "I'm going to put mom jokes because Star Wars always should have this in there. I'm going to put stupid name calling or whatever it is because Star Wars always had it in there." It's like, and that's what I get mad about, like Paley mode, or Sid and stuff like that. It's like, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. It's just not.
Miss Sunflower, you got to give us trigger warnings before talking about Ryan Johnson. We need to.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just thought, like, that's when I was like, okay, I think anything that you do is like now I'm mad at now I was never on your side, Ryan Johnson, but I was okay with you doing your own little, like, okay, he wants to write a trilogy. I want to see it. Like, okay, let's see if this guy can do his own standalone. So now I'm like, you better take 100 meters away from you in Star Wars completely. Like, don't, if that's your justification, and thinking like any content that he gives us would be more the same because he thinks that's what he reads into Star Wars. And I could be like gatekeeping Star Wars, which I always do. I mean, I think all of us do that.
A little bit.
But you don't think
because he got that out of it.
But that movie wasn't full of comedy.
Not full.
It started
with the bad parts of like I said, the Galactic War in that movie was a joke. The whole galactic, everything that wasn't Rey, Kylo, Snoke, and Luke, that wasn't them, was an absolute joke in all three movies, I think. Well, not in Force Awakens, but like in the next two.
Yeah.
And it was treated that way, and I never saw the Rebels versus the Galactic Empire like that, right? Like, and Andor proves it, in Bad Batch, everything proves it, that is the dark times, and it's like all these things, and not this, like Hux joking around stuff. It was just like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm expressing it, to the point where it's coming across, but I know how I feel, and I don't like it.
No, I felt the same way.
I mean,
where that type of comedy doesn't belong in Star Wars to me. It just didn't fit. And going back full circle, Joey,
Agreed.
That type of forced humor is where I will sit arms folded in any movie that I kind of like watch. Like and like I said, horror movies does a very good job at that shit. Good being bad. Like they try, like these writers, they try to write these funny things in there, and you're like,
stop it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, as much as I love cheesy, corny movies, but there is some heart to those movies. There is some smart things going on in those movies that you kind of like. Yeah, it was such a the movie Mom and Dad. I know. Chris, did you watch that movie, Chris, with Nick Cage?
Yes.
Okay, I love that movie.
Yeah.
Mom and Dad.
You liked it too. Yeah. You liked it too because it's like,
I think
it's a. If you haven't seen it, I
have seen it. I can't remember right now. I can't remember. I think me and Jess looked at each other like, no more Marco movies.
No, that's so. Mom and Dad is the movie where, like, all of a sudden there's this signal that goes out to everybody, and it makes every parent want to kill their kids. All right, so Nick Cage is all, and his wife all of a sudden just start going after their daughter, and like they go by their neighbor, and the neighbor's hacking the son up, and they're just like, "Hey, how you doing, Joe?" And he's like, "Oh, this is great." And then Nick Cage's dad comes after. But it's okay. So that concept is so ridiculous over the top, right? But the movie's, it's actually done well. It's not cheesy as you would think it would be. Nick Cage isn't. There's a couple scenes that he is act like the Nick Cage that we know, especially the thing called Sawzall. I mean, if you watch it, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But the way Nick Cage does it, it's like one of those things I go, brilliant movie, freaking brilliant movie, and it's just the way the style is done and all that stuff. So,
well, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about, now that you guys said Shark Tornado. Yeah. If you enjoyed that movie, then
I hate that movie. I hate all that.
Cocaine Bear.
So that type of movies, those type of, like, what is it called? Like Kentucky Fried Movies. Remember those back in the day? Yeah. I never liked those kind of movies. I never liked that stuff, and they had like Charlie Sheen busting in the door and and doing something, and it's like, this is stupid because it's taking all
like a spoof movies, like those spoof ones that
Scary
No.
movie and
I don't like them. I think they're funny, but I don't.
Scary movies like that.
No,
Then like Hot Shots,
anything.
Naked Gun, none of those.
I
No,
love
Naked
Naked
Gun's
Gun.
classic.
Talking horror, that when they try to do it with horror, it's just bad.
Gotcha.
like Scary Movie, or even like Scream 3, whenever Jay and Silent Bob show up in it, and it's like, okay, what the hell? Where they're playing Jay and Silent Bob and Wes Craven is there. Yeah, that's dumb. And I know you hate Scream already. So
I hate Scream. I don't like Scream. Scream,
Yeah,
even though Wes Craven did Scream. Wes Craven did People Under the Stairs, Nightmare on Elm Street, and he was a brilliant horror writer. There's a lot of other things. I think he did Last House on the Left, which is a violent movie. And he does Scream, and it's like, okay, but to me, it was like this 90s, like, I'm going to do something in the now, and everybody, I don't like 90s movies anyways, but
that's what it is, because Nightmare on Elm Street was just an 80s movie.
Nightmare on Elm Street was so ridiculous. It became so. The first two movies weren't, though. They were actually like, horror movies, and then they became a comedy. But Scream had a cool concept, but it was this teenage angst, teenage thing going on where they made fun of it. The movie made fun of itself. They even called out certain things, like Kennedy's role. What's his name?
See, you can't go at it though, saying teenagers were ruining the movie and all that, because I mean that's what Friday the 13th was. That's what Nightmare
They weren't.
on Elm Street was.
They played teenagers, but they weren't teenagers.
It doesn't matter, because so were the teenagers in Scream. They weren't really teenagers. They were actors.
But there's something about
you
the
just don't like
turning
people
point.
named Skeet. You just don't like.
Oh
Skeet.
no, no, it's something. Okay, so to that example, like the Scream movies ushered in this movie of Final Destination. I know what you did last summer. All of these kind of like I said, this
Shit movies.
stupid teenagers can't figure out. They can't even figure out how to do stuff, and all of a sudden they're doing this murder mystery stuff, and I just didn't buy into it, and it became. Yeah,
Saber Smith, the last really scary movie he watched was The Exorcist. Nothing scared him. The Exorcist bored the hell out of me.
Well, you're wrong, Scott.
Bored me.
You're absolutely wrong. I just watched Exorcist 3 the other day, and I actually had fun with it. It was really cheesy, over top, but it's all dialogue. The whole movie's dialogue, and it was freaking brilliant. But anyway, going back to like the switch of horror movies, it became a trope. Scream ushered in this trope movies of like weird fringe serial killer kind of stuff, and I like monster movies, so to me it just wasn't my thing. So I don't like the 90s era of horror. You know what I mean? That's what, and Wes Craven's responsible for that. So
the conversation we had with our friend David Brady at the other day at lunch, he said that I ruined him whenever it came to what was that movie? The Event Horizon.
Yeah.
That I had, because I had mentioned Event Horizon and how it's one of the absolute scariest things I'd ever seen, and how it was, not what it was sold as one thing. Whenever you watched it, it's all demons and hell and horror, and it's amazing. It's a great movie, but that's even the real good one that really hit home for me.
Yeah, the Event Horizon is a brilliant movie. But even the tagline was like the ship that went to hell and back. That was the whole premise of it. But I love those movies, and it reminds me of like
she said The Conjurings. Those movies scared me.
Yeah,
I dig the idea that they're supposed to be based in reality, and that's kind of cool. But at the same time, it's I don't know. They don't get me.
You know what movie sucks? Hereditary.
Dude.
She don't get it.
Garbage.
I still haven't seen it.
That movie still gives me diarrhea.
Hell Payman.
The decapitation was cool, but that was
so
early on.
I told you about that movie, Chris. I said if you're going into
told me about the decapitation.
No, I told you if you're going into this movie and you're looking for those like kills and stuff like a horror movie, like a traditional stupid horror movie, you're going to be disappointed because it's a smart horror movie and it actually did a lot more than just the on-screen shock things. You know what I mean? Like it was bigger than that. The scene, even the ending scene, the movie was bigger than that because there's a lot more going on it. You know, the whole cult aspect, the whole demon aspect, the whole, haunting of stuff. It was just, there was more than just the shock value. The same director did Midsummer, which I love it. I love Midsummer. There are some shock scenes in there, but it's just the freaking one of the smartest horror movies I've ever seen. They're great. I implore you to watch it.
Dude, that movie, Midsummer made me feel so ugly inside. Like, I even went to church the next weekend, dude.
Oh, dude. No, it's so good, man.
Isaac Escalera, Event Horizon gave him nightmares. Thanks, Crystal. That's his sister, Crystal E. So yeah.
No. Event Horizon is a movie that would she's done really, really good. There's like so funny, like in horror movies, there's not movies that scare me. You know what I mean? Like, nothing scary. But real life, like when it imitates home invasion, stuff like that. When I did the horror
that's
show
more
with Paul,
bothers more.
Yeah, because it's like that can happen now. And he liked that more.
That almost happened when you were at your shop.
Yes,
podcasting from the shop.
It's on video. Anybody who is wants to go back in our library, I forgot what episode it was, but we were podcasting, and all of a sudden I hear this. And I was doing this at my shop at the time, and this is like 9 o'clock at night because we 8 to 9, 10, or we just do a 2-hour show or whatever, or maybe it was an hour, but I don't know. It was like 9 o'clock. It is pitch black out there, middle of nowhere. I mean, really. And all of a sudden, I saw there's a window in front of me, and I saw lights, like headlights or something, and I was like, okay. And then a big thump at the door, and I was like, oh crap. We're live. I'm sitting there going, all right, I'm gonna get killed live on the air. This is awesome. So
great for ratings.
Yeah, great. The number one.
How many views you would have got, dude?
At least 30. You know what I mean? So so I at my shop I heard commotion, I heard voices, but I didn't hear arguing. I heard just talking. So I opened the door and there was 2 cops standing there, looked at my feet, and they have a guy in zip tied, I guess. They chased him from 3 blocks down, came over, and it ended up in the front of my shop. And I'm like, is everything cool? They're like, yeah, no problem. They just picked him up, threw him in the squad car, and took off. Dude.
Did you
so
give him your card?
The door goes, hey, I'm podcasting.
No, nothing. Yeah. So I sat back. I'm like, so Darth Vader did what?
And we didn't get a single subscriber out of that. What the hell?
Nothing. Man? I mean, I staged that whole thing and nothing happened on it. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. The dangers of going live, right?
Had we heard the gunshots or something, it would have helped. So next
by the time you got out to me, it just been like, yeah, next time.
Well, we're not going out there. It's scary out there.
Yeah.
I don't go that far. No way.
I think the stuff are
people out there, dude.
There are some weird people. Maybe I'm the weird one. Maybe that's why I'm safe.
That's right.
That's
if you can't find the weird ones, you're the weird one.
I mean, why don't I
Let's talk about the greasy strangler.
Whoa.
Oh, guys. All right.
I'm gonna go ahead and go. I'm gonna leave. I'm good for the night.
I mean, that's a very shocking movie. You know what I mean? Like there's some imagery.
Love y'all. Okay, move on. Next subject, quick.
Chris has a problem with old guys' junk.
Why don't you?
I mean,
I'm not the weird one.
Exactly. Oh, and if I tell you that's not even the worst part of the movie, that dance sequence that I showed you guys, that's not even the worst part of it.
Another subject. It's in my head. Move on. Let's talk about.
Check your.
Let's talk about sunflowers and what she have to
boring.
Say. And then
freaking boring.
Let's talk about TV shows or something.
Yeah, it's boring. I don't want you guys. I don't want Scott or Chris talking about anything. No TV shows. You guys watch the worst and love it. You seem to love it. Yeah,
the hell?
Hallmark Channel. These two over here.
Dude, it was one series. This Is Us was one series. Like, what the hell? And it was heart-wrenching, and it was sweet, and it completed through the whole thing, and I cried many a time. And
So
I'm
who's
a
gonna go
better
see
man
D and
for it.
D with me?
God, no.
Dungeons
Yeah.
and
Back to
Dragons.
work.
It ain't gonna be a line, but yeah,
No, why not?
because it's Dungeons and
It
Dragons.
looks
We can
great.
get our seats whenever we want.
Yeah, when we buy them.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh wait, did you guys? Oh yeah, Sabersmith. Did you guys see Ant-Man?
Nah.
Did you guys anybody watch it yet?
Dude, this
No,
weekend,
not
if
yet.
the plan was, let's go see Ant-Man and go to Indian, then that snow shit hit, and we're like, okay, we got to cut one of them, and it wasn't going to be the Indian. So we went and ate and then went home. There was no way. And then it came into our mind, oh, Sunday, let's go see Cocaine Bear instead. Because did you know the prices went up at Civic Plaza to $20 a pop?
No,
My
What?
ticket, when I bought them online, it came out to $41.25 with the fee.
for 2 tickets.
For
Wow.
2 tickets, dude. We've been paying like $20 for 2 tickets. If.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
$8.75. So it's like, was that $17.50? Bullshit. Anyway. Then I realized about the cocaine. Then we talked about the Cocaine Bear. Then I realized how much it was. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to pay $40 for either one of these movies. So
Dude, you
I'll
would have been
wait.
so angry.
let me tell you.
If you would have paid that much money to see that movie, yeah, you would have been angry.
Yeah.
Plus the popcorn, plus the nachos, plus the soda, plus the wine. Oh, they do beer.
Yeah.
now.
Sure.
Not anymore.
Sure. Yeah, Sabersmith. I'm the only one that's seen Ant-Man here, and yeah, I think Kang stole the show. It's not
you-
even like an Ant-Man movie.
Up one more question, please.
No, I don't see it.
Yeah,
Let's see.
you do.
Oh, yeah.
One
Yeah,
We'll
more.
get to the
right there.
Force Ghost thing
It
later.
says something about.
Oh, you
have
mean this
Moocher
one right
watch-
here?
That's the
This
one.
Moocher watch.
Oh man, it's
Peacemaker.
blurry for me.
Dude, you were like, I don't know, it's like 18 months deep.
Well, what's the rush?
Nothing at all anymore. You know what? It doesn't even matter. We've gone through two DC universes since you've been able to watch this.
I'm working on it. I have watched some Peacemaker.
Do you know how many times Henry Cavill has got and lost his job with DC since that came out?
So
many
if I just
times.
kind of spread it out, everything should fall in line then, right? So
Yeah.
Sure.
Miss Sunflower stirring it up. That's funny.
Hey, I hope Peacemaker shows up in The Flash. That'd be cool.
I'll definitely watch it before the Flash.
No, you won't.
No, you won't.
I have to. I'm on episode 6, so I don't know how many.
You're
there
almost
are.
there.
Yeah, I'm almost there.
There's
Almost
only
there.
like 22.
What?
Oh, it's one of those long series.
Is there that many?
It's like, yeah, it's like a regular sitcom. It's like Big Bang with 26 seasons, 26 episodes.
Yeah, that's funny.
Dude,
I did.
I went through Big Bang like 3 straight times in the past
Oh,
few
yeah.
weeks. Like I just let it play in the background constantly.
I just
Constantly.
did that too. I finished all 12 seasons.
Me
Like
too.
just had it
3
on as I was cooking or
times.
doing. Yeah, it was. I used to do that with The Office. I swear, I used to
Oh, I
watch
did
The
that too.
Office all the way through and then go right back to
Right
episode
back.
1.
Yep. I did the same thing with this.
Miss Sunflower, we need bingo cards for Moocher watching Peacemaker.
Right, yes.
Yeah. It'll just be one check mark, no or yes.
Nope. Yeah, right. Because the
Well,
good thing
I don't
about
know, 'cause you keep
Peacemakers, it's
giving
not
us-
tropey.
Sabers. We did the first hour and a half here. We talked about Mando.
Sabersmith, where were you? We want to do
Oh.
it again? Let's go again.
I thought
Let's
he
go.
was.
Ready?
I
Let's
thought,
go.
yeah.
I wasn't
All right,
wasn't
guys.
here.
So we're
we can do this
we're
again.
standing in line for Matt.
Let's bring it back.
Ooh, let's talk Bad Batch.
Oh, wait. Isaac's question.
yeah.
A Wampa, for sure.
Oh, who would win in a fight? I don't know. Wampa. Let's see.
Cocaine
Cocaine
Bear
Bear or
or
a
methed
methed
out
out
Wampa?
Wampa. Ooh, a
Methed
methed
out
out
Wampa.
Wampa. Oh,
Yeah.
you didn't tell me. I
Wow.
thought it was just a straight up Wampa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
Wampa
don't know
kicked
because
ass.
a methed out Wampa wouldn't have teeth. So, you know,
Maybe
Yeah.
met them for the
Got some
first
big ass
time.
claws though.
Right.
Hmm.
But then again, a
All right,
cocaine
all right.
bear would be all hyped up.
Oh,
and
you're
have-
Sabersmith.
You know
He
what?
was grading
We don't
papers.
know.
That's funny. Yeah. So okay. So of course we're gonna do this again on Wednesday, right? We're gonna be full on Mandalorian. Maybe Bad Batch. Maybe we'll mention it. I don't know, but well, it depends
Dude,
on
okay,
how.
let's-
something
okay,
big
okay.
happens.
Here's the thing. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be a badass episode. And it's going to F us all up. Because we're going to
Yeah.
be like, oh, man, Bad Batch is so good. Why was Mando so slow?
Let me ask you something.
Ooh.
What would be a badass Bad Batch episode? What would be like something that made you
It's
jaw
time
drop?
to start getting to Mount Tannis,
Omega
but that's
dying.
not till the second to last episode. Omega's not gonna die.
Omega getting
But
wasted. That'd be a-
haven't talk about. Okay, it's me and lore, dude. I need lore. Okay,
Yeah.
so I need some kind of something between her and Fett at some point, right? At some point in our lives, I need that.
Okay.
But for here, more Imperial presence. I've talked about it, man. We're
Well,
talking
because
about the time right after the Imperials take over. These guys shouldn't be playing little tricks with all these
I agree.
missions all the time. They should be dodging the Empire, and they're not. Everybody knows these guys exist. The Empire knows they exist. They should be hunted right now.
Yeah.
and they should be on the run. They're chilling with Sid, eating popcorn,
Yeah.
doing stupid side
Because
missions.
because the reason I ask, what would be like the impactful plot line for the Bad Batch to be like, oh my god, yeah, it's Sabersmith getting involved with Rex and Echo. I think that's going to be their end game.
the path.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
that'd be great.
because you got to remember the impact. Like, how does it impact what we know, where they're the time frame that they're in, that what we know, what's going forward, right? So I'm like with Chris, maybe it's not the Bad Batch themselves, it's what's happening around them is where I'm waiting for the mic drops, right?
It's
So.
going to be. It's because they have nothing. They have nothing. To
The
drop.
Clone Revolution. I think this would be cool. That would be something in the history books of the clones were brought in, they did its job, and the Clone Revolution. That would be cool because we could blend it right in for this time frame. We could go right into something, yeah, that would be cool. And maybe that's what we're waiting for too.
Yeah, that's the hard part. But I just don't know if they're going to do some kind of, like I said, we talked about it last week, kill switch, or do they just straight up, you're retired, see ya, and that's how we see the clone begging for change in Kenobi, right? It just like they have no benefits, they have no nothing. We just treated them like trash. It's like the government. That could be where they're going. It's just
that
like
makes
a
more
statement
sense than a revolution. I'll tell you why.
Yeah,
because he's still in his. There's stormtroopers all in that city, and he's still in his clone armor. Like he was begging for change in clone. So casting him aside makes more sense to me than a whole revolt.
I'll be right.
Right.
All right, bro.
Yeah, no problem. Like you know what I mean. It makes more sense in that way, and like even in Rebels when we catch up to them, they're on their own. They were doing their thing. We were just cast out and left for dead.
They weren't being hunted.
No.
Actively.
Yeah. It was So just decommissioned and ignored. You know what I mean? It's like, but that's the whole thing. It's like, okay, is that going to make me go like, oh my God, Bad Batch is awesome? Like I said, I think more of that whole Emperor cloning, Tannis, the cloners, whatever Omega's doing, involved in that. If she's involved in that, I don't know. I'm trying to think like Bad Batch being like, oh, you watch Mando or not, you watch Kenobi, then you watch Bad Batch. Like there's a certain order of things to tell people, right? Right now, even in season 1, because nothing's panned out or fleshed out, I wouldn't tell anybody that. Clone Wars, I would be like, yeah, you want to see these things, but there's more important things happening under the surface of Clone Wars.
So taking that into consideration, the name of the episode is Metamorphosis. Who is metamorphosizing? This week's Bad Batch is called Metamorphosis.
I think it's going to be Echo. I mean, not Echo.
You think
Crosshair? Isn't this the Crosshair episode?
No, the episode 12 is Crosshair. That's
Outpost?
what I heard.
Oh, that's Crosshair.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay,
and then from there he's in it.
This is supposed to be the was it the horror one? It's supposed to be a horror episode. This is your horror episode. So
okay,
that's what this one
is. It truly is just random crap thrown at a wall.
Do you know what it went? Okay, do you want to know what the rumor is? You don't care about spoilers of Bad Batch, right?
Bad Batch. No,
this is where this could be where we get an answer to the Zilla Beast.
Gotcha.
Right, that's been rumored around, so that would be kind of cool. Something there. So that's our chance. But there was another question about Mount Tannis from Miss Sunflower, and I believe that's going to be episode 15, the summit.
Yeah, the summit.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's a Mount Tannis episode.
Yeah.
So we have Metamorphosis coming up and the Outpost. The Outpost is supposed to be Crosshair, so that'll be a good one. Pabu, Pabu.
That's going to be a random freaking episode that has nothing to do with anything.
And we're all going to hate it. Got it.
Yep.
Tipping Point, which will end up, supposedly being, I'm sure that's another Crosshair episode, right?
Yeah, Crosshair is supposed to be in from 12 on. Like he's supposed to be a major presence from episode 12.
Then the Summit, and then Plan 99.
Right.
So
see, now that's to me, that's where has Crosshair been this whole time? I think we should be seeing more Crosshair throughout this entire series. I mean, I don't know.
I agree, man.
Even the episodes that are more Imperial based, he hasn't really been a presence in them. Like the whole episode with the Senate and the whole bit, they hired some rando sharpshooter clone to go out there and take out it should have been Crosshair.
We thought it was, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
that random clone.
There was something about that.
Yeah, like he's gonna be okay.
Metamorphosis.
Maybe a different type of clone.
So say Crosshair's only in 2 episodes. Okay,
a different cylinder, right? Get us ready for Mount Tantus, right? So a Sparty cylinder, something like that. Because he looked different. He did something about his eyes, right? That guy was twisted more. That was more a different type of clone.
Mm-hmm.
Now, because your point, I would have rather been Crosshair, but using that guy makes sense if they're going to do something else. They were like, we were testing.
Yeah, if it
because we knew we could clone this guy. We know how to manipulate this DNA. Then we're going to try it over here in a Sparty cylinder, and this is what happened. Now we can use it to clone. Blah blah blah.
It's like a clone that was off the books, right? They didn't recognize him. He didn't have a number. He didn't have. It was like this, like something more sinister was going on with other batches of clones or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, the sinister batch. You got the bad batch and the sinister.
Ooh, wow. The even badder batch.
I was just gonna say the same thing.
The baddest batch.
Oh no, we're going too far now.
The only thing that makes it interesting as far as Tantus and all that stuff is the stuff from Mandalorian that's going on, right? The cloning and that stuff. So that's the only stuff. Like, to me, not even Rex or Cody at this point would make me go like, this is really good, because we know their roles. I just think we know their roles. We know what's going on. Even if they join them and start doing missions for them, who cares?
Where do we leave Cody? Where do we leave Cody?
Cody just took off. He just abandoned. He walked away from being a clone. No idea if he was taken hostage or if he truly took off.
I thought Rampart told Crosshair he's not that it's true. I thought he told him like he's gone, like he left or dead or whatever. Right. But
just making sure. I always thought, see, that's a drag. Because I really did want Cody to drink the juice, right? I thought it would be a cool way for him to stay imp, stay chipped, and have one of the ones that we really liked, that we kind of watched grow up, and we watched throughout this whole time we've had for years and years, stay bad on purpose.
We always had this Cody versus Rex thing going on.
Now we're right back to the rookies. Very beginning of Clone Wars, right? Yeah. And now we've got the 2 commanders, and everybody's going to fall behind. I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Brandon Epler, real quick, just realized this was happening. Is it on Mondays again? No, sir. This is a special edition of the Sarlacc Digest. We are in line for The Mandalorian. This is a special line talk episode where everything and anything goes.
Yeah.
We have every time Star Wars 90% of it, but the reason is also because come Wednesday, we're going to be deep into the new episode. So we're just getting ready for it.
This is our calm before the storm. Yeah. This is our... Every time there's something major, like we did this for Andor, like before the Andor, like we're gonna probably do this with Ahsoka. We're gonna every time there's something a really impactful show or movie, Star Wars related, we're gonna do this line, because it's like if this was a theatrical release Tuesday, we would be we'd take the days off of work, we'd be in line, we'd go hang out, and we just watch Star Wars and then talk about it. So this is our virtual line talk in hype for Mando season 3. Since it's tomorrow night. It's tomorrow night, guys.
Most of today, I thought we were watching it tonight.
Yeah. But also, like sitting there going like tomorrow night, Mandalorian. Yeah, and we talked about the runtime. So I'll probably watch both. Because since it's like 35 minutes, Mando, and then I'll probably watch Bad Batch right after. Just like I said, just to get it out of the way and see if it's something, whatever. Otherwise, because I want to spend basically all day Wednesday after work until we podcast watching Mandalorian, just watching it and just taking it in. I'm excited for it, and I don't know. I don't think it's gonna stall out. I don't think it's gonna.
They've got so many places to go, dude, and I think it's gonna get better and better, dude. We're gonna be okay. I know we've seen Navarro, and I know we go to Tatooine, right? Those are 2 boring ass places,
right.
But we're gonna be on Mandalore. We're going to be in space. We're going to be on Concord Dawn and Concordia. We're going to be all these different places that we've never got to be on in live action. See a whole bunch of cool stuff, including possibly Praetorian guards, black Mandalorian helmets on frickin' Gideon, a couple other things that when you do see, if any of that's true, you're going to shit your pants. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, there's a couple cool things, you know. Luckily, it didn't play much of it didn't play into any kind of like theory crafting we did, but it's cool stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like
no, seriously. Yeah.
Things along the line of a red Praetorian Guard. It's like kind of cool stuff. You're all there's enough for 8 episodes to have something like all on its own.
That's what Dave Filoni said. He said there's enough. He said because the question came in about the runtime, right? Like, why is this the shortest Mandalorian? Whatever. And he goes, there's enough there for people to take it, sit around the dinner table, and talk about it, and argue about it, and dissect it. There's enough there. I'm like, oh well, shit, let's go. You know?
Yeah. Well, when you look at season 2, how did we start? What was season 2's episode? I remember thinking today,
the Marshal,
Cobb Vanth. That was a 50-minute
great episode. Happened in that episode, right? And it would have been okay. Like you said, it was 50 minutes. You cut that in half. A lot of shit still happened in that episode.
Yeah.
You know, that was a big time intro. So it is kind of sad to go from a 50 to a 35. But if you don't have 16 different, if you're not bringing in Legends characters and doing all these things and mixing them up, you're okay.
Well, think about season 1, episode 1. It was only 38 minutes, right? Mm-hmm. So not that much longer. And look what we did there. We had to introduce the Mandalorian, and we introduced the Guild. We got IG-11. IG-11, that whole getting the Quill, training on the blurgs, the Quill thing, and then the whole, the Weequay or the battle of the, getting him, and then the Grogu and the whole. I mean, there's a lot in that 37 minutes as far as a season premiere.
Yeah,
that just went bonkers, right? Almost every episode in season 2 was like that. Was like just a cluster, man. Cameos over cameos, and
damn it. And the two Mando episodes in Boba Fett were both 50 minutes. I was like, maybe those were short.
Here's a good point. Felipe, welcome. Also, are we really excited for Grogu's coming back, though? I'm getting tired of most of these Star Wars series being daycares.
He's the only one I don't care that it's a daycare. The rest of them can go straight. Gone.
Bad Batch,
right? Bad Batch can be done with Omega, but Grogu, yes.
We talked about this last week, where you see so much Grogu everywhere out there in stores, online, everywhere. You see so much
merchandise.
Grogu.
I'm getting kind of.
We get it. We went for a long time with no Grogu merchandise. Now we're just hammered every day with Grogu. But then you go back and you watch the 2 seasons and the 3 episodes of the Bad Batch. Or not the Bad Batch. I'm sorry, Book of Boba Fett, and you realize why. How good the character is and how good the characters play together. And it's also there, no, man, I'm not tired of it at all.
Yeah, but it's also going beyond daycare. It's going beyond that trope, because the season 1 kind of had they were just trying to find their way. Like, is it you want to settle down? No, because there's bounty hunters after him. We got that realization. And then when it became to season 2 and he got into like Grogu's foresight of it and going off with Luke at the end and the Book of Fett, what that did, that became more than that. Now it's like they're clan of 2. They're a unit, and the story
they really
forward,
came through on the hologram when he repeated, remember Moff Gideon's speech to him, and he means more to you than you will ever know.
Yes,
and
he
not you will ever know. He said it. Yeah. Gideon said it, and he said he, and it's just so awesome. How they switch it all up. Go ahead, sorry.
I'm just saying it's working better with the Mandalorian than all the other series, all the other daycare series. It's working better.
It's just that because the week or so before that, we were talking about that story where I was at Hobby Lobby looking for some stuff, unrelated. But I happened to see that picture of R2 and Grogu. And I was like, damn, this is such a great painting. I would get it if it wasn't Grogu. Because I'm just, there's so much.
The merchandise is.
And to be fair, I honestly at this point I don't want Grogu on my wall. I don't. I'm like, I got enough. I got enough Grogu things around. You know, so I'm like, that's it. That was kind of the point where I'm tiring of.
But then you watch that episode and that heartfelt moment, you're like,
any episode.
I need it.
Any episode, because as soon as you get in there, any episode, you're like, what's he going to do this time?
Yeah.
And we talked about that while it was going on. I was like, okay, there can be a pop for I think there is a pop for every single episode of The Mandalorian, because he doesn't
every head tilt on Grogu. There's a pop.
Put him with a cookie. Put him with an armor. Put him with a knob. Put
The
him
frog,
with the thing on his
the knob.
face.
Yeah,
Frog in
yeah.
his mouth. An egg in his mouth. Stop.
Would you guys call him the face of Star Wars right now?
Yes. I would say he's going to be the future for sure.
I don't know about I think Mandalorian is the face. Din Djarin is the face of Star Wars right now.
I don't think anything's ever going to stop Vader from being the face.
I mean, like current Star Wars, like Disney Plus era.
Like right now,
I think
Star
you have
Wars
Mando's
is the
helmet.
face of Star Wars.
Grogu is there, but it's Mandalorian who's in the charge, and Grogu it's there. It's going to be there, but I don't think you could just put Grogu on a poster and say this is Star Wars right now. Right now, Disney Plus stuff, it's Mandalorian first, and Grogu is always there.
Yeah, I don't.
But I don't know, man.
Grogu is not the Vader icon right now.
Take Grogu out of the whole situation. Mandalorian is not even half.
True, I get that.
It is right now.
I get that, but you're not gonna have a poster of Grogu saying Mandalorian season 3. You're gonna always have,
You hope.
Din
You
Djarin.
hope you're always going to have Din Djarin up there. But I don't want to admit it, but I kind of think he is. I kind of think he is the face of Star Wars right now. And I want the face of Star Wars to be a silver Mandalorian helmet. I want it to be Din Djarin. But in all honesty, going to Disneyland, going to any store right now, going anywhere, you see
the
Grogu,
merchandise is oversaturated. Yeah,
just like you would Darth Vader back in the day. It's
but
Darth
there's something
Vader
about
just
Darth
to be,
Vader. It's like just more.
Well, he's threatening.
Right?
He's threatening,
Yeah.
and he's dark, and he's kind of. We've used the word scary a lot in this episode, but he's kind of a menacing figure. Grogu is not that thing, but at the same time, he's captured the hearts of
this is
millions of people.
I agree with that. I agree, but I also agree, like on the standpoint of overall big picture kind of stuff, like
Grogu's
iconic
the big
stuff.
picture. Grogu is going to
I
be
know
the big
that,
picture
but
for the next 50
Grogu,
years.
But right now, Grogu is for children and everybody else, and Mando is like the hardcore Star Wars fans.
Children and everyone else includes.
That's everybody. That's everybody.
Read that comment.
Everyone
again.
else is everybody.
I understand.
Read the comment again.
But I'm a pure fan.
Yeah, Mando is for pure fans, and Grogu's for everybody else right now. And I agree with that statement.
No, I don't. Because I like Grogu.
It's like putting. It's like it's
and as a character, not as a merch. I'm tired of the merch.
No, I get that. Yeah, but it's almost like putting Luke Skywalker as the face of Star Wars instead of Darth Vader at the OT time. You know what I mean? Like he was the villain. I know he was the big baddie. Everybody likes him. The look was awesome, and he was just a menacing presence. But it's almost like, the heart and soul of it was kind of like Luke's journey through this whole thing, and putting Luke's face as the poster child for Star Wars versus Darth Vader. I'm just looking at it a little bit different than you guys are.
I get it, but I see the. I think you're seeing the show as Mando's journey, and I see the show as Grogu's journey.
I'm seeing that there will be a transition to that point of when Grogu becomes the face of Star Wars. I don't think he's the way I'm looking at it, Mike, I said, might be a little bit different than how you guys are looking at. Like when he becomes Grogu, not this child that's cute and doing little cute things and remembering things. I don't think he's there yet. That's all.
That last comment. That's the better answer, honestly. It's the combo of the two. The two. That's more the face of it. It's not even the other. Yeah. It is the dad and son combination of Din and Grogu more than either one of them by themselves.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
Grogu by himself is cute, but not as cute as when he's hanging out with Din. Okay, again, the what's it called? The Heiress, that episode when he meets Bo-Katan and everything.
Bo-Katan, right.
And as soon as they all take their helmets off and Grogu looks up at him,
yeah.
Is like, you can do that? This whole thing, their repertoire is everything. Right.
Yeah. It's gonna become like 3PO and R2D2. Like those two cannot be separated. When you have the picture of them, it's those two.
So that's kind of probably the better answer. Is the face of Star Wars is Din and Grogu.
Yeah, I can get behind that. I can. Because I have a hard time as individually putting them up as individual. Even like I said, Mando, but I think it's just a little bit more. I think I still have a hard time of just seeing Mando as like this is Star. I do. If those two together. Because again, when I went to Disney and I saw them, I was like, "Oh my god!"
But we've also said that, right? Because when you look at stuff, you're like, "Man, the Mandalorian stuff really is Star Wars now." It's taken over the original trilogy.
Yeah.
Even after the prequels and sequels, the original trilogy was still Star Wars.
It's succeeding in everything that the sequels failed to succeed
Yeah.
in. You know, it's
100%.
giving people something to rally behind. It's giving kids something to look forward to, adults something to look forward to. It feels like classic Star Wars. I'm
because
perfectly
BB-8
fine with
didn't
those
do
two
it.
being. No, BB-8 didn't do it at all. I'm perfectly happy with the two of those now being the face of Star Wars.
Yeah, that changes the whole vision. Those two right now are the face of Star Wars. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, and it's
I
great.
I was talking more as a sense as Grogu and Jin and Rey. Like,
oh yeah, no, Rey.
She was supposed to be the face of Star Wars, and
that was the initial plan. Yeah.
Yeah. She was the face of Star Wars for about 6 years or 5 years. You know, she and Kylo. You know, it was the two of them. They were the faces of Star Wars.
It's easier.
That's who they were trying to make the face of Star Wars, but it wasn't driving with the masses like this is.
Because somehow it's easier to be the face of Star Wars without a face, without a human.
Sure.
Face.
Yeah.
You know, whether you wear a mask or you're an alien, it's a lot easier. Because I love Luke Skywalker and I love Han Solo and Leia and all these characters, but really it's the masked ones that I love.
Yeah.
And the aliens that I love.
So Miss Sunflower, they're all Star Wars to me. Even the sequels that I'm not very fond of, they all have place in this vast universe.
For sure.
And I will. Here's the thing about it, and this is why we do what we do, and we're consumed with Star Wars, is because what we're getting in this whole Disney Plus era is that making those sequels impactful, making things that are going to be like we're going to start accepting them more. I saw another thing just recently, and I don't know if it's old. They had Mark Hamill and Daisy Ridley talking, and I think it was the whole, Mark Hamill saying like, I just didn't think the direction of the sequels were the thing that he thought they were going. And Daisy Ridley's asked about time. Do you think enough time will pass when eventually things will fall into place and be accepted or just kind of talked about in the ways the other movies are talked about? Maybe not accepted as whatever, but when we start talking lore, like all of us here, we mainly stick to our bubble. Sometimes we'll venture outside of it and get into sequel stuff because certain things start to make, like we talk about cloning and all that stuff. But we don't really venture into sequel lore talk a lot. We don't. Right. Will we? And I think the answer probably will be yes. I think eventually we will creep it all into. Yeah, Joey.
What I was going to say is I say yes, but it's going to be after they make more shows explain it, like magnifying 100%. A lot of what was missed.
100%.
Agreed.
100%. And that's the only way to do it. It's the only way to do it is that the Mandoverse and all these shows going forward is that bridge. And, I
think that's what they're doing too. I mean, honestly, we saw it and,
I got to tell you,
it's got to be headed that way.
When we saw Force Awakens, and the hype around Force Awakens and just the title was really cool. It was like, oh my God, like this is really cool. We saw it and I wasn't as disappointed as I like rewatching it now, right? Like, the whole, because we saw it as a whole. But then we went back and saw Rogue One right after, like a year later. And then that brought me back to be like, Star Wars. I know why I love Star Wars. And it's not and then that made me start questioning the sequels right off the bat. And then I'm like, okay, Last Jedi. Oh, Last Jedi, the title. That's an awesome title. And then we just like, I didn't do anything better, and then Solo came out and it brought us back to the OT and this kind of like nostalgia trip. I mean, it's not my favorite movie, but then, you know what I mean? So if they did this whole thing, it was like 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back on the release on this whole time frame. I think maybe if they released the 3 movies 3 years apart without us going back
with them and made it work,
it's almost like, here's our Star Wars, but then I'm going to show you why you love Star Wars in the first place. You're like, Rogue One did that for me, what the trilogy did. And then we get the sequel, and it's like, what are you guys doing? You're ruining stuff. You know what I mean? Like that whole. That's what the fandom just kind of.
The Mandalorian is the.
But then the Mandalorian came and just kind of.
It's probably the easily the most widely loved of all of them, right?
Yes.
We all accepted by all the haters of all the.
And Rogue One. Rogue
Rogue
One
One
and
for the
Mandalorian.
most part. Yeah,
The
yeah. But
Mandalorian was that friend that put his arm around your shoulder and said, "Come on, let's
Check
go
this
talk
It's gonna
about
be
it."
okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Smoke
okay.
one of these.
Right. Cool. That's how it starts.
Exactly. I'm gonna give you one.
And
for
before
free.
you know it, you're on a Star Wars podcast.
Exactly. But to that point, I think eventually, like the sequels will be, they'll have their place. Especially with the room. I know, like Miss Sunflower said this way earlier, 2 hours ago about a Rey movie. I think she said Grogu, but
Because we
don't.
talked about that too. They should connect at some point, right?
And I think so the rumor is that Daisy really is back for a movie, not like I said, not an episode 10, but a movie to kind of bridge the sequels into the future, like that movie where bridging Rey's transitioning to Grogu going forward.
Maybe not even using any of that. How about just say a standalone Rey flick?
That's
instead of a bridge, right? Just because I think we start saying it's going to explain something or bridge something, we'll get our thoughts up too much. If we just say a standalone Rey flick and Grogu's in it, then I'm cool.
Well, and that Grogu, and then like I said, then that fast forward, I'm just throwing out the
but I hope at that point I really hope she finds him on Mandalore. Like he's still there ruling Mandalore. That's just the only way he can go, or else I'm gonna hate it.
I agree. You look at, remember where it talked about like the involvement in the Rise of Skywalker, like the galaxy coming to the aid of and trying to defeat the Emperor one last time. And then you question, like, okay, if they're surviving Jedi or if they're surviving whatever, what is their motive to stay out of that conflict, right? Yeah. Then you look at it and go, okay, if Grogu, I know he's still a child at this point, still 70 years old, whatever. I mean, if his race, right? That could explain some things why he wouldn't be involved. You know what I mean? Like, because he can't. He can't be involved right now.
I think he'd be
didn't have the
close
Mandalorians involved.
I think we'd be pretty close to that point. I know Yoda rounds, right? But he says he's 900 years old. He's been training Jedi for 800 years. Mm-hmm. So by 100, he was training Jedi.
Yeah.
And by then, he'll be 75, 80, 85, 90. He could be, well, he's a Jedi Knight by then.
Prime Jedi.
Prime, exactly. We're good. He shouldn't be training at that point. He should be on equal or ahead of.
Well, now you're doing my counterpoint. Like, why wasn't Grogu involved in that? I know he was invented then. I get it.
I didn't see any, but he was. He was there. He wasn't there, but he was invented.
And the Rise of Skywalker,
we were looking for the Razor Crest, dude.
Oh yeah, that's right, huh?
Yeah.
They're right.
So he did exist, but he was. I'm telling you, he's on Mandalore ruling it. The Mandalorians weren't there. Nothing to do with it. He's not
right. Like I'm saying, that's what I'm saying.
Jedi.
What's the motive of Grogu and the Mandalorians not being involved in that conflict? Like that's a question.
They didn't go ask him.
But the whole signal that went out to all these millions of factions that came to the aid, he didn't get involved. So,
the ruler of Mandalore don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that's a question that could be.
They don't accept calls on Mandalore, and Lando is cheap.
This isn't my fight. Could be one.
Maybe one of those ships was Din's new spaceship after this one.
Maybe. See?
Yeah. Or maybe Grogu was there.
Or perhaps, maybe he was there, or maybe there was a conflict. Yeah, he was there. How about that? He was.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It could be as easy as that, but that's one of those things
that's probably the easiest. That's probably the easiest to do. Is actually there's no explanation for him not being there. We just didn't show him. He's right there.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, that's his ship.
See that blue speck? That's a ship right there.
That's a ship
with all the Death Watch.
That's like I do it. Hey, that's what I do with my tattoo. I just put a little red dot on it so you can find Mustafar in space.
Brilliant though. Easter eggs. That's funny. All right. Well.
Little speck.
I don't know. I'm just ready. I'm ready. I'm done watching TV spots, or I haven't really. I saw a couple of things. I'm like, don't need it. I'm ready.
No. I saw something that one today about Mandalorians, not just a creed about blah. I was like, you know what? I'm good. I just need nothing else tomorrow because they're gonna put something tomorrow that's gonna ruin something. And I've read enough to where but not enough plot points, which is cool, but just enough stuff. And I'm like, okay, I'm ready to rock.
Oh yeah, 100%, dude. I'm glad that it's a little bit of a thing to say, but like I'm glad we're on the West Coast here because we get it at midnight versus 3 a.m. New York, and then they have to wait. Or if they don't stay up, they can wake up to some major things. That's was like I said earlier, that was Ernie's dilemma.
Staying up till 12:40 is a lot easier than getting up at 3 or staying up till 3. Sorry, folks.
Oh yeah.
I would do it.
I don't know why they don't just do it 12 o'clock Eastern.
9 o'clock our time, 12 o'clock there. Yeah.
Like you do with the movie. Like
they did that with Kenobi.
They did it with movies for a long time.
Yes, they did. And they did it with Kenobi series. Kenobi, we got it at 9 p.m.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so watch it as soon as you guys don't get no spoilers. I think
I hope the spoilers I know happen quick. That way I can talk about them.
So
because they seem
exactly. I mean, our phones will be blowing up before we go to bed, right? And then trying to gather our thoughts for a podcast on it. And sometimes it's hard to get things back and recap because we always want to take something and excel with it. We always want to take it and run with it versus taking it and like, okay, what, let's bring it home. That's the hard part about podcasting right after content like that.
What's fun is Bad Batch is a chore, right? So I've got to watch it once. Then I watch it again to make sure I understood the things that I hated. And then I come back here and I do screenshots. So it's a third time, right? With Mando, how it works for me is I watch it at midnight and I'm quite happy. I might watch it twice. Guess what? When I wake up, I'm going to watch it while I'm getting ready and while I'm making breakfast. Hey, guess what? I'm going to watch it at the gym on the treadmill. And then I'm going to come home on my lunch hour between work and I'm going to watch it and make my notes and send my screenshots. Yeah, and that's I never play in the background the rest of the day.
Well, and that's in between our chats, right?
Right.
Did you see this? No, I didn't see that. Bobo, did you?
And that's how the chat goes all day, right? It's like, oh, dude, I just saw the left shoe of the Stormtrooper in the back corner, and do you see he has a Nike logo?
Yeah. So, ergo, Earth is canon.
Canon. That's the bullshit.
Which we already know Earth is canon in Star Wars. So
yes. No, let's not play that. I don't want to play that either. I don't want to play Earth is canon. I don't want to play. Shut up. I don't want to play this.
It is. Episode 1 proved it.
E.T. No.
Yeah. E.T. was in there. E.T. came to Earth. Ergo, Earth is canon.
That's assuming E.T. is real. Like on our Earth.
That race is real?
That's just a movie.
No, it's canon. It's
E.T.'s not real. E.T.'s a movie.
He right away recognized Yoda, dude.
I'm just saying, it's there, and he recognized Yoda. I mean, so the question is the time frame of when ET came to us. It's so funny we call him ET, but
what was his name?
Gene's guy is.
What's his name?
Bob.
Yeah. No, he does have a name. I don't remember.
It was in the book. I just can't. Yeah. Hold on.
Gene's guy is he though? Because they edited him out. So we always say edits are supersedes mistakes.
Okay, wait a minute. So, number one, E.T. had a name, and number two, there was a book that you guys read that told you E.T.'s name.
His name is supposed to be Zarek. Was in a sequel. Let's see what's in the book. Zarek.
Yeah. No, I know that he had a name. Yeah. Like I couldn't tell you.
Frank.
His name was Fonz.
Yeah. The Fonz.
Hey,
he looks like a Fonz.
Arthur Fonzarelli.
CT's name.
It's the sequel novel.
Yeah.
It was a sequel novel. Is Zarek. Zrek.
I didn't even know there was a sequel novel. Wow.
Yeah. See, that's a movie that I remember as a kid wanting to see a sequel and see his planet, but as an adult, you're like, you know what? That was one of the ones that ended perfect. And I'm glad they didn't play around and try to make a second one.
Yeah.
But yet there is a book, but that's fine. But
Spielberg doesn't play around like that, though. Like,
if you don't need to, you don't need to.
Spielberg doesn't really. Wow.
Didn't he trip also when Elliot showed him his figures? When he showed him Walrus Man and
Hammerhead? Yeah, he did. Yeah.
This is Lando Calrissian. This is Hammerhead. This is Snaggletooth. Yeah. That was cool.
E.T.'s his name's not Hammerhead.
Yeah, racist. Remember that? I like that at a certain point of view, or whatever books are talking about. They're all hammerheads because the way we look. Blah blah blah. They're talking about how racist everybody is.
Yeah, exactly.
Star Wars is super racist though.
Squid head. What the?
Yeah, all that.
Prune face. How dare you?
They're the only ones you can kill clean. They're like,
yeah,
so messed up.
prune face, have a glandular problem.
Prune face, yak face. such a
exactly.
Such a bad set of names.
And then Greedo, not green guy, Greedo.
Nope, Greedo.
That's because
Oh my
Han Solo
God.
called him out on it.
Yeah,
Tanner
let's
didn't
make,
have a
it
chance
close,
to
let's
name
make it close to a racist gangster name and do Greedo.
Yeah, right. Instead of Guido, that's so funny.
Man, there he is, really a mess. George Lucas is kind of a dick when you think about
Yeah,
it.
I mean,
The Nemoidians are a straight mess.
we're not going to talk about the Nemodians. That's
Yeah,
this
I
is
mean,
some under
come
fire
on.
there.
Come on, dude. I'm
Or
pretty
Jar
sure-
Jar.
I'm pretty sure the Jawas are pushing it, to be honest with you. So, hey, and there was something else. Okay, watching Book of Boba Fett. I really like the Tuskens. I like the Tuskens in both series.
I do too.
But
I do too.
I like them, but I there is a part of humanizing them a little too much, where they should be evil. They did kill Anakin's mom and send him on a path of destruction. But
That tribe, yeah.
I also take that as that straightened them out. Right? Because that freaked him out.
Yeah, it could be.
So
Sure,
then
sure,
Tusken lore, everybody's like, well, chill out. Don't kill the humans because look what happens.
sure. True.
Or the regular people, right?
Very true. We did this once and didn't end well. We don't know which one's a Jedi.
Yeah, blue sticks come out.
Because they're not aware of they're probably not aware of like the galactic politics of things, so they just think
I
like
wouldn't think so.
we stopped kidnapping and we still shoot at the pod racers. We're still gonna do that.
But that's just for fun.
That's just for fun. Yeah, they were dicks in episode 1, right? Shooting at pod racers. I loved it. That's probably one like I love the pod racing.
So does Chris. It's his
I
favorite.
like half of it. Like the first half and like the first quarter and the last quarter, but that middle half can go.
Yeah. Well, they had to get rid of the other racers.
It's kind of like the funeral scene in Andor. Back half is cool, except for whatever the Empire.
Right.
Here we go again.
The first quarter is cool, but that walk, Jesus Christ!
It was awesome. It was awesome. It's such a buildup. It was great.
I took a nap. It built up.
Sunflower. Some fans are speculating will be going to Naboo for
I
N1
heard
parts.
the reason that's a speculation is because
Maybe
they
see
were
Jar
on
Jar.
they were on the set of the same place they filmed some of the scenes on Naboo. So
Well, Jar Jar better be a jester juggling in the streets. That's
Jar Jar, because he wasn't on in. Was he?
yeah.
Was
he was
on
in
Naboo as a jester,
I
or was he?
want to
Yeah.
say he was the
It was
streets of
Naboo?
Naboo.
No, it was
Yeah.
Naboo.
Theed still? Okay, so all right. Well, that's cool. I want to go there. I want to go back to
Oh,
Theed,
yeah.
to Naboo.
I do too.
yeah, man.
And that has always been kind of an untapped area for me as far as the Sith go. I mean, because that's where Palpatine, murdered his family. Palpatine is from Naboo. I want more of that. Why not, man? Why not? Why couldn't there be a dark side? I know it's not quite canon because nothing is really canon about his past, but why couldn't there be like a dark side hub there or something, a temple? Or
You're right, and
he does have little hidden things around the galaxy, though. Remember, he does have hidden stuff. Why couldn't there be one on Naboo that we investigate? That'd be cool.
The last time I watched episode 1,
you think they'll visit Padme's tomb?
Yeah.
well, the Mando would
I don't know if there's a reason
purpose doing
why.
it. Yeah.
No, there's no reason.
why.
There is a reason why, just for us to see it in passing.
Oh, in
Yeah,
passing, sure.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to. He could walk the way of her funeral.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
have that walk and go by where they were all talking by the pyre. And
then we have to listen to Chris rant about walking at a funeral again for another season of the Star Like That.
We're just
God,
walking by where
Mando
the
just
funeral
walked
took
really
place,
slow.
but they're talking about cooler stuff.
You don't think Grogu would get like some kind of force feeling walking by it or something like that, or
Maybe at some point, but I mean, I don't know how strong his. Well, this
Yeah.
one we're even grown more. It took him a while to even sense Mando on planet, right? In Boba Fett, but
well, right now he's more his force.
Yeah.
His force is more.
and he sensed Luke
That's-
coming or sent out to Luke.
He did.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're talking Naboo. Palpatine's from Naboo. We know that Palpatine's spirit is out there somewhere. Why couldn't it be focused on a point on Naboo? Why couldn't it call out to Grogu? You know why?
Yeah.
There's a lot of cool shit that they could do as far as dark side mystical.
But also,
hold on. Yeah, calling out to Grogu works because that's what's been happening to Ben.
Yeah.
Right. So why not try that with Grogu? But Grogu is just maybe stronger and figures it out. Because I'm gonna take that Grogu's that species is just better at everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna assume that, right? So somehow Grogu isn't affected by it, sees through it, something, right? And it's such an attachment to. Oh, that's the difference, right? He has such an attachment to Mando, he can't be fiddled with and screwed with like that. Whereas Ben was the opposite, and Ben wasn't attached to anybody. His parents were not like Mando. His parents were
Ben was fighting the attachment,
and they pushed him away to go with his uncle, not even live with him. He wasn't pushing away; they were pushing him away.
Right.
They
sent him away.
Mind. Yeah. So that's why he would be. Oh, I don't know where we're going with it right there, but I like the calling it. But I like that. I like trying to call out to him and it not work, but then kind of see, and then we get that scene where he's with Kylo, with Ben. Right. And the call out happens again, but you see Ben react.
Yeah.
and Grogu's ignoring it, but Ben's like, and you just get that first glimpse of I'm gone. Okay, there you go. Write it down.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to see like going back to like the Snoke being a separate entity and stuff where like let's have him around. Let's have a Snoke character, or I don't know if he's
they should.
Yeah, if he's a ruined clone, because I mean, again, that's the whole thing. I start to go this path, and then I go, well, crap, man, he's in jars. Snoke bodies are in jars, so and they have the scar and everything. I mean, it's him, so it's like weird. So I don't think you would have a So
that's where Rise of Skywalker did a severe disservice to the character of Snoke. I mean, they didn't have to go there. I mean, it's an interesting concept what they did, making him like an aspect of or a puppet, essentially, a Palpatine, but it lessens the impact of that character and that character's death at the hands of Ben, you know? So but and then in the future, because they were saying in comics and stuff that Snoke had been around and Snoke had been there. Snoke had been alive through the Clone Wars. He was the whole thing.
Yeah, like he was in the shadows, and then he got into Ben's ear, but then it looked like he was this rogue clone of the Emperor that got out of hand and grew. You know,
but that's all kind of true. That's all kind of true, though, right? If we use the essence transfer stuff, and it's all the Sith or all the thing, right?
But
and you got Palpatine controlling him, and you got it's kind of true, but you got to play with it a little bit. But
you got to make it work, sure.
Yeah,
didn't they have Snoke clones on episode on what episode was on Mando?
The Siege.
The Siege. The Grief Karga episode.
Was there Snoke?
Yeah,
clones.
Yes, clones.
They look like they had the scar and everything.
Oh, that was that
clones. Yeah.
Where was the Ember stuff?
The Ember stuff was
Exegol.
in Kenobi, and
Kenobi. You're right.
The water planet.
Sorry,
I was mixed up. That was the one scene, and I knew what it was in my head. I'm like, I don't need to watch this. I went and cooked. And it came through them all. The clones are over. Damn. And I was thinking it was the Amber stuff. I forgot it was the Snoke clones. Oh, shit. So, there's no reason not to see him this year.
Yeah.
Will Thrawn work with Snoke?
Only if he's working with the Emperor, and I don't know yet. I think so. I think Thrawn will be the most loyal. I don't know why. I don't
see. Here's the thing. I go back to this, and I'm gonna on repeat a little bit about this about Thrawn
all the time.
And I honestly think that Thrawn, seeing how the Empire folded, how it got destroyed, and it was from the top. So I think Thrawn would look at it and be like, you know what? It tried it the Sith way. It tried a Sith entity or Emperor, and it failed. Why do that? Why do it again? I think he would learn from that mistake and be like, now this has to be controlled by a 100% militant instead of a.
No, but 100% we know he would use a Jedi. We know he'll use a Force user. He's done it. 100%.
Okay, a Jedi, that's fine, but not Snoke.
No, maybe not. But maybe he uses Snoke the way he uses Sabayoth. We don't know yet. We're not sure how it's being done. He would not take orders from Snoke, no. But he would possibly use him. He's going to have to use a Jedi or a Force user. He has to. Right. That's going to be his thing. You can't go toe-to-toe against Ahsoka.
So using is Luke, different than
Grogu,
serving.
Ezra. Huh?
Yeah. Using is different than serving. Like he wouldn't serve another emperor.
Just like Heir to the Empire. he used Sabaoth. Sabaoth thought he was in charge, and there was that battle of power in between, right? It was like Sabaoth is telling him what to do, but then Thrawn's telling him what to do, but pretending that he's not. There's that balance thing, right? He's got the Islamir, and he's going to have those, or it's not.
Yeah,
right?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
He's going to have to. It's 100% he's using a Force user. But
so, Miss Sunflower, the short answer, if they were going the way we think they're going, then yeah, it's the
he'll have one, but he will not take orders. But we don't know if it's Snoke, Windu,
or he'll take orders under the guise of who's really in charge. Yeah.
Yep.
You keep saying though that Thrawn, you think Thrawn's loyalty really lies with the Empire, and if anything, those books have shown us his loyalty lies with the Chiss ascendancy.
Yeah.
Everything he does with the Empire is to further the causes and to
it's the strength. He'll align himself with strength.
Right, which is going to be the Empire, his part, any part of the Empire over the Republic, because they're demilitarizing. They're weak. Mon Mothma is weak.
That whole demilitarizing thing is just dumb. It's
after what you just went through.
Dumbest thing ever. Yeah.
The only way for us to have peace is to have no weapons. Get out, Mon Mothma. That's why we get back in the mess again. But that's why Thrawn wouldn't align with them. But he would need the Mandalorians, which again, they've had a past with the Chiss, the Mandalorians, the Sith and the Jedi in a war thousands of years ago. Have some connection there. He'll build. We'll get you your Darksaber back. Let you rule your planet. We'll help you out. Blah, blah. But also, Scott, we don't know where the Chiss ascendancy is right now. Right? Because it's a long time in between books. And we had that Grisk problem. So we don't know if the Grisk destroyed the ascendancy, if that's all through by now. We don't know anything about that. That's the problem. We're going to be going... What's up?
Is there another book on the way? Because I didn't make it through that last book. It lost my interest early on.
Yeah, I'll give it. They get a little wordy. These three, and they're books. But that didn't make sense. But you know what I mean.
I do. I do.
You got what you meant.
Long in the tooth.
Yeah. It's like, okay, you could have got to the point.
So many words in those books.
Yeah, so many words in these books. I like the books if it wasn't for the words.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Just make swishy sounds.
I think they will, but after Ahsoka. I think they're going to get him an end, and then they'll be able to build to it. But that's the thing is I don't know where his loyalty is going to be because I don't know where the Chiss are. But I think his loyalty to, how about that military? Maybe not the Sith leader, but the military and the people he served under him. He's very loyal to that kind of stuff. And I could see him just, to Mooch's point, for weeks, there's going to be different factions.
Yeah.
He's the biggest faction.
I really see it, and I really see it make sense. Like I said, we're talking about how we bring the sequels into our talk and how we bring the sequels into our, everyday acceptance and stuff. And I just see it that way where, because of how, if you want to tell me that the Emperor surviving is on Exegol with the Sith Eternal, and when the First Order rose from the ashes of the Empire and really have no knowledge of but then you have the contingency plan of rebuilding the Empire, but they don't know each other. I really feel that the factions are rising in the shadows of this power vacuum. But then you have, like I said, you have the Sith Eternal with the Emperor. You have the Snoke in the First Order. Then you have, Mandalore maybe down the pipeline, and with Grogu at the helm, and
that's where
that makes a better story for me, right? Than just Emperor's back.
And the one you just pulled up right here was Captain Pelion was his right hand man in Legends. He hasn't been yet.
That's right.
Yeah.
Captain Pelion made one appearance in an episode of Rebels, and I think he wasn't he on board the Chimera whenever it was whisked away into hyperspace?
I have to check that. I know he was there, and I know he was also in the book mentioned, but he was one of the ones where they were coming down on Thrawn, and Pelion's the one that stopped everybody from kind of going after. He believed Thrawn before everybody else did. Yeah. So that was the first connection with Thrawn that really popped well. But yeah, in Rebels, I'm not sure what happened to him there, but it was
maybe we'll get him in Gideon ship.
That'd be great.
Yeah, you know what? It's time for him because remember again the Thrawn stuff that we know. The Heir to the Empire is 9 years post.
Perfect timing.
We're there right now.
It'll either be in the Mando or it'll be in the Ahsoka. Like I said,
it's a combination. It's happening. I think so. Right?
Yeah.
The stuff that Carson Teva. The stuff that he's talking about all the time, that's Thrawn. That's what's going on.
Oh, you
So-
think? See, I just
I
agreed
think
to
it's
you
the-
before you finish your sentence. I thought I'm thinking like he's thinking that it's the First Order, that he's
Yeah, it's Snoke.
getting
It's the clone
Stealing
bodies. It's
kids.
the cloning. And yeah. Oh yeah. It could be the whole Hux's dad's plan and stuff, right? So at this point, Skyrider question was the last Star Wars movie you physically stood in line for more than an hour. It was the last Star Wars
last
movie.
one.
We were
Yeah.
there. I think we met up at 8 a.m, but we were at
least.
Denny's for about 3
Denny's.
hours.
Oh, that's right.
And then we were in the
that was
parking
one
lot.
of the biggest laughs we all had. Remember we played that game?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
What game was it, dude?
Star Wars for Humanity.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Oh yeah.
But the last movie
then
we
we-
stood in line for was Spider-Man, I believe.
Oh, we did Spider-Man as a line. That wasn't very
Yeah.
long. But Star Wars, that
Couple hours.
couple out, even, yeah.
Star
And
Wars is an
before
all-day
that-
thing for us, dude.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
we
before
did
that,
we did like a Christmas gift exchange that whole time, didn't
Yeah.
we? Or was that whenever we went to
Yeah,
see
that was
Batman?
Bryce. Oh,
that
that
felt right. Oh,
I think that's when we went and saw Batman.
I don't remember now. Shit.
Batman or
I'm too old.
Spider-Man might be the. I remember that because I remember that was at the outside of Denny's.
Batman
Cinema.
came after Spider-Man, though. So-
Oh, because I remember Rise. We went to Buffalo Wild Wings. That's right.
Yeah.
Right. Rise. We
That's
went
right.
Buffalo Wild Wings
That's
for
when
like
we
3-4
brought
hours.
our droids. We're all racing them around.
Yeah,
the
yeah, that's right.
parking
We were
lot.
at the Joys, the Sabers. Yeah, I remember because that's when I got sick.
Yeah, and like
That's
Skyrider here at
right.
8 a.m. Cool. Hold on, we're gonna have to nerd brag here. I mean, Mooch and I have spent 3 days in a line before.
Oh yeah.
It's just at the point
Yeah,
where we
so-
have 8 a.m. for a 9 o'clock show that we have assigned seats to. We need to be clear here.
Let's be
Right.
clear. We didn't have to do this.
Because
This wasn't first come, first serve.
we're mega nerds. We go
Yeah.
in there. People aren't fighting us. People are asking us all day, why are you in line?
All
Star
day
Wars.
long. Yeah.
Don't you have
like,
tickets? Seats? Yeah. We're in line.
Get out of here. Yeah.
Yeah. Why
Move
wouldn't you
along,
be in
move along.
line?
Seriously.
Look at this. Look at this kid right here, the Sabersmith.
What?
The Lord of the Rings was the last one he stood in line for. Yeah, he's old. Oh, come on.
Oh, we've all stood in line for Lord of the Rings too.
We all
Yeah,
did.
that was in the era of what 2002 to 5 or whatever, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Matrix,
was the
Harry Potter,
Prequels,
Star Wars.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, they're all-
X-Men. We're all
we were
going
all
right
in
there.
line for all of
Honestly,
them.
the first time I experienced like standing in line and like actually doing line talk with this was before I even met you guys. The first experience I got was when the remakes came out. You know, when they did all
Oh yeah,
the,
97, 98.
the first when they first did the New Hope, that was the first time I experienced like standing in line
Special
with fans and
editions.
just
Yeah.
talking Star Wars.
4 hours in line to see Return of the Jedi on opening day in 1983 in San Bernardino in a shit end of town. That was mine. It was only 4 hours, but it was my grandmother, my grandfather, my aunt, my uncle, my mom and dad arrived. We were all there for 4 hours.
Wait a
waiting
second.
in line to see
I
it.
didn't-
Yeah.
4 hours is your line max?
No, that was the first time I waited in a line
what the
before
hell?
line time.
I
No,
was
no,
like,
no.
besides
no.
us, I thought you besides us. There's
No,
no way,
my-
Scott.
Yeah,
My
that was
max-
about mine because I remember getting in line around 8 o'clock because it was a midnight showing and we got in
Oh,
line
yeah.
around 7,
Yeah.
8 o'clock.
Yeah.
We
No,
had
that was my first line experience.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the
Yeah.
hell?
Oh yeah,
That's
no,
all, I
like,
don't fuck with lines.
episode 3. So we've been, Chris and I have been doing this, forever. Episode 1 was our first actual like midnight show. Just getting there at like 2 in the afternoon and going there. But I remember the reason why we
Costume contest up in the front. Everybody.
Oh,
cheered.
yeah,
That was-
yeah.
Dude, that was a rowdy
Lightsabers
crowd,
in the
dude.
air.
The midnight crowds are what I miss, man. Forget the 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock
100
premieres.
billion
Midnight
percent, dude.
shows,
Yes.
dude. We were
And I
partying,
was-
man. Is that R2? Woo! Everybody's
Dude,
doing the wave and
out-
screaming, and nobody gives a shit at midnight.
So yeah, so Felipe's comment: which Star Wars film seeing theaters I got a standing ovation? Force Awakens for me. Episode 1 was because it was just
Mhm.
everybody. The lights went out. Everybody stood and cried. I mean, it was like a roar
3.
when the lights went out. But
I'd say 3 too. Yeah.
3 got the standing.
Mhm.
3, I was in shock. I was just like, this is
Yeah.
great,
Well, I remember when I went to the remakes and I remember just showing the Lucasfilm thing in the front.
Oh God,
People
dude.
were already
Yeah,
screaming and clapping. and
Lightsabers
standing up in the air,
raised
dude.
and-
oh, yeah,
Yeah,
that's so awesome.
we went to the theaters just to see the trailer and then bounced.
Yeah.
To
My
bought
car
tickets.
caught on
Black.
fire. My car caught on fire in the parking lot, waiting for the special editions, the midnight shows.
Did it really?
Oh my God.
Somebody kicked my amp, and in the '90s we all had our amps under our seat. and
Sure.
everything rigged up, and I had it straight from the battery to the back. It was horrible. Just drilling through the fire wall and just straight hot wire to the seat. But yeah, it caught up. We cut it out real quick, but it was a good little.
But that's the era of I remember that era of Star Wars where it was starting to come back. Like Kenner just started releasing everything. It was under Hasbro, I think, still, right? It had the subdivision.
No, it was Kenner. It was Kenner. It
wasn't
yet.
Hasbro. I mean, I know they bought them, but they didn't switch over to full Hasbro. I thought Hasbro brought back Kenner as a subdivision. No. Anyway, it's when everything started hyping up again, and I still to that day didn't think it was as big as it got until I went to the special editions and I saw the line. I was like, I'm not alone. Like, this is amazing. Like, even when I was hunting for Star Wars toys for the Power of the Force 2 figures in 95 and, going out there, I didn't think it was that big of a craze yet. Right. But I was still on that FOMO reel. I was like, I'm going to miss out if I'm not at every Target every single day.
And not knowing,
I thought it was,
only one Target.
Maybe, Toys R Us, Target.
Apple Valley maybe opened right around there, but it was
95.
Yeah, it was right.
97,
I opened that store.
Yeah, I found my first set of figures at a Suncoast at the Inland Center Mall in San Bernardino. I found Obi-Wan, Leia, and I want to say Luke and X-Wing.
Nice.
Maybe that was I think that was Series 2. But I
was working at Service Merchandise in Victorville, and I was helping them I was assistant toy manager, and I was helping them unload the truck, and out popped the little case that said Star Wars Power of the Force 2, and I'm like, I'm going to set this right here, and bought that whole case, and that just started it all over again.
I was the shopping transportation supervisor at Target in Victorville, and I would go in and get every box. And
Chris had the in. Yeah,
you were the guy.
I opened them up and I had I took one of every one.
Yeah.
Everything else can go in the shelf, but I got every damn figure of every color.
You're the guy I was fighting.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I remember because I had the Star Wars Insider, right? I had and it was quarterly at that time, so 4 times a year. And I remember the second or third Star Wars Insider ever. 2-3 pages in, it says Kenner to make a comeback. Kenner, the Power of the Force, and it was only supposed to be a 9-figure release to celebrate the special editions being it wasn't even special editions, it was the remastered, when they were because all the film was deteriorating and they were taking
all your life you've seen it on this
screen. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it was the remastered, and then the THX came out after that, but it was to kind of like hype the video releases of Star Wars. So they were going to come out with 9 figures, and so they showed like 3 of them at the bottom of one of Star Wars Insiders, and I'm like, I'm all in. I'm in. Where are we going with this? Because before that, I was scouring pawn shops and antique stores for anything Star Wars, Star Wars, like porcelain, whatever. So it was good times, man. It was cool.
That's where I met Mando Mike. We were both working at Service Merchandise together. So I bought the case, and then I was helping him out with Hot Wheels, and I'm like, hey, look at this, and he's like, what? So
yeah.
Good times.
But yeah, that was just that was like, to me, that, I mean, yes, I remember it as a kid, but the whole 97 on to like 2005 was the ultimate hype for Star Wars, because it was when you could tell people you were a Star Wars fan. You know what I mean? Insider and Starlog, absolutely. I would go buy Starlog. No, I would never buy Starlog. It was always Insider and then Fangoria and all that stuff. But
I bought Starlog back in the day, man, because it had everything in it.
Yeah, I never bought them, but I always read them in the magazine section. Always, like, whatever, because when I was buying everything, it had to have Star Wars on it. Like that's the
That's right, Mando.
That was fun.
The hunt was on. That was my first experience of a toy hunt.
That was hunting. That was the actual hunting. So like, it's so funny because, like, when I talk, when we talk about collecting and everybody's like, I missed it. Like, oh, we don't hunt these days. And I'm like, I'm old and I don't care because I did it.
Oh, I do. I still go out. You guys know I still go.
Yeah, I mean that, but to me, it's not even hunting anymore. Like, hunting is actually like, there's a Target here, there's a Walmart here, there's a Toys R Us, there's a KB, and then we're gonna make this full circle. We did it every Saturday, every Sunday.
Guilty.
But why? I don't do it now because I don't have to.
I'm gonna go to Target real quick.
of course, I mean, every time you run a Target, it's a sin not to run to the toy aisle first and then go find
but
whatever
we
you're
had
there for.
to because there was no internet to grab them. We had to find the damn thing. Like,
and that was fun.
We had to fight for those boxes because everybody was a collector.
Yeah.
Yep.
And everybody was grabbing their one out of the box, or two or three.
And
everybody else is jackasses, right?
Yeah. And waking up at Saturday morning, it's like, okay, I'm gonna go hunting. I'm not gonna find a damn thing because what's gonna change from yesterday to today. And so those rare, it's like one of those days, like when you think I given up. And then you hit Toys R Us on the way. I remember hitting Toys R Us, and the guy was putting new figures out, and I was looking at the same ones. He goes, "What are you looking for?" I'm like, "Oh, the new wave is supposed to hit." And it was the Bib Fortuna wave. I remember that, and he goes, here's a whole box." I'm like, "Oh shit!" So 2 of each one. Thank you very much. Went to the counter. The guy was like, "Where are those?" I'm like, "The guy's putting them out right now." It was like it was the last stop on the way home, and those are the moments that you remember have kept you going. That refueled you for the next weekend and the next month. And like I said, and then what was the other toy magazine that came out at that time? It was
Toy
Wizards,
Fair?
Toy Fair, and then Wizards, right?
Yeah. Toy Fair was a subsidiary of Wizard, but you get the toy news in both of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So you would look like the next wave of here's the 5-6 figures or vehicles and stuff. And
so what those magazines? Because I never even heard of these. They
what?
Yeah.
Oh, they would pre-announce months before. Yeah.
Let me tell you my first real experience on actually collecting figures, and it was at the very beginning of the Phantom Menace. And I mean, I had toys from before when I was a kid, but I'm talking about like sealed, not open, nothing. And I remember me and Ernie went to Toys R Us. Ernie was the one that told, "Hey man, let me show you the ropes. I'm gonna show you how to do it and everything." I remember we're waiting in line, and there's this guy. I'll never forget what he was wearing. He's wearing one of those buttoned-up silk shirts with the flames on them. With a flame-looking hat.
Like Bam Bam Bigelow?
Yeah.
He's like that. So he's just walking up and down, pretty much asking everyone what they're looking for. And Ernie was just telling him, "Oh, yeah, Star Wars and stuff." And we're asking him, and he said Hot Wheels. And Ernie's like, look at me, pull me aside. He goes, "He's lying." I go, "Why would you say that?" He goes, "He's lying. I'm telling you right now, he's lying."
Yeah.
But he was what he was doing. He was filling everyone out on what they were looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember the doors opening. Ernie told me, he goes, "Watch, these guys are all gonna run in there." And I'm like, "Nah," Sure enough, as soon as those doors opened up, everyone just beelined.
Yeah.
Homeboy with
like the Roadrunner
shirt beelined right to the Star Wars stuff, got a cart and just knocked everything inside that cart and started just picking and picking and picking. And Ernie, I remember Ernie getting pissed. "Hey man, hey, you know what?
Share the love."
Yeah, I remember we walked out like maybe 3 or 4 figures each, but that guy was walking out. I mean, he was dropping them while he was trying to run out with them.
Marco ran out of that Toys R Us the same way. He walked out with 2 of everything. Marco walked out with 2 of everything.
So that episode 1, when I was married, I told my wife at the time, I said, "Oh, I read they're only come up with 12 figures. There'll only be 12. So I got to get, there's gonna be 24." And I calculated it. They're $4.99 each or whatever it was. So I had a set budget, and she was already pissed that I was doing that. And then when we stood in line and the doors open, when I got all the figures that were, there was like 22 figures that were released that day, plus a couple vehicles. And then I just 2 of everything, went to the cart. And I was in the parking lot, and the guys were comparing receipts, and I went, $394. I was like,
I spent like $80 maybe.
Yeah, I was all like 394. I was all.
I had just got back from Celebration, the very first Celebration that same night, and so I had a couple of them because there was only like maybe Darth Maul and something I can't remember. And then we had the Mace Windu pre-order and the Stat pre-order.
The Stat, yep, I remember that.
The early ones.
Yep.
Remember getting there in the newspaper had interviewed. Oh, I just love it.
I was there all day, man. I was there all day.
I got there for an hour, and the paper is Chris Franz and his friends.
Chris and his friends. That was like an ongoing joke.
Franz and friends.
Yeah. And it was with a Darth Vader tattoo on his arm. Blah blah blah. Right. That was so funny.
Yeah, that was
Oh,
hey, I haven't showed the show. I'm going to show the show real fast too. So we said Darth Vader tattoo. I got my Darth Vader.
Wait a minute. We need to make sure that we've got a full focus. Nope, not that guy.
That's Mooch.
No, we need this guy right here. How can I make sure? Oh, I don't know how to make it. How do you make it just Chris?
You don't have to make it just me. It's all right.
We
can the
do.
four of
We
us.
absolutely do. It's worth it.
Oh,
there we
shit.
go.
All right, dig this. So I had a Darth Vader here and the Ring of Power going around. If anybody ever saw that right on the show, but I just had my 1995 Vader covered up with
Sexy.
Look at that, Vader and the Death Star.
So much
got
better.
A space move in there. There's a red planet in here. If you can see, it's Mustafar just hidden. And then check out his tie. I'm still working on it. You can still see the Ring of Power back here a little bit.
Yeah.
I got one more session to put his castle and finish that tie and finish his tie.
Freaking awesome. Awesome.
Getting pretty done up there. So
yeah. Go back to that newspaper and go check this Vader out.
Yeah. It's pretty nuts, man. When I went to go get that covered, or I said I want it touched up, man. I said I need this thing clean. You know, he looked at it, he's I'm just gonna give you a new one if that's cool. Well,
yeah.
And I said he said, do you mind if I go into the Elvish? And I'm the arm's yours, dude. Take it. We'll just do
it, man. No, that's freaking awesome.
Yeah. So
I haven't seen it in person yet, so I want to see.
Next month it'll be out of his behind his helmet will be the top of the castle, right? Where there's like a smoky background to go around the shoulder, and then the lava will come off of his waterfall. There's lava fall into the back of the cowl, and then we'll tighten that shit up.
Love it.
Wow.
Yeah. Wild.
That's cool.
So,
looks great, man.
It hurts. This one, I was ready to cry for days. The last one, the Death Star and everything,
cake.
I was cool. 2 days later, I was ready to go. So sorry, I just want to do that real quick.
No, dude, please do.
Awesome.
When you get more, you have to do an update on it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I will. Yeah. Okay, and then I'm gonna tell you my plan for the next one. Just to tell you.
Yeah.
Because the same circle here was the Death Star. It's gonna be the bat signal in the sky right here, the circle, and then I'm gonna have him do the Jim Lee Batman on the gargoyle. Right.
Oh, nice.
And to go around the whole, because that'll cover up the old mythosaur, the improper mythosaur, the cog, and my baseball back here. The cape will take it all over, you know. So that's
Mando Mike has resubscribed to your OnlyFans, so you're good there.
Resubs. Why'd you even leave in the first place? That's bad.
Because I upped the price when I started getting crazy.
See, yeah, you got a little cocky, didn't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, exactly.
You got a little cocky.
That's what she calls it.
Is that cold weather?
Right into that. Right into that one.
Oh God.
That's my OnlyFans name.
See what I'm talking about? This goes back full circle. When you talk about brilliant comedy, that's it right there. And if Cocaine Bear can do that, then we got a winner.
And it can't.
Shit.
Oh my God. All right, guys. Well, I mean, we're 3 hours into this.
Yeah.
I got to pee so bad.
That's what I just did. I'll be right back. We'll see you in a minute. I took a shit.
Jesus Christ. I think we should wrap it up and then regroup and then get into
we didn't even talk nonsense. We didn't talk about other stuff. We didn't
not
talk about
much,
House of the
man.
Dragon
Not much.
at all. We didn't talk about the Peacemaker. Yeah, we did.
Just go do your business and come back.
Nothing to talk about Peacemaker right now. Not until I finish watching it. Not until I finish watching it, then we'll talk about it properly.
When are you gonna do it?
It's on my time.
Obviously.
No one tells me.
You probably forgot already what happened on the last episode you watched, huh?
Huh?
You probably forgot about what happened on the last episode you watched.
No, the last episode I watched was the one dude is a butterfly and he attacked the girl, the other chick in it, and yeah. So it's like 5 episodes in, 5, something like that.
Yeah, because you got past 4, and 4 is my favorite.
Yeah.
Just the soundtrack and the end of that one is my favorite.
It's good.
But the last one's pretty sick too. The soundtrack in the last one's pretty.
So Felipe, I'm the only one that saw Ant-Man in this room.
Yet.
There was a comment about this, though. Well,
I'm okay to talk Kang, though. I'm okay to talk Kang.
Yeah. No,
honestly, I don't even care about spoilers.
No, if you guys want to talk about it, go ahead. I don't care about spoilers.
Honest to God, in Ant-Man, there's no spoilers. There's nothing.
Kang survives.
Yeah. The Kang was the best part of it. Somebody made a comment of like Kang is an absolute great addition to a villain in the MCU, but not a villain in the Ant-Man movie.
I saw that same thing.
I'm like, yeah, but when did like if you're when did a Marvel movie have a villain that that was introduced in one movie and expanded into thing? You know what I mean? It wasn't
Yeah,
a
because
thing, but
Ultron stayed put in that one.
Right.
It was Thanos, introduced, but it was different. He wasn't introduced like as a villain and
Right,
then
right.
continued to be a villain.
But this makes sense because I look at it
No.
like Ant-Man crossed paths with Kang's demise or where he was stranded, and then then he got, it wasn't Ant-Man that set him free, it was the mom. But yeah.
So Kang, he's in the quantum realm here, right? What is it, the same Kang that was in Loki, or are we talking an alternate universe?
I thought it was a different
Kang,
one. I thought he was separate from the one who remained, or he who remained.
It's
the same actor, but it's a different version.
Well, they're all
Kang.
so you'll know that. So Kang's okay. Anybody in the chat that hasn't seen it, I am gonna spoil Kang's motive in this whole thing.
I like this comment really quick from Rick Jones where he says Ant-Man wants to be Star Wars kind of a lot.
Somebody said if you look at this like the Star Wars of the MCU, and people have to stop saying that. Guardians is supposed to be the Star Wars. Remember in Green Lantern when Ryan Reynolds said this is the Star Wars of DC? Get out of town, dude. And I was all hyped for that. I'm all, Green Lantern is the Star Wars of DC. Yeah. I'm in. And then I watched it and I'm like, oh, it's the Ghost Rider
like
2.
Okay, so Kang is saying Felipe is saying Kang saved the film. Like, so I enjoyed this Ant-Man movie, and I'm not saying it's my favorite. I'm not saying it's the best Marvel MCU movie. I did not like Ant-Man and the Wasp, but this one was a different. It felt like a Guardians. Great. Yeah, first Ant-Man was fantastic. It had heart. It had everything. And Ant-Man and Wasp was like just a filler.
And then Scott and all the Avengers stuff is awesome.
Yes, like Ant-Man's great, but like I agreed this was the propel of Kang, but it was also I don't know if you guys read Batman Who Laughs. So this kind of goes into where Kang, the one that's trapped in the quantum realm, was sent there as like a prison because all the other Kangs, the multiverse, Infinity, he was pulling in
the Sentinel of Ricks. Got it.
Yeah, it's like he's the worst of the worst, and all the other ones trapped him there because he was going to get rid of all of him, and he was going to be the only Kang left out of every multiverse. And so
that's cool.
He's King Kang.
Yeah, so the Avengers Kang Dynasty, when they get into Kang Dynasty, it's so that's why all of him put him the one Kang in the quantum realm as like a prison. And so, he gets out, of course.
Okay, so I thought He Who Remains was the same Kang. I thought that that's where I thought he had been introduced in Loki. Now we were seeing him here, and it was kind of going to give Loki a little bit more meaning.
Right.
Because Loki was a fun story, but overall, it's just kind of a toss away story. You don't really need
Loki's going to be the most important thing to me because that's how they're bringing Deadpool in.
Right.
Right? Because Owen Wilson's in Deadpool.
So
that means the TVA's in Deadpool.
Yeah, so Phase 5, dude. So Phase 5 is going nuts as far as multiverse and characters. I mean, they've proven it to where, like I said, that they're just using this whole thing to bring in any character they want at this point, and even maybe dead characters. So
could you imagine this with Star Wars?
No, that's the whole thing. Yeah, exactly. Why is
isn't that what we were supposed to get with George Lucas's sequel trilogy? Was we were supposed to go microscopic,
right?
The midichlorians of it all,
right? It was the micro.
We could have gotten Quantumanium Star Wars.
Oh
Bill Murray is in Ant-Man. He's hilarious. He's funny, but he's part of the quantum realm. He's in that realm. Like he's a character in it. And Michelle Pfeiffer's character, but she was there for 30 years, so he was her lover at that point. They had relations, and he's hilarious in it. And
good.
Yeah, it's great. And there is some, like I said, they're using Ant-Man to propel Kang's story, and so it's not like a villain of Ant-Man. It was just the how.
And it was probably too big for Ant-Man and his crew because they're all suited up, right?
Yeah.
So
the daughter, everything.
So the insect people,
just the Ant-Man.
Down. They can't take him down. So it's too big for this little team. That's a good start. Having a villain win is nice.
Yeah, he didn't really win. It was just. Well, I mean, like him. It's like this. It's like him, King, escaping saved the quantum realm, but is going to destroy everything else. Our world, you know what I mean? So they cheered the saving. So they got rid of Kang as the threat of the movie, but the overall Kang that escaped is the antagonist of, everything.
Okay.
Like he escaped, and so now he's threat. So they're saved. The little people are saved, but now we're in trouble, kind of deal.
Oh, thanks a lot, Ant-Man.
Yeah, exactly. And so trapping him there was like, okay, you're dooming that world, but we're saving the rest of the multiverses in our world, kind of stuff. But so.
Hey, Papa Schmitty's deal here.
Okay, so Papa Schmitty saying I might have rose-colored glasses, but I think it'd be hard for Marvel to top the final the finale end of the final of Endgame. I don't feel the build up team /team up in this phase yet.
They're not building it the way they did the other one, right? It was
no.
It was a piece of architecture. The other one, you could see it being built and being done. This one was just slapping shit around. Last time, everybody, and you were edging the whole time, ready to go, and you get your big explosion at the end. This time, everybody's just shooting all over the damn place. You don't know where it's going to land. You don't know who's in the movie. You don't know.
Phase 4 was
where it's going.
Phase 4 was the calm down phase. Like, okay, after that whole,
you mean that everybody got bored and stopped watching it phase?
But it was. But you couldn't go in from Thanos to King. You couldn't do that transition the next movie. It's just like, okay, we just did this, the big baddie and another big baddie. So you had to.
You're right. It really is hard just to jump in and do it.
Yeah. So you had to have this little bit of where it was standalone movies. They had their own little threats, and the overall really didn't. Didn't do a lot.
It's very comic book universe that way.
Yeah.
You have the big annual, big crossover of all the books tie into one big event, but then the rest of the year it's hey, so what this does,
so what this does, it sets up the next 10 years or whatever. As like I said, I think there's the Avengers Kang Dynasty. It's that whole storyline.
They have Secret Wars and Kang Dynasty going at the same time. That's a lot, isn't it?
That is a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. And so, that's again what they did do. They just they just turned the multiverse to 11. You know what I mean? Now you can have Robert Downey Jr. forever be Iron Man. You can have, a million Captain Americas come in, any Captain America.
And that's the thing. Any actor you pull in now, you can always change actors without bullshit. Yeah. Your Hulks don't matter anymore. Right?
Nothing matters.
That's just a different one. Could you imagine they could bring in Norton now?
They could, yeah.
And the cooler Hulk.
So do you think they can throw in any what if stories?
Yes. Well, they did with Doctor Strange. I mean, they kind of did, right? They had what's her name as Captain America, well, she wasn't
Peggy
Captain
Carter.
America, but Peggy Carter,
Yeah,
which was a what if story, and they made it a reality in a multiverse, which were all those what if stories were. They were like multiverse stories.
And Doctor Strange felt like it wasn't it? Like, didn't he the evil Doctor Strange? Or
maybe that was 100%. Yeah, it was like our Doctor Strange did this, and then so so. It's a cool concept, but it's also going to get, and I agree with Felipe's sentiment, was the first 10 years was the Marvel at its finest. It had Marvel, you had the best of the best characters. You had one of the better villains of all time and the purpose of it. And they did the MCU version of the Infinity Saga, right? And it just came to this awesome, cool bubble. The next phase of it, you're getting secondary, third generation characters or alternate versions of the first gen characters. It's not going to be as impactful, and it's going to lose a lot of luster. And no matter what the villain is,
characters and renamed them, regendered them, or something, right? And it's all just going to be like, what's going on right now?
Yeah.
Especially if you're not paying attention to the shows.
Yeah.
Right. Because that's huge. Anywhere from because Black Widow, right? Because I just saw Miss Sunflower said she never watched Black Widow. Right, but isn't the Russian dude? Isn't he going to be in the new? Not the Avengers, with Red Hulk.
Oh, right.
Hold on, it's coming.
Thunderbolts. There you go.
So he's going to be in Thunderbolts. Where'd this guy come from? Well, he's in there, and there's so much going on right now.
There's a lot, and like I said, I don't know where it's. Is it going to have that impact build up? Thing going.
It's
forward?
not. It's not. We don't know where it's all going because there's two piece parted right now. It's just,
so I watched Wakanda Forever.
Overrated.
I love the
I agree.
what they did with Chadwick's character.
The beginning and the end were fantastic.
Okay, but
yes,
they mentioned nothing of the past 10 years of like nothing went on, and like with the undersea people, like none of them disappeared. They didn't care. Did they disappear? Half of them had to disappear too. Like nothing was referenced. The whole thing was like a weird.
You would think that something like that would leave a lasting impact, where they would.
The whole purpose, like what. Why did he resurface? It wasn't just because they found vibranium. You know what I mean? Like they resurfaced because there's this bigger threat going on that they couldn't control.
So it's nothing. Like in our world, big key events in our life, they reverberate forever, like 9/11. We will never forget where we were, what happened during 9/11, right? You would think that something like the snap, and half of the universe disappearing would reverberate through everything for forever. There would be... Except they all came back. Right.
Well, that's something. But the whole purpose, it's almost like, okay, they made themselves known in this whole Numar, right?
Namor.
The villain.
Namor.
That whole
Stupid
thing of it coming back is because they found vibranium outside of Wakanda, and they figured they didn't want that out and making weapons to use against everything. But I would be like, okay, so to me it was like a standalone little thing without any reference to anything. Yeah, that's exactly. But it would be cool for them to surface and be like, all right, so stuff is going on up there that we can't be silent down here. Even so, we're gonna take it upon ourselves to take all the vibranium from Wakanda so it doesn't get into the aliens' hands. And that's what I thought where they were going with it, and they never touched it, they never referenced it, and it was like, I was kind of like I said, besides the whole Black Panther thing and all the homages to it, that was very, very heartfelt. That I think they did a very good job with that. They used real life situations and they put it in the movie, like what I thought they should have done with Princess Leia, but they didn't. So other than that, the whole really story was 2 hours too long.
The fact that they hit on it before the movie started.
Oh, before the even title came up.
Exactly. Yeah. I just thought that was the coolest thing, and it gave me such big chills. How I'm all, wow, that was really respectful and well done, and just played off great. And then you did it before the movie, so it's not even part of the movie. And then her end with him was obviously fantastic. Now, in the midst of it, the story was just kind of like,
it was bad.
Didn't care for it. The more I didn't care for is folks I didn't care for.
Exactly.
The Wakandans are all cool, but you know what? Here's the thing. I like M'Baku, and I know it bothers me, dude. The dude is, and I have no problem with the Wakandan women being warriors, 0, because they've established this.
Right.
But I watched 5 of them take these big things down, and M'Baku get his butt kicked, and I'm like, come on, somebody else just get your butt kicked too. I don't know why they intentionally do that. Just stop doing that. That's all I'm asking.
Oh yeah,
I still haven't seen the movie.
It's good. It's decent.
I mean,
nowhere near the first one, and it's mid-tier.
It's your typical Phase 4 flatline story energy of it. Yeah, it was like here's a movie.
Good bookends to a blah movie.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Like I said, haven't seen it because honestly, I cannot stand Namor. I think he is a ripoff Aquaman. It's I just don't like the character. I never have liked the character.
The floating with the ankle wings is just wild.
It's so stupid.
It just
it's so dumb.
And it comes off worse.
Cliff, what's up, man?
Action.
Yeah, haven't seen Cliff in a while.
What's up, Cliff?
What's up?
Yeah,
buddy?
Live action did not do well. Now, I did not mind. I like that it wasn't Atlantean or anything. I like that they switched up his background. I know a lot of people didn't like that, but it makes sense. It separates it completely, and it kind of made it match the opposite of Wakanda. Right, so it was another a nation, and it was away from everybody else, and it was hidden and secret, and it was that. And I get why they would battle. I got all that. I just don't think it was done well. But it always comes down to execution, writing.
It felt like a DC movie to me. I'll say it. It felt like a DC version of like a rushed, using characters just for the sake of using them, and then having this battle that does nothing for the overall story. And kind of like, it just felt like that. So
yeah.
Brandon Epler, he really liked it. This is where I was kind of hoping we'd be able to get some of our listeners on with us tonight, to where we could, Tell us, what did you like about it, Brandon? What worked for you that obviously didn't work for us, man?
Sometimes it's just a matter of it hit me right. Like some movies you just can't dial it in. Sometimes I leave a movie, I'm like, you know what? I'm just happier now that I watched that movie. That movie made me happy. or like Big Bang. I don't know what it is. I could probably explain it if I sat down and thought about it, but I know when it's on and I hear something, I'm happier for it. I don't have to dial it in, you know. So if he likes Black Panther, maybe it's just like, hey, Solo. I just dig Solo. It's a fun effing ride.
Yeah.
Solo's not my favorite Star Wars. Like, well, of course, I mean, it's not even up there with like top 5, but it's still good.
But I can put that one on anytime.
Yeah. Solo's a fun ride.
If I'm flipping a channel, not that I have channels right now, right? But if everybody cuts cables, right? But I'm at a hotel flipping channels, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to stop on Solo. I might skip the Rise of Skywalker and look for.
100%. If I had to choose which one is on, it's anything but the sequels.
Solo, I'm stopping every time, and I'll put it on.
The thing is, I don't need to watch the sequels anymore. I got it. So.
Brandon Epler, the whole Atlantis thing fit well, and it was an awesome tribute to Chad. The ending with the sun was great.
Okay, cool. The bookends, the tribute and the ending. That's it. Everything else in between was like a DC kind of cluster F. You know, that was just. Yeah. You're going through the first, like I said, I'm going to compare this phases to the first 3 phases, and you're watching every movie that you go to the movie theater with or whatever it is, and it might have a standalone villain and you beat that villain, but there's an overall feel to it as what we're working towards. You know what I mean? And none of these are doing,
you know what I got?
Doing its justice. So
I got a vibe out of that movie from watching it. That could have fit, like, since it's a standalone, it really didn't touch the MCU. That really could almost fit in the Star Wars universe with the weapons they use, the characters they are, the outfits they wore. I thought, I'm like, damn, you put an alien face or some weird ears on these people, they could be in our universe. That's how it felt disconnected from MCU is what I'm trying to get at. It was just like really not. That's probably my problem. It wasn't
so
there.
Why were his people blue? I mean, because in the comics they weren't.
They were cursed.
Going all the way back.
Was it cursed? How would you use it?
So they drank the flower thing, right? And they couldn't breathe oxygen, but they can breathe underwater, and that pigment
turned them blue or something.
Yeah.
And okay, so why was Namor not affected by that?
Because he was half human, half whatever race. And the blue ones were the ones born after.
Okay.
Right? Something like that. I don't know.
Like that.
I don't know.
It shows you how much you cared.
Yeah. So much I paid attention to it. Because it was a fleeting mention in the whole dialogue on it, like the whole backstory, that little 10-minute over explanation of things, and they did it, and I was just like, oh.
So, this is how I can tell what kind of movie it was.
If another Avenger was in it, it would have been.
Desiree was originally the one that wanted to watch Black Panther, and she had told me, can you watch this with me? And I was like, yeah, so we'll watch it. And she was into the whole first one, like from beginning to end.
Oh yeah, the first one's good.
And I was too. I actually liked it. But the second one, she watched the first maybe 20 minutes of it, and then I could start seeing her, getting her phone, looking at her phone, and then me too. And it's like it was a hard chore to watch from the last the first half hour of it all the way to the ending. It was like hard to sit there and
Here, Brandon Epler has the perfect explanation. There it is, right there. The overcoming of grief by his sister, and when she lost her mom and all of that, she had to find her way besides revenge. Namor was unaffected because he was in the womb of a lady who drank the juice. Right. He was born after they. Yeah. So
after they drank the Kool-Aid, got it.
I'm glad, Brandon. I'm glad you liked it. I mean, it's just after watching Ant-Man, I'm kind of like, all right, cool. Phase 4 is done. We're getting to some things that are going to affect other movies and move forward. I'm like, cool, let's do it. But with Miss Sunflower's comment about DC and James Gunn, I'm more excited for that, and it's going to start with the Flash. So.
I know we're biased. I'm biased.
Of course, we're biased. The whole thing, the whole thing is, we've explained it so many times. We've been done, different episodes on it.
MCU. We like the MCU. Good job.
Yeah,
it's been fun. It's been a great ride. I'm tired of it. DC, do some shit.
We grew up on a more, I think DC. Well, I'm talking for myself. It was more in my face on TV. around the corner, movies,
Yeah.
whatever it was, Marvel wasn't a thing,
Super
and
Friends
Marvel
was
went
my
through,
thing. I love
yeah,
Super
and
Friends when I
Marvel
was a
went through
kid.
some bad times when I was in high school. So I didn't latch on to Marvel comics because that's when the split and Image Comics came and that whole thing, right? Marvel didn't have anything good back then besides Spider-Man and Todd McFarlane. Todd McFarlane, that was
that
it.
era.
Yeah.
And that era in DC Comics is whenever they were just starting to hit their stride.
Oh God, it was great.
Getting
It
better
was,
and better. And for me, I mean, you like Chris said, Super Friends were his jam whenever he was growing up. Mine too. I also grew up watching Adam West Batman and Christopher Reeves Superman and George Reeves Superman. I mean,
George Reeves Superman you would catch,
yeah. Whenever you think of and Linda Carter, Wonder Woman, whenever you think of superheroes,
Superman, Batman,
era,
Wonder Woman.
whenever when we were growing up, Superman specifically, before the 89 Batman movie came out, Superman was the superhero. And then once 89 Batman hit, then Batman started really to resurge. And man.
See, as a kid, it was always Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Spider-Man. And at the time, when I was when I was little, I didn't know about DC and Marvel. I just knew superheroes. But Spider-Man was the only one when I was old enough to go like, oh, that's Marvel, and then these are DC, and that was the only character that I gravitated towards on Marvel was Spider-Man.
Spidey.
I thought I thought I was out of touch with Captain America. I thought didn't care about
Hulk?
Thor. Hulk was like a secondary character to me, always in the cartoons.
I liked Hulk because I liked the live action.
Well, I got into Hulk because of X-Men when him and Wolverine went at it constantly and battled, and I mean, like, hey, that's when I was like, Hulk is badass, and so X-Men I do like about Marvel. Like X-Men came in later though for me, but as a kid, it was Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman.
X-Men was during the cartoons, right?
Yeah.
When the cartoons hit, when everybody went, oh, look at these guys.
Yeah. That's when, like I said, the
video
Hulk
games hit and all sorts of cool shit.
Yeah. Oh God.
It's Philippe Terrazas here. Batman 89 was when he first noticed DC. I think that's when a lot of people really started sitting up and paying attention specifically to Batman. But before that, I mean, if I was a kid at a drive-in watching the first Superman movie, and I mean, the tagline, the tagline, "You will believe a man can fly." No doubt, that was such a great tagline for a great movie. I mean, to me, Superman 1 and Superman 2 were almost the pinnacle of superhero movies.
Oh,
until,
so
until we started seeing,
So movies got better at interpreting fantasy figures because, 70s and 80s weren't that good about it, besides Star Wars, right? But, because was there a Justice League movie in the 80s? That went to like video.
Went
to like video.
It was in the works.
Early 90s. It was in the early 90s. I had it on VHS, and dear God, it was awful.
Yes, it went straight to video, right? Like it was.
No.
That had
canceled.
Ship was the Flash, though, right? It was that Flash. It was that.
No.
John Wesley Ship. No. It wasn't
No, John Wesley Shipp did a great version of being the Flash in 92, 91, 92.
So I remember our old Dollar Theater, the old one that's now a Ford dealership. I remember seeing the poster for the Justice League there, and that was about 92, 90, in the early 90s when I first moved up into our area. I remember seeing a poster of the Justice League movie or Flash or something on a poster. I remember that.
It was never released.
Yeah, I remember never seeing it. But seeing it there.
It was basically a made-for-TV movie level quality. I mean, it was terrible.
Yeah, I remember saying to myself then, going, I don't think we're ready for like the technologies there for this kind of like superhero movies.
Like again, like the Green Lantern looked ridiculous if I can recall.
It was Guy Gardner. It was Guy Gardner. It was Wally West.
Yeah.
It was Fire and Ice, but they were. Yeah. It was essentially the Maguire era of DC of Justice League with Booster Gold and Blue Beetle and all that. But it without any of the charm. It was awful.
No, like I said, I've never seen it, but I remember that being a thing of some sort. Like I remember there being a subsequent movies before the big craze of superhero movies, like when Marvel sold its rights to Sony and 20th Century and all that stuff. That's when what was it? X-Men, and then Blade, X-Men, Hulk. What else? X-Men, Spider-Man, Fantastic Four. Like that was the craze. Because I remember going to LA Comic-Con back in the day when it was at the Shrine.
Brace yourselves.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah,
That's it.
You've got Fire, Ice. That is not John Wesley's ship, but it is Wally West, Guy Gardner, and the Atom, of course. And the Guy Gardner was like a really obnoxious version of Hal Jordan. He had the same history,
Fantastic.
like pilot. Yeah, it was so bad.
Oh, man.
So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, like Rick Jones. Where is it? Superman was boring compared to, because that's what I'm saying. Movies they weren't capable of movies were not capable of bringing superheroes to life until Spider-Man. That's when it was like, oh, okay, we could do this way better, And then of course, when Disney took over, they perfected it.
I don't know, man. I think all four. I like all four Batman movies.
Yeah,
Superman.
Batman. Yeah, Batman.
Before
Superman was my first hero.
I'm right there with Joey. Joey just said, what'd you say, Joey?
He was my first like superhero movie that I gravitated to, like the Christopher
Superman.
Reeves. Yeah.
Superman.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. That was us growing up. I mean,
Gene
Richard
Hackman
Donner
as Lex
film.
Luthor.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, Richard.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah.
Jeff Johns, man. Jeff Johns was actually Richard Donner's assistant. That's how he that's how he made his way into DC Comics, was as Richard Donner's assistant. So
nice. Yeah, those are freaking. Those are like I said, the pinnacle of superhero movies back then, of course.
Well, that was it.
Yeah, and I didn't even like when Superman Returns or whatever it came out with. It didn't have
Brandon
that.
Ralph.
Yeah, I mean, it tried really hard. It did a good job, but it just didn't.
The issue with that again was Superman getting his ass kicked by humans. It's just like, golly, those guys were just beating the shit out of him. He was like just immediately down and getting kicked off this meteorite. I'm like, golly.
At least with Superman 2, he lost his powers and then he get it back. You know what I mean? So,
Well,
at least they explained it.
Looks. Look at how sexy that is. See, this is how confused this Green Lantern was, because it's Guy Gardner's outfit, Kyle Rayner's logo, and mask.
I didn't know any better.
Yeah,
it's just
they didn't have podcasts back then to nitpick it,
right? How terrible is that? Yeah,
super.
So,
yeah.
Oh, you haven't even seen Martian Manhunter yet, because Martian Manhunter was in it. And it was a really well-established actor too that played Martian Manhunter. I can't remember what his name is.
I got to see this movie now. Like I got to watch it just for the sake of it.
I had it on VHS and it was so bad. So bad. Anyway.
Did we ever talk about the end of Zack Snyder's Justice League? That was supposed to be a Green Lantern showing up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it was supposed to be, and then we got Martian Manhunter. Right. There's a petition to say like I saw a petition on Reddit or something that said bring the Snyderverse to Netflix, right? Let them have like their thing, and I'm like, it's not that great. It's not that.
At this point, let's let it drop and let's see what Gunn can do, man. Let's
Thank
get
you.
a proper dark side in here. Let's
I don't.
Let's have this Martian Manhunter show up.
Dude. Look like Martian Manhunter got beat up by Martian Manhunter.
It's better than the Atom. Golly.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
It's funny too, because if you watch this movie, you can actually see the actor's real skin tone underneath the eye sockets of the Martian Manhunters.
Yeah.
It's oh god, you have no idea how bad this is.
You're
welcome.
The Flash suit had nipples.
Trick.
And they weren't painted on, or they weren't sculpted on either.
They weren't the bat nipples.
Yeah. But you brought up John Wesley Shipp's Flash, and that was really well done for the era and being made for TV, and having Mark Hamill there as the trickster and all that. What a fun series. If you haven't watched it, it's ridiculous as hell, but it's a lot of fun to watch.
I'll be right back, guys.
You got it.
I'll be right back.
We got this.
We're going to talk Greatest American Hero now. And then, no, just kidding.
Let's do that.
I need to I was trying to find it the other day to rewatch it because I remember as a kid I used to love it, and I haven't watched it in years.
Don has it on DVD, the whole series. We bought it for him a couple years back for Christmas, and he said it's pretty awful but great.
Yeah,
so,
that's what I well, you know, I bet I will hate that when I start watching it. I'm gonna wonder why I was watching it, so that's why I was looking for it. But
you know, we were doing a rewatch of Buck Rogers, the 1980 81 Buck, because I've got all that on DVD.
I love Buck Rogers.
It is so bad. I mean, you've got like the first 3 episodes, which are really kind of cool, and after that, man, it's just like the adventure of it's the Bad Batch. It's the adventure of the week. Nothing really means anything, and it's total 70s, early 80s.
What was the droid?
That's Tweaky. Tweaky and Dr. Theopolis.
That's it.
Bitty, 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 bitty. What's
That's
up,
the
Buck?
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bitty, bitty, bitty.
Bitty, 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 bitty.
Hey,
Buck.
shit.
Yeah. And little Dr. Theopolis.
He's the one that had like little teddy bear ears, didn't he? Didn't he have like little teddy bear ears?
No, he had a little Cobra Commander helmet.
That's the other one. That's the other
Who
one.
was the robot that had the teddy bear ears?
It's like a dog. It's like a dog. It has 4.
That was Daggett in Battlestar Galactica.
Oh, Battlestar.
You're welcome.
Whoa, damn.
I've got that toy.
Right.
Yeah. Anybody else want to throw a random sci-fi thing?
I have one.
Okay.
Only because nobody can ever find it, and I can't remember what it is. As a kid, I used to watch this like morning show. I would think it was. And it was like this guy's like studio apartment. You could see like the kitchen, the dining, you know, that kind of thing, right? You see the whole layout. But he had a droid. It was like R2-D2, just probably a little bit bigger. And they would do adventures, and some of the side gigs would be like be in space, and they'd do things in space, and then come back. It was like kind of a mystery, kind of like a Mystery Science Theater feel. Right, but not with movies, just the character wise, the way they act and talk, right? But they're it's obviously not ringing a bell, but it bugs me, man. No, because I remember this as a kid, and I remember watching it all the time, but I can never ever remember what the hell it was.
Was it Whitney and the Robot?
I don't. Is that? Should we be talking about that? If I look that up, am I going to get reported?
He's going to get on a watch list. Ask Marco. Maybe he knows about it.
When we were kids, I remember this show. It's like a morning show, a kid show, whatever. And you have to.
Would you think 80s or 70s? It would have to be 80s, right?
80s, early 80s. And it has like the living room in the front. Then you can see the kitchen and the dining room on the side. It's all one open layout. Okay, brown, whatever, what have you. It's how much I remember this.
Oh,
Older white guy, right? They have a backsliding door. But anyway, he has a droid. It's like R2-D2. But once in a while, I can remember them like being in space together and then coming back. But it was like it was bigger than R2, and you knew it wasn't an R2 unit, but it was almost an R2 unit, like it was knocking it off. Does that ring a bell at all?
It does.
Live action, I just can't for the life of me, and I can remember tubes to this droid. I just can't think of what it was called, and obviously it's not helping anybody in the chat.
Scott, look at Whitney and the Robot.
I'm gonna.
Whitney and the Robot, is it?
Hold on. I'm going to. I remember something. It was. Oh my god. Let's see.
I've got a bunch of names here, like Hard Time on Planet Earth, The Highwayman, no, Starman, definitely not. Misfits of Science. V was great. You guys remember V and V the Final Battle?
I love
great.
V was one of my things that like. Remember, we were talking about horror movies earlier. Like, but nothing scares me except for V scared me because that was like aliens and then they're amongst them, then the reptiles and they eat they eat mice.
Yeah,
rats and
Diana's mouth opens up.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god!
It always used to scare me when they peeled their skin off and it was like a reptile and stuff. And the cigar ship with the movie was the movie with the cigar ship. Yeah.
Loved it. Now Whitney and the Robot, does kind of.
Yeah,
there is a dude with. It looks like he's got a trash can R2-D2 that's a little taller.
It's gotta be Whitney and the Robot. Dude.
Yeah, dude, I have to see the house. I have to see where they live. That's what'll do it. That could very well be it. I'm gonna have to start watching videos. Whitney and the Robot. Yeah, that's very similar to what I'm envisioning.
Isn't that the dude from MASH? Whitney, isn't he one of the guys from MASH? Anyway,
man, that is a serious.
I just remember watching as a kid.
So yeah, Joe, you might have saved me. This might be it. I'm gonna go watch Whitney and the Robot videos. All right,
I'm I'm gonna grab a screenshot just so we can share it with our people here, so they know what we're talking about.
It's got one of them catchy beginning theme songs.
Then I bet you that. Now I'm gonna find that theme song now, and that's what's gonna do it.
Once you get in your head, you're never gonna get it out. Be careful.
Cool.
Yeah.
So this is what we're talking about right here.
Yes, but this has nothing to do with what I was envisioning. But that droid is I could picture that droid in that.
Oh, I found it, Chris. I found it. It is Whitney in the rope. Wait, it is. I found a screenshot of the living room that you're talking about with the sliding door in the back.
Shut the fuck. Really?
Yeah, I did.
I'm so happy right now. I'm talking about like when I was a kid. So if like a kid.
Yeah.
All right, let me see if I can. Yeah, let me
Joey to the rescue. Nice pull, Joe.
Oh, well done. And I mean like small.
I have never seen this.
But this has been in my head since then, and I could not.
So this is going to be very fuzzy if I can get it in here.
Of course, it's from 1980.
Okay. I'll get it here in a second.
I wish I could share sound because you can actually go to YouTube and listen to the opening song.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Here it is.
Where is my screenshot?
It's coming. It's loading now.
That's like almost dead on R2.
Yeah, okay.
Is that it?
There's the living room, the sliding doors, And if we were to pan to the right, there's probably his kitchen in there. And, and the drawer, that's it. That's it. Holy shit. Wow. There's the wood.
Oh.
There's the old white dude and a droid and the living room in the middle of the sliding doors. Holy shit.
Dude, they were trying so hard to rip off Star Wars. Just some of the set decorations in this show. Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so there you guys go. Sorry about that. That was a trip down my mind. I can't believe Joey knew that.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's one of the main shows I used to watch.
Yeah, me too. And
check this out.
When I was little.
Look at that.
Oh,
look at the light. Look at this. Look at the Millennium
that's
Falcon.
3PO right there. That's Death Star.
Dude, the background is horrible. I mean, the walls.
Yeah, that's Star Wars walls. What the hell are you trying? That's the Emperor's throne room.
The other droid. The other droid is gold.
Yeah. I'm saying that's 3PO right there. That's R2. I mean, yeah.
Oh my
dear God,
dude.
what the hell?
I don't know, but I couldn't be happier right now. I'm gonna tell you that, Joey. Thank you. I'm gonna get a Whitney and the Robot tattoo on my calf.
Oh God. And people are gonna be like, "Man, that two artist was high when he made R2D2 on your leg."
Bro, was that on purpose?
Yeah.
And you know what? I bet I'm gonna look up a story now. We're gonna have to look at this up. Because the question being, hey, how do they not get sued by George Lucas? I bet they did.
That's probably why it wasn't around for very long.
Yeah,
because I mean, it was 1979 is when that came out. So
wow, dude, I know I don't remember anything from when I was 2 years old. So they must have replayed it for a while.
So I remember,
I
remember the robot, but
song in my head right now.
Yeah, I don't remember the show. Like that's something that's
I remember none of that.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. You give me V, you give me Buck Rogers, Battlestar, any of that. I remember it all.
Buck Rogers and Battlestar.
Because
and Doctor Who back in the day.
And those were Battlestar and Buck Rogers too. But this, remember, I didn't have a whole lot of V8. We had Beta maybe, but I don't know exactly that we had Star Wars on it right then when I was that young. But those were
no. I don't remember when Star Wars was available on VHS.
Yeah,
I don't remember when.
So
like when you were able to rent
here
it.
would kind of fill that void. You know, look, I have R2D2 on.
It was 100%. Like when we were kids, VHS came in the mix
way later
when we were young. Like
I want to say, it was like when I was 4 or 5.
The very first VHS release of Star Wars was in May of 1982.
Oh wow!
But that was back whenever, because I used to work in video stores, man. They would cost like $200 per video cassette.
Oh yeah!
So you couldn't own it for yourself; you could only rent them. Yeah. And my grandfather, who was a sheriff's deputy, we would go to this place in Victorville, rent the movies, bring them home. Mm-hmm. He'd do a little whammy on it, and next thing you know, I've got a full catalog of anything I want to watch.
Oh yeah!
So I'd watch Star Wars, Mary Poppins, whatever I wanted to watch was readily available at any time.
Oh yeah,
so
we did the same thing. We had the tape player with the two decks,
whatever. RCA jacks over here to
Chris.
Figure out how do I play this to get to go?
Yep.
And you gotta hope that they didn't have a scrambler on there.
And how come they were color coded, but they still never worked? Because some of them didn't have a yellow.
That's right.
Dude, I remember
It was
I had
white
the
and red
biggest
at the time.
Heartbreak
Yeah.
ever.
And I had a yellow
My
cord.
dad rented Return of the Jedi for me, and we tried doing that thing with the RCA jack so I could have a copy of it. And we were all excited because it worked on every single movie that we did on. So I was all excited. Yeah, I'm gonna finally have Return of the Jedi. We did it, and the whole thing came out like scrambled. Like, you know how you can't even.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I guess they caught on to people doing that, so they put like
Oh,
the scrambler things in there, so you couldn't do it with the RCA jacks.
just like
George
Channel
Lucas had the
99.
last laugh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Channel
Oh,
99
oh,
is
oh.
the one.
Oh, nope.
Nope.
And it's gone.
That's a boo. No, that wasn't a. That was a ball. That was a ball.
Yeah, I remember that they started putting blockers on that where it scrambled the whole copy of it, so you couldn't copy it.
That sucks.
Remember how we used to have to pull up the little tab so you couldn't record?
Oh,
Yeah,
so
if
you
you wanted
couldn't
to-
record over it?
And then you had to put tape over it to make it work. What a wild
Yeah,
contraption.
yeah.
What a world.
Tape. I know.
Yeah. I'm going to tape over this.
Now
sucker.
we're old.
I know, dude. Like, I really
we are.
do miss the video rental experience. Like Friday night after work, going to get a pizza, grabbing a couple movies, and you have to return them by Sunday or whatever. You got a 2-day rental. I'm talking mom and pop stores. I mean, we did frequent like Blockbuster and all these other ones, but when the
And
mom and pop
Ghostbuster
ones,
gear.
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, it was just so cool to walk in like a little
Yeah.
mom and pops and like little aisles. And like I said, I think I told you guys this one. Our family, my parents always let me pick a movie, and I'd beeline to the horror section, right? And I would just pick a movie, and we would watch it, and I saw all kinds of movies growing up. And then one time I picked a movie blindly, and it was a vampire movie, and then we put it in. I remember watching this, and I was like, I don't know, 6. And the vampires, it just started, and it didn't even have a title. It had a guy and 2 vampire chicks, and they kept kissing him down and down and down, and the camera wasn't pulling away, and it wasn't pulling away, and it wasn't pulling away.
What the hell?
My dad ran up, took it off. We went back to the rental store and goes, "You need to organize these better," because my son picks these movies. And yeah,
Sir, you let him behind the red doors. You don't let him behind the red doors, sir.
no, it was out. They didn't have red doors. I mean, it was out, and it's like, yeah, it was.
Did you guys ever have to call in and
all the time.
Like not register, but like
Reserve.
I remember.
Oh, yeah,
what movie
reserve.
was it?
I worked. My very first job was working at a place called Bernasconi's Video in Hesperia, and it was just a little mom and pop shop. And yeah, they would have to. People would call us. Okay, we need to put a reservation on this movie this day. Yeah.
I remember doing that for what movie? I can't remember what movie it was, but I remember my mom and dad had to call and make a reservation for that copy, and then they would call you. Okay, the copy's in. You gotta hurry. You got such trying to come get it.
You got 15 minutes to get over here.
Yeah, Felipe, I really wish I got to experience movie rentals with my younger kids. Yeah, it was fun, man. It was just easier times, easier times, less hectic, and it was just like we had patience back then because like
the internet
Voodoo wasn't a
ruined
thing. You couldn't just go onto Amazon Prime and hit play.
And I do miss this too. It's like going to a movie theater and the previews. You're watching the previews, and that's when you got your movie news.
Yeah.
You didn't have all these like, oh, this is in production, and this got canceled, this is in production for years, and then you anticipate the movie coming out. It was like Ghostbusters 2. You saw the trailer, and then like 3 months later, it was out. Like 2 months later, coming this summer, boom, and it was out. It wasn't, and it was just, and everybody viewed it and went home. They didn't sit there and go, that was bad, that was good, or the like didn't continuity was bad. It didn't have all these things. The discussion wasn't there as far as like picking it apart and boycotting movies and this actor said this and that. It was just like, it was just fun and easy and simple. It was just simple, and
That's what the movie was. It was The Last Starfighter.
Last Starfighter was great.
Starfighter was great.
That was the one that I
Greetings, Starfighter. Yes. You have been chosen by what was the line?
Zoe and the Cold And Armada.
That's right.
Yes.
Great movie. And that was the first like real fully formed spaceship made from computer animation.
X-Wings. Oh no, you're right. It was
computer animation. Yeah. So
it did look like an X-Wing. No.
Great. Do you guys remember calling into a movie theater to get movie times?
Yeah.
Oh, all the
call
time.
the
It was just a
random
recording
number
that
and
went
you
over.
Sit
And
there
then
go,
I
"Jesus
missed
Christ,
it.
Here we go.
8:00, 8:15.
Wait,
2
did it
o'clock.
say 8:15 or 8:45? Oh God.
Or the newspaper too. You go in there, you got the newspaper.
Yeah.
So this is what we used to do. Like I used to spend every summer as everybody's outside playing. I was like, my dad would drive me to the movie theater with a friend, and we'd look at the 10 o'clock in the morning, and then we look at the thing. Okay, Rocky 4 is playing at 12:15, but also Nightmare on Elm Street Part whatever is playing. Whatever here is playing, whatever. So we go, okay, we're gonna come out of this one, go to that one, and 4 or 5 movies.
2 movies with so many fucking sequels.
Yeah, exactly. I did.
So
That was always out, but it was always a Friday the 13th or a Nightmare on Elm Street.
Because
I remember Nightmare on Elm Street 5 came out when Young Guns came out, so I went to Young Guns and saw Nightmare on Elm Street 4. There's the Dream Warriors, or that was 3. Dream Child 5, I think 5, yeah. And
I love Dream Warriors.
Going out, but also we always went halfway through the movie. You watched from the half to the end. You sat there, and then you watched the intro to the middle, and then you got up and left. Like I always caught a movie midway that I sat through, trying to decipher what the hell, and then staying again for the next show because nobody kicked you out, and then. Oh, okay, I get it. And then we got up and left. I've done that so many times.
I get it. You Star Wars it.
Yeah, exactly. We Scorsese it.
You watched it in machete order.
Watch the end. And come back and see how they got there.
Rick Jones wants to know: do you want the Betamax or VHS version of The Wrath of Khan?
Oh, either's fine because neither one will play in my house.
The ABC television version that actually added 5 more minutes to the movie. That's the correct answer.
Totally changes the plot of the story.
It adds more depth and weight to it.
See Blade Runner with me.
Yeah, Blade Runner's got 15 seconds. Totally changes the tone of the story. Big Bane's awesome.
I know. That was when he was trying to get him out for his birthday party.
Yeah.
And he had to have an allergic reaction. And then he had to really have an allergic reaction. That was jacked up. That was a good one. Pluffed up.
It was so good.
Highlander. Are you guys all familiar with Highlander?
I watched it.
You have a Scottish man playing a Spanish man, while a French man plays a Spanish man or a Scottish guy.
Potato.
That's in Ireland.
Great freaking
That's
movie.
right. Ireland. Yeah, not Ireland. Ireland. Irie. Yes. I watched the first Highlander. Actually, the first 2.
The second,
which was really
second movie is one of the worst movies ever made.
It is, but it's I don't know.
Awful.
It's like Pet Sematary 2. It's god awful, but at the same time, I watch it every time it's
watch it if it comes on.
Yeah, because the Clancy's on it. Clancy Brown, right? He's
Brown.
the stepdad, and he's freaking awesome.
Oh,
and
just like he is in
Furlong.
Highlander.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I brought up
Clancy
Pet
Brown's great.
Sematary 2.
Just like he is in Mandalorian.
That's right. He plays
The Deveronian.
Yes, the Deveronian.
Isn't he also Heavy Mando?
No,
that's Jon Favreau.
That's Jon Favreau. Yeah.
That's the voice.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I mean,
I don't think
I don't
you're
know
going to
who
get
plays
Clancy
him.
Brown.
I don't think
just to be
Clancy
a
Brown's
body.
in that. Yeah.
No, he was in Rebels. He was one of the voices in Rebels. Clancy, we could do a whole. He is
was
Lex Luthor.
Dexter
He
First
is
Blood,
Lex Luthor.
or next.
Yeah,
Blood,
yeah, it was good.
He was in there. Yeah.
Ultimate voice of Lex Luthor too. So
Yeah, for sure.
yeah,
Clancy Brown's awesome. He was great.
he needs to be in more Star Wars.
Well, wait. If we get a flashback to Savage, wasn't he Savage?
Yes, he was Savage.
He could be Savage, dude. He ain't too old for that.
Put enough makeup on him. He's good.
Definitely not too old for that.
Could you imagine a flashback with Savage as him as Savage? Because he's beefy, dude. That dude's a.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Unit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That'd be amazing.
Yeah, that works. And next to
Yeah.
Darth Maul, right? Because Clancy Brown next to Ray Park would be
That'd
a
work.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow. This needs to happen, man.
Come to think about it, it's like the perfect casting.
Like, right.
Clancy Brown is that perfect casting for Savage.
It's almost like they did that on purpose.
Right?
These guys are bastards, man.
Like Bo-Katan. She's
Bo-Katan was
perfect.
so lucky.
Yeah.
Who knew?
That was
my
a bad
God.
movie.
What's that?
Pet Cemetery 2.
Oh,
That was
there you go. Oh yeah, Pet Cemetery 2. Edward Furlong's in it.
I like that. It's
It was a horrible
Because
movie.
while you guys are talking about that, I'm like flashback, and I'm like, yeah, that was a bad movie.
Yeah, younger Clancy Brown would have made a great Darth Bane. Hell yeah.
Oh,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now I'm upset that we don't have that.
I know.
I'm pre-mad. I'm post-mad.
It's a
I don't know.
post-mad.
Post pre-mad. It's something you're mad at nothing that ever was a thing.
I'm
But
properly
it could
timed-
be.
I'm properly
It could
timed
be a
mad. Properly
There we go.
Yeah, that is damn. That was a great call. Shit.
Yeah, it was Mandalorian.
Skywriter, we're hitting the nostalgia shots hard tonight. What else do you
Oh,
want
yeah,
to talk
yeah.
about, man?
That's funny because we
the
went through like 3 hours of Star Wars. And then
Oh yeah, dude, we did. You know, that's what Gen X does. Gen X does a nostalgia trip hard, dude. I mean,
Yeah.
no other generation does it. It's
We're
just-
really easy to please on these, like the Star Wars shows. That's what when you start feeling Star Wars, you're like, oh, there we go. No, I'm good to go. You know,
It's very true.
Mandalorian does that every time. I feel
Very
Star
true.
Wars.
Yeah.
And again, but back to beat this horse, the Boba Fett rewatch helped a lot, and
It
there's a
did,
lot
man.
of Star Wars
I'm
stuff
not-
in there.
I
It's
never
better.
was. I never was
Binging.
mad at it.
Week to week, I hated it because I built up each week of how bad it was, and me, right? And that's me because I'm expecting too much because
Sure.
all killer no thriller,
All killer, no filler.
or no filler, right? And I'm like, it didn't happen. So each week I'm like, okay, why am I doing this? I want the answer today, and I wouldn't get it. So then you end up with 8 weeks of why am I not getting? Why am I not getting? Then you got to calm down after. Give it honestly 6 months to what has it been, a year, more, a year and a half, a year and a couple months. Gives me that much time. Give me that much time. I'm cool again. Let me watch it again. Oh, binge straight through.
Yeah, been straight through. It
And
just
that's a pretty
it
good
just-
long. It's a pretty good long movie.
You know why? Because you didn't dwell on those things that we nitpicked, right? It just went next scene, and we're like, oh, you're like, oh, wait.
Yeah,
You know
there's
what I mean?
There's still plenty of dumb stuff, but it's
Yeah.
less bothersome in a row.
Yeah.
Rick
It
Jones,
definitely
all
goes down a
filler,
lot
little
easier.
killer.
And he can fight. I mean, there are some cool Boba fight scenes in it. Just
When
with
him
the
and
mask
Mando
on.
teamed up, that was or the finale, the last two shows.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It was absolutely like one of those things where you go, yes, right? But then what? Then it's the soon as Newtown showed up, it went down.
Or
Soon the Vespas, Freetown showed up, and the Vespas working. I just didn't that killed it for me. But when Mando and Boba took out all those, all the dudes, it was all the Pikes. It was just awesome.
Oh, when Chrysanthemum was coming down the street with people on him.
Oh, it was great.
Chucking him around, dude.
Chris Stanton stole the show for me. That's one of my. Him and Cad Bane stole it for me on that series.
So Miss Sunflower said Chris and I were in a heated discussion back in Book of Boba Fett Chapter 4 breakdown. I have no recollection of that.
Let me look which episode that was right quick.
Yeah.
Because we get into it sometimes, and I don't always remember them, but they're always fun.
Yeah.
He's all yeah.
Whatever it was, I'm sure you were wrong.
Yeah, Mandalorian came and performed some serious CPR
I
on
don't
that.
think I've been wrong yet.
show.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, here's this explanation. Boba Fett partners with Fennec Shand.
Well, that's really helpful. That's is that the episode where they were getting Slave One? I think that might have been the episode where they were getting Slave One out of.
What would
out
be
of
the
Dawn.
argument you two had? Let me look back at this.
I'm going through it real quick. Hold on.
What can possibly you guys argue about?
We are going through.
What couldn't we argue?
It's the
about?
Gathering Storm. He picks up Fennec.
Yeah.
Takes Fennec to the mod parlor.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. Boba's dead. Oh
No, what-
wait, this can't be.
It's where he like grabs the little bunny robot and says, "I'm Boba Fett."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did he?
my God.
Getting Slave One back.
Did he get? Did he blow up the Sarlacc in this one?
Yes.
He
Yes.
was
This
playing
was the
King
episode
Boba.
where. This is the episode
Oh, yeah.
where she hit the
I
bomb.
was heated
Seismic charge,
about.
yeah.
I was heated about that and the science behind pulling Slave One.
Oh, yeah.
and
That's what it was.
The reverse
you guys
thrusters on
know-
Slave One when there's
and
no.
it
on
couldn't
Slave
pull
One.
Lando down.
Right.
Right? But,
It's a weaker arm.
Chewie
It is a
arm.
weaker arm.
But
Here we
Chewie's
go
holding
again.
on, as long as Chewie's holding on tight up there to Han, who's holding on to
The outer legs had Lando. The inner tentacles had Slave One. The outer ones were like little feelers.
That was definitely a discussion, but I don't think that was the heated part.
Yeah, I don't remember what the heated part was. I can't think of anything that we would have argued over during that episode.
Cliff, that's not it, but that is the dumbest skip intro. It takes me longer to find a controller. So I hit the skip intro. It's like skip intro, okay. It's like you go nowhere.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
He's totally right.
Yeah.
There is nothing to skip.
Why even have that? Yeah.
It's so dumb.
Oh, God.
But I skip it every time.
Yeah.
I do. As long as the controller's on, I make a judgment call right then. I'm on.
Yeah.
If it turned off because the battery's dying, I'm not worth it.
I guess I'm watching this.
It's gonna take. It's gonna watch this 2 seconds.
Yeah.
It's gonna take me 3 to hit the button for it to come on and me hit the button again.
Well, we're in the helmets now. Let's do this. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you got to watch it the first time to see if they've added any new helmets. After that, you got to skip it.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I'm sure
I don't know
they'll
what we would have thought about.
I don't either. But I'm gonna go find out.
I think
It's
it was like the whole
Something to do with
science
Slave
behind Slave One and the Sarlacc and the seismic charge. I think you were trying
it
to
was something
explain to
about-
Chris it's Star Wars and cares.
Slave one facing downward and trying to pull away, even though the
Yeah,
engines are
like,
actually pushing the other.
Chris got into the physics mode, like physics in Star Wars. And it's like, why now? Why are you choosing now to get mad at it? It would have never worked before.
Because why are we poking down there? Why do you think your armor's down there? You got out of the Sarlacc. You had your armor on.
Yeah, he
I
doesn't
don't care.
remember it.
I know, but
It's a
you think you
fever
came
dream.
out? You think you just came out naked? I mean, how did you come out naked? Without
Yeah,
being
he
burnt?
was- yeah.
Boba being dumbed down. I think we can all kind of agree, though, that Boba
Yeah,
was
Boba's
really
way
dumbed
dumbed
down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't.
man.
If
I'm gonna go
I
listen.
was arguing with Chris, thinking that he was wrong, saying Boba had been dumbed down, I admit defeat on that because Boba was really dumbed down in the whole series. So.
I'm
Yeah.
sure I said that. That sounds like some shit I would say.
Skyrider, am I remembering correctly? Weren't some theaters showing Disney Plus Star Wars? What do you mean, like the series? Like one of the series or something? I know that
there have been an episode or 2 shown in theaters. I can't remember which ones they were.
Yeah.
Was it
I
a
know they're-
finale?
Oh, maybe. Well, I know that Mando, seasons 1 and 1 or something is being on TV. It's going on TV and not
Just
Disney
a couple
Plus.
of. Ow!
Yeah, just a couple episodes.
Ow, dude.
I said, grab a guitar and do that. It's
Yeah.
very good.
I know, right? This little shit right here wants to be on the show.
Oh man.
Hey, Rusty. Oh God. Anyway.
Too much.
Huh.
I had like 40 more things I wanted to talk about. But Whitney and the Robots made my day, so I could really give a shit now.
Yeah, that was it. That you check that off.
Did we talk about? Okay, this is what I want to talk about. Do we have? Can you guys one of you guys look for a screenshot of the inside of the Andor ISB? Like, I want to see a meeting
I'll check. I'll see what I can find.
of whoever you got there.
You guys
Because
are talking Andor? I'll be right back.
but it's gonna be cooler than Andor. I want to make it cool. Because as I'm thinking, Andor's time frame, we're getting close to the Night of 1,000 Tears, right? Gideon is ISB,
Right.
Can I
Right.
pretend any of those guys are Gideon yet?
No.
No.
Maybe Gideon's grandfather.
I say no, a hard
no.
no, because there's no reason why if he was there in that room, he should be in there in that room. Like we can't theory craft our way into it. It's either he has to be in there or
yeah.
not. But doesn't mean that
But
he's
could they
not
have hit? But I mean,
involved.
could they have hidden him in there? It could have been either. Maybe not looking for, but nothing.
right,
Uh,
right.
Not around the table. I'll post a picture of the table.
Because
really
I will
quick so you
hope
can
sooner
see.
or later that happens in Andor too. That's my hope for my connection between Andor
There
and
we go.
anything else.
Like you said, getting closer to it.
Yes.
I like that.
Yeah, that's definitely not.
That's not
yeah,
the
definitely
only
not-
guy in there. That's not.
Maybe the guy, the second, third on the right, maybe, just because I don't want to be presumptuous. But yeah, probably not in here. Probably not.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
I like Andor.
Thanks for humoring me. I
Me
wanted
too.
to see. I meant to look at that today, and I was like, you know what? I wonder. No.
But just because he's not around that, it doesn't mean that he's not, off
Involved.
on it. Well,
Oh, he's
and
there.
not only
somewhere.
that, he was assigned ISB officer assigned to Mandalore.
Oh, so he might be at Mandalore already.
That was his role, ISB officer assigned to Mandalore. So yeah. And I
So
just
Night
watched
of a
that episode
Thousand
yesterday.
Yeah.
Tears is about how far into Andor season 2 would it be when did that take place in the time?
Here's the hard part, because it's got to be right after Bo gets the saber from Satine, right? Or
Okay.
Yep.
And
Rebels.
and you would think it would have to be before A New Hope.
Right.
I would
It
think
gives it
so.
like a year-long window, or maybe
Andor
here's
too.
the-
year.
Well,
Yeah.
Andor's season 2 is going to span 5 years up to A New Hope, up to Rogue One. So there could be.
Dude, could you imagine if we got the Night of a Thousand Tears in Andor season 2? That would be
Yeah.
insane.
Yes,
That
yes.
would be insane.
If
Wow.
the whole time, I mean, like I said, when we're going to see the devastation of it in Mando 3, and we're going to go in that lore and probably get some more backstory of all that. Andor season 2 comes in and it spans this whole, and it's ISB and it's whatever it, even if it's a fleeting mention in it, like, we just did orbital bombardment on Mandalore and whatever, and sees that rebellion or whatever it was.
You see the HoloNet news about it, reporting it.
Let's do
somewhere.
it. Like that
And
those subtle tie-ins.
Cassian. Yeah, and Cassian sees the report and he's like, they're doing it to Mandalore too, that kind of thing.
Not
I don't know.
Mandalore.
Not Mandalore.
I'm in.
Yeah, that'd be insane.
Yeah, Rick Jones, Skywriter. Sorry. I like the idea of seeing Mando in theaters. I would do that.
I would do
Like
it.
the whole. I would sit in there and have a
Marathon.
little intermission and do it. Yeah, sure.
Could we have the last 3 episodes of Book of Boba Fett tacked onto that too? So
Yeah, of
we
course.
Yeah,
Of course. Well, you gotta. Yeah, you have to, because I was talking to and when we first started this, almost 4 hours ago.
Over 4
We
hours
were talking
ago.
about how there are people who haven't seen Book of Fett because it's not in the Disney, like it's not in the chapter list when you click on Mandalorian, right? You have to go search Book of Fett, watch it. So when when Wednesday comes around, I'm talking Muggles, right? They're gonna be like, wait a second,
Yeah.
I thought they were separate. Where's Luke Skywalker? Where's those stuff? And I'm like,
they're
"You
gonna do a
didn't
big recap.
Yeah.
Recap coming. They're gonna break down specifically those three.
They have
episodes.
to. I mean, yeah, because
As long as that doesn't eat into our overall runtime of the show.
that's what we're talking about.
I'm
Like,
great.
say
Yeah.
a 5-minute recap shouldn't be part of that 35
It
minute.
needs to be like
runtime.
the Kenobi one where they went
Yeah.
back into the prequels and did that. That was an awesome.
That was so good,
start.
wasn't it? Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
do that same exact thing here, and you can do that quite just as well.
That's great.
Luke takes him. Luke gives him back. not even
No, you take this thing.
not even personally. R2 gives him back.
I can't be bothered with this.
Yeah.
That's Luke just throwing a fit. Well, fine. You don't want to be my apprentice? Go then.
Go.
See if I care.
R2, take
Go.
it away. I have
I'm
things
going.
to do.
I'm gone.
R2,
Go then.
take him away
I'm
and
gone.
bring Ben.
What's that
Bring
from?
Ben on your way back.
Yeah.
That's Wayne's World.
Yeah, there you go. Go. I'm
Oh.
going. We'll go then.
We'll go then.
Fine.
I'm gone.
Where he doesn't say nothing. He's just like,
He's just all. Well, you know what you could do with your show? You could shh. The airplane flies over. He's all, kiss you with your mother with that mouth.
oh my god,
We're getting punchy.
Wayne's World. Love it.
Yeah, Wayne's World's a borderline one, right? Like you're like, oh no, where are we? Are we going
Exactly.
over? Are we going over?
We almost tipped over there.
Do we-
Almost.
yeah. You can talk about the Dungeons and Dragons movie now, and it'll tip the whole screen.
Oh shit. We've gone portrait.
No. Oh shit.
Oh man.
Oh Jesus. Good stuff.
This is what Line Talk is all about, everybody.
That's right.
Seriously.
That's right.
Exactly like this.
Yeah.
So last week when I was playing D&D, that's crazy time.
And we're down to 10 viewers right now. So.
Yeah.
How do we have 10 viewers?
I know.
How do we mean we're down to 10 viewers? We have 10 viewers? That's awesome.
we were
funny.
We were at 20. It was quite nice.
We still
It was
have
quite
10.
nice.
That's awesome.
People, they go, these guys ramble way too long.
All right. What are
That
your
means
big,
there's
okay,
11
let's-
people that have a long commute.
So let's do this. Let's wrap up what we think. Let's do this. Let's wrap up what we want from season 3 of Mando. Because it's a free talk. Let's just go through a whole bunch of shit.
Wow.
Okay? So I want Mando to rule Mandalore. Like, legit rule Mandalore. Like, decide to rule Mandalore. That way, Grogu becomes the heir.
Okay. Oh, man. I try to wrap my head around that one because I don't think that's a season 3 thing. I think that's a end game thing. Meaning when this is all said and done, I think that's what will happen. I do think that this is our stepping stone to the rebuilding of Mandalore, but we have to have a ruler in place, and I don't know if that is like at the end of this at the season 3. I think Din is still going to have the Darksaber, but I don't know if he's going to rule Mandalore.
No,
that's weird to. It's like maybe it's too fast. I'm thinking.
I don't know if ruling Mandalore is necessary. Like the planet as a whole would be a thing, but I think he will definitely have people following him. I think he will have converts that will follow him and maybe have an expanded clan.
See, I'm hoping, I'm hoping he'll unite. When I say Mandalore, not the planet.
Okay.
I know what you're talking about. No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Rebuilding, like, because there's I'm not talking a physical rebuilding. I'm talking like a structure, like a creed rebuilding, just like Scott was kind of saying, like Mandalore holding this, and I think that he's going to come to terms with a new way of his creed about the helmet thing. Because I honestly don't think the atonement's going to work. Like something's going to happen where the atonement is just not going to be possible. And so he's not going to become a Children of the Watch anymore. He's going to do these things, and I think other people fall in line. And if that would be cool to have him be a part of this bigger clan.
It's too important to him. And I caught that especially in that last season of Boba Fett, right? I really feel like being a Mandalorian is super important.
Yeah, well, that's all he knows.
I don't think he'll be able to change the ways or change the rules. He'll find a way to do it. I can't see this going anywhere but him redeemed and a Mandalorian. Now, we talked about it last week, though, on changing the rules. I see once he's a Mandalorian, once he has the Darksaber, once everything's said and done and he's got everybody united, I think the masks can come off in each other's company, but masks stay on for outsiders. Only Mandalorians can see Mandalorians' faces. That's how it should be. That way they can breathe, for God's sakes.
The whole reason for them to keep their masks on is to me it's not necessarily an identity thing. It's more necessarily like what happened to Boba Fett. Look what happened. He lost his armor. Someone else took it and almost used it against him. Or used it against the man. Like other than Manos, what they know to never raise arms to another. Beskar was never meant for weapons. Like Beskar was never meant to be a weapon because they could kill them. Right? It can be used against them. And
you know what's cool? Sorry, because that's why they had to melt down the spear to make Grogu's armor. So Ahsoka is responsible for Grogu's armar. Okay, go ahead. Go on.
Yeah.
It just
sure.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
That was neat.
What do
I screwed up your thought? I'm so sorry, Marco.
Oh no, I think you're right about that. I think you're right about the whole making a new set of guidelines to follow through. And I think Cliff said armor versus Bo-Katan. I do think something's going to come to a head in a way where that's going to happen, where Mando's going to, he's going to be torn, right? He's torn to go into the Children of the Watch, where the armor and Paz and all them, and then it's the ancient ways. And Bo's going to, even said it in the trailer, it's like your fanatics are tearing us apart. Your fanatic ideology is like what tore us apart in the first place. I think he's going to realize that. And him having the saber, maybe she does challenge him, and maybe he does fight for it, and he keeps with this alternate creed and like a new path going forward. Still being a Mandalorian because it means something to different people. You know, like they weren't always what he knows. You know what I mean? That was a fanatical faction of Mandalore. You know,
that sounds good.
I mean,
I don't think Bo-Katan, I said it before a couple episodes ago. I don't think Bo-Katan is walking out of this alive. I think her story has kind of run its course. I think the only way I don't think she would bend the knee to anybody holding the Darksaber. She wants the Darksaber. She feels it's her right.
I don't think she would respect it though. Like no. She wouldn't respect it. Like if Din wanted the throne, she wouldn't respect it. He won it fair and square. You don't think?
I don't think she would get to that point. I think she would die in whatever battle. I think she would die fighting to earn that back and earn it back properly. I don't think that she will survive this season, and I'm probably completely wrong. But
no, there's some validity there.
I can see you being right on that one.
Yeah,
I can see.
I don't see her bending the knee to anybody holding, especially not somebody like Paz Vizsla or Din Djarin, who she thinks is a zealot, you know, or a member of a race of zealots or a group of zealots. I think she will. I think she would. She wouldn't rather die, but I think she will die in contention for the sword, for the Darksaber.
Yeah, the only other thing I brought it up earlier, I don't know if you were on, Scott, is there's something special about Din to the armorer, right? To everybody else. He's treated different, has been since the first episode. And what if during this time we find out there's some kind of prophecy in Mandalore, right? A Mandalorian prophecy. And the armorer is different to him because she believes he's the one.
Oh. Right? He's the one to rule Mandalorian.
Right. Okay. He's the prophesized one. That's why he gets the cool stuff.
I love prophecies in Star Wars.
I do too. So maybe at this point, maybe that would be the one that where
never causes issues.
End, now Bo's being an issue the whole season, but in the end, she's like when he does something, right?
Yeah.
So okay, he is the one.
Yeah.
And rightfully so. This is why.
And also, yeah, I like that, and I'm actually okay if Bo's story ends here too, in whatever way.
I'm okay with all of them. Anybody from the Clone Wars dying in this is absolutely cool because we've seen their story. Cad Bane is the greatest example of if they bring him back, they're screwing up a great ending. Because we saw his story, we got to see his end. That was cool. No need to screw it up anymore. It was perfect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Michael. The only thing you need to have to rule Mandalore is the Darksaber.
Yeah,
so, and helmet on, helmet off doesn't matter.
Because back then it wasn't he wasn't even a Mandalorian. But back then they didn't have the rule. They all had him off in Clone Wars. They were all
Moff Gideon could rule. Well,
Moff Gideon ruled when he had the Darksaber.
Well, right? He could. I don't know if he yielded it, but that's the part of the story we're about to get, right? Because he's good so. if he has the helmet and he's got the Darksaber and he's got the coolest TIE fighter everybody has, right? Mm-hmm. Why wouldn't he be ruling Mandalore?
Yeah.
Oh,
other than like I know this is going to be a heavy Mandalorian lore versus what we've been getting, right? Like
so excited.
Yeah, this is going to be very cool. We're gonna have to take notes when we start getting into all that stuff because
I think we're gonna find out that that his armor's Beskar, obviously, right?
Gideon? Moff Gideon's armor.
No doubt. I have no doubt.
If the Empire's got so much Beskar, I mean,
that was my next point. What if because and they made a point during the season that Beskar is not made to fight Mandalorians because they can screw with the armor. The Empire, specifically this group of Empire, was paying out in Beskar.
Right.
So why wouldn't they have a bunch of weapons made to fight these Mandalorians if it came down to it? And that's what unites all the clans because the Empire is coming down with.
Oh, I like that.
Beskar killing weapons.
His armor does kind of look shaped like Mandalorian Beskar.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I think that's what's gonna. He's gonna have the coolest armor, dude. He's gonna end up with the badass.
Oh,
armor. Dude. When he puts that on, it's gonna look sick.
And I do think, I think there's gonna be two storylines going on here. Like you got the whole Mandalorian, that whole thing with everything we've been talking about, and then we've got the Dr. Pershing part of it, and Carson Teva's part of it.
We haven't even touched that.
No, like that's gonna be that's the bridge to like I said, that outer, the Emperor, who knows, Snoke, Emperor, all that stuff. Like that's going to be the bridge to that. So,
but we won't get that. They will not touch that until Bad Batch. There's no way they proceed.
Well,
You know what
I mean, I'm going by the trailer,
tanks.
right? We do have.
Oh no, I'm just saying
the trailer to have.
I'm just saying when to expect it. I would expect
yeah.
After the Bad Batch is done, then we get the clone
Yes,
episode,
yes,
so
I
clone there,
100%. It'll be like the last thing that we in this whole tie-in, and but I do, and that will propel season 4 or propel something else or whatever, right? So,
and I love that news also from Jon Favreau's camp that this can go on forever. I mean, this can keep going.
That's what I talked about earlier. I said there's not
series.
a set. Yeah.
I
He
believe
confirmed
he said,
that, and
we'll keep going until Chris Frantz passes away, and then we will call it a day.
Is
We're
that
done.
it?
We're
Okay,
done.
Okay.
Yeah. So because they're watching now, so it's like, yeah.
Right.
So
They're one of the 10.
Sure.
Joey, what do you want?
Gideon might have a helmet, right?
Yeah.
If it look like that.
Yeah, there you go.
But with 6, he's gonna have horns, and it's gonna be jet shiny black.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
What do you
I'm
want to see,
down.
Joey?
What do I want to see?
Yeah, we all said it except Chris. Chris hasn't said it yet, has he?
I talk all the time.
That's true.
I don't know.
Chris won't
It's
shut
like,
up about it. So
I just want to see a just obviously advancement in the storyline. I don't want to keep going back to flashbacks. What I mean, I do, but I want to see advancement in the storylines. I want to see the war. Like, it better not be a quick war.
Oh, you mean the Mandalorian factions?
Yeah. It better not be like just the finale. And that's it.
Right.
I'm hoping it's like half the series. You know?
Yeah.
You can't I mean, that's an important war. You can't just rush into it and rush out.
Well, it's the rebuilding of the scattered factions and the rebuilding of Mandalore, figuratively and physically. They're homeless right now. They're scattered. They're, like I said, they're bounty. They have to live in shadows. Only 1 or 2 can come up the surface at the time. It's like this is the whole thing. And so you're going to start seeing this time frame of the rebuilding of Mandalorians, whoever that. And now it's the battling ideologies,
but
battling factions.
Here's the downside with that war, though, is once it's over, where does Din Djarin go from there?
Well, like Chris said, he thinks that's to the throne, ruling Mandalore.
But what does he do? He just sits on the throne and just.
They rule it. They figure out how to run their nation.
Bring me a sandwich. I am hungry. Yeah. That's the first thing he wants a snack after.
So much important stuff happens after that point, as far as the rest of the Star Wars story.
Well, the thing is, Boba's gonna help him, teach him how to run the planet, because he knows how to run a gotcha.
Yeah, obviously.
Right? So we're gonna go through that bit, and then we'll get into the. I don't know. Well, we have so much after the Mandalore piece, dude. That's when you get into the Thrawn bits, right? And this is when you start needing armies to go against this new bits of Empire. That's what's gonna end up happening.
Yeah, of course.
So. That's where we go from here. Is that they're going to pick a side? Yeah,
because it's not just Mandalorians fighting each other. You got Gideon's empire after him too, and you got
I think Gideon's empire will be wrapped up in season 3.
Yeah. Someone said they hope Moff Gideon will probably get Darksaber back. No, someone said that he might die in this one. Like they hope that he dies in this.
They
one.
hope he does. Yeah, I'm thinking.
Yeah, Skyrider said it. I hope Gideon gets whacked this season.
Yeah. They'll replace him. It'll be. You can't. It's too much to have him and Thrawn at the same time. It's for too long. They're too similar.
Well, he's got to be the catalyst that propels something bigger. I'm fine. I've always saw Gideon as a henchman to something bigger, somebody else that he's serving. We know that he's serving somebody else because of the dialogue on the siege. That whole episode. Why he wants to bring back. When the Emperor would make the Empire great again, and I think in Gideon's eyes it was the Emperor when the Emperor was ruling. That's what he wants to bring back.
Do you think we start seeing the very, very beginnings of the First Order? Like, I'm not talking about like end of the Empire.
You're going
like you actually see the First Order.
Yeah, I think you're going to see the beginnings of something.
I have a thought about that.
Good. I don't think you have flags, but you'll.
No,
people.
right. No flight. Yeah. Exactly.
I have a thought about that. I think they're on the outskirts, still building up. And what's going to end up happening is whatever happens with Thrawn, when Thrawn is ultimately defeated, whatever's left over, they're going to come in and scoop everything up. And that's where we'll see the main progression of the building of the First Order. But I think this is all still so ingrained with the Empire. I don't think we're going to see the First Order.
No, when did the Battle of
Stormtroopers
Jakku take place? Like, how many years after Return of the Jedi?
Which one?
Do you remember Battle of Jakku?
No. 1 year. 1 year.
One.
Was
right
it 1
after.
year?
Yeah.
Okay.
1 year.
So the Battle of Jakku was, and according to the Aftermath books, was a place where the Emperor's contingency plan sent all the remaining Imperial forces, the weaker forces, not the strong ones. They sent those to the Outer Rim. Sent the weaker one for like this one final death blow, but for the purpose of getting destroyed, like destroying the Empire as we know it.
They would get slaughtered.
You're not
basically
strong enough to defend me. So
go here. Yeah. So they had this one with
you.
the Rebel fleet and the Imperial fleet meet above Jakku, and they had it out one last time. And that was the end of the official Empire as far as like its rule.
And that's the Star Destroyers we see on Jakku and
so all the strong people and whatever, they got sent, their orders were to go to the Outer Rim at a location, or the Outer Rim, the unknown regions or something like that. So, and that would be, I guess, the First Order rebuilding or restructuring, right? So,
and it was still even a whisper up to, it was 8 year Bloodlines 8
yeah,
years, right?
I mean, you're gonna start
9, yeah.
Hux's dad will start the program of kidnapping and reprogramming people for their stormtrooper program. That will start.
He had actually started that in the Aftermath books.
Yeah, that might be going on right now.
So did Kylo Ren start the First Order, or did he come in and it was already established?
No,
it was already going.
Yes, he got set up with the Ren, Knights of Ren, right? Like he became the leader of Ren, and then Snoke brought him in as like the overseer of his galactic army or something like that. Yeah. Just like Darth Vader to Emperor,
Michael Nostalgia here asking if we will see the Yuzan Vong one day.
I think it'd be.
Think that's what the Grisk is.
Yeah, but I think it would be. I don't think they would, if they do come into play. I don't think it would come into play like the EU, did. Right. Of course not. I think they would come into play somehow, some way, though. That would be cool to see.
I'm with Scott. I think the Grisk have taken their place. Disney likes to Disneyfy everything and make it theirs, right?
That's fine.
I think that's fine. What it is.
Yeah,
it's a combination of the Grisk and the killer salad that's in the High Republic. The killer salad creatures that are
to the plant, the dark side plant life.
The spinach people. The spinach people and the Grisk are forming the Yuzan Vong. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I mean,
yeah, a little bit.
Yuzan Vong all had biological weapons, so
All right. So here's what I want this season.
Okay.
I want Grogu armored up. It's time, right? We're third
season.
It
looks so ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a baby.
He's gonna be a little taller, dude.
Yeah, an inch taller. That's great.
He only gets so tall, man. He's only going to get 3 foot tall in the first place.
It's first off, it's gonna. No. Okay, I'll let you finish. No,
I don't want gauntlets. I don't want like full on, right? I want him in regular clothes now. I'm tired of his jumpsuit. Right?
Yeah, the dirty ass robe.
He already has his chainmail. He's not taking his chainmail off, right?
That's right. Yeah.
And in the commercial, Bo-Katan or Armorer is specifically talking about taking the helmet off, and Grogu looks up about having to cover his face, about them having to cover their faces. Grogu's made mention of masks made looks at masks and faces this entire time. He's due for a helmet, at least. And a helmet will not look ridiculous on Grogu. A helmet will look awesome on Grogu.
It's just another pop that you're buying.
Ears are gonna be sticking out.
Yes.
It's just I don't know, because I think you cover that adorable face, then you're gonna lose all the little teenage girls that just love him. So.
Is it Scott that?
Yeah, no, he broke up pretty bad, but I could tell what he said.
Yeah, I knew what he said.
Let me tell you what. He may be cute little Grogu that I love him too, but cute little Grogu with ears sticking out of a Mandalorian helmet is way better. So
that's cool.
Yeah, I think that'll.
And it doesn't have to be permanent.
He was in perfect Scott face for a minute on mine.
He was. Yeah. Scott just pulled a me on the internet. I thought I was checking my connections and everything. I was like,
he was frozen. Yeah, he's
My internet is dead.
Yeah,
perfect face right now.
that was funny.
yeah. I would say I think we'll definitely see it. I don't know if it'll be like a long-term thing, right? Like him.
Yeah, right. He can take it off.
So.
It just I think he's going to have a helmet in a battle. I think that's going to be protection at the very least. But I think that's what I want to see. I want to see because they've collected armor, they've collected friends. Grogu's a Mandalorian. He's made it clear he's his family.
He's made it clear, sure.
He left the Jedi, gave up a lightsaber, right?
Yeah.
To come with Din. You think he's going to do that over some chainmail he keeps under a jumpsuit? Hell no. He needs armor.
Yeah.
Matching armor.
Dang, that's right. He's not going by like light or dark rules of the Force. He's just
using it, or
he's just using it.
Yeah, he's just using the Force, dude, and he's a Mandalorian. He's gonna be like the second Mandalorian Force user, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Am I back now?
Yes,
You're back. You're back.
Jesus, my I'm looking at my internet just go bloop 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 bloop. bloop.
Yeah,
It just died on me. I'm like, what the hell?
It must have got windy outside. That's what happens up
It's
here.
been windy.
Yeah.
All the time.
Hey, see Sunflower's last one, please.
Mech
Grogu.
Take a screenshot, and I'll talk to you soon.
Mecha Grogu.
Uh-oh.
That's what's gonna happen. Watch. You'll be done. All right, cool. You can remove it now. Thank you.
Michael Nostalgia, remember the line in the trailer from Bo saying you thought your dad was the only Mandalorian? Do you think that is her helping or betraying them?
I think trying to betray them at first. I think she's going to be a problem for most of the season until she turns.
Yeah, I think she's going to be an antagonist to Din Djarin, definitely.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's because he won the saber from Gideon. She didn't. She didn't get the chance to. And I think that was Gideon's plan too. Like, I can try to kill the Mandalorian right now. He won't kill me because he doesn't know the rules to this game. And I'll be confronted to Bo, and she'll get pissed off. You know what I mean? It all backfired on all of everybody's plans. So
I can't wait to see them all come face to face with Bo. I really can't wait for even Vizsla to come face to face with Bo.
Yeah,
at the end of season 2. This whole season's gonna be cool, man.
Yeah, it's cool.
We're gonna have a whole season of Mandalorians,
so great.
About 100 Mandalorians, or more.
At least 100.
Yeah, I mean that's so stupid.
At least 15. I think I would count 15 on screen. So.
Yeah, but I mean they said a lot.
Yeah,
15's a lot.
No, it's great, man.
But I can eat a lot of nuggets. I mean, that's 15.
Well,
if you're gonna say a lot of nuggets and you said like 100, I'm like, no, that's too many. But if you said a lot,
I could put a good dent in 100 nuggets right now. Especially right now, I'm starving.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
I
know.
Okay.
KFC still open?
Yeah, Skyrider, Beskar with a lightsaber. I think that will end up happening.
That'd be so great.
I don't know if you guys caught that. Did you catch that part, Scott? About the Darksaber being destroyed, and Grogu replacing the crystal with the Darksaber's crystal is what I want.
With Yoda's saber. Yoda's saber that Luke has.
With the black crystal.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Now you get Grogu armored up with that shit.
Little mini lightsaber.
Like I said this before, like I picture 200 years from now, Grogu's floating above the Mandalorian throne. He's got the dark saber in his hand and a full like Mandalorian, with the ears growing out. I mean, he's full grown at that time, and he's floating above the throne. And he's like just meditating, but he's got this. He's ruling Mandalore, and he's like full on Jedi Mandalorian again. It would be an amazing circle for Mandalorians and Jedi and stuff. It'd be great.
Oh yeah,
that'd be pretty.
I dig it. Like 200 years from now, though, 300.
Yeah,
years.
we won't be alive to see that. Sorry, Chris.
Wow. Now he's just trying to mess with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna write my own stories. It's okay. I'm gonna make it all happen.
I'm talking 200 Star Wars years from now, not 200 Earth years. Yeah, not our years.
Shit,
That's
man.
ridiculous.
We'll be living out there by the time that happens.
Exactly. Start writing our own stories. I like that too. Let's do that.
It's easier, man. Just let me write them. That way I know them. I like them.
That's funny. All right. What do you guys think? We should wrap it up by now. It's I think we're losing people. I think we're losing time. We got four hours, 40 minutes in.
I do have to get up pretty early. And I only got 3 hours of sleep last night, so I'm due for a nap.
It's nice you guys are sleeping.
Plenty of time.
I can't
All right,
figure
well,
out sleep anymore, dude. I can't. I'm down for an hour, up for 2, down for 2,
Yeah.
up for 1. I
I
can't
can't
figure
sleep.
it out. I haven't had a solid night's sleep. I've had 1.
Yeah.
1.
Yeah, it's
That's it.
I have like insomnia
What it is.
big time. So
Yeah.
I just lay there. Just lay there in bed like
I do.
when's the sun come up?
That's how I've watched
I
Big
do.
Bang. That's how I've seen Big Bang 3 times in the past month or so. All 12 seasons.
Jeez.
It's like constantly on.
All right.
Constantly
Okay. Well, let's shut it down. Let's regroup in on Wednesday at our normal time. How about
We'll
that?
see, maybe.
Yeah. So I'm sure everybody's phones be lit up on Wednesday or midnight tomorrow. All on the Bad Batch, and then we'll see what the Mandalorian has to do. So I'm like,
If
I
it
guess
doesn't
if we
get
have
good.
to. Yeah.
I guess I'll stay up since I'm up already and watching
I
Bad Batch.
guess.
So thank you everybody. Thank you everybody that joined us in the pit this long and stuck with us and just
Seriously.
been a part of our line talk. I think we're gonna do this again when Ahsoka drops, of course, and yeah, man, this is fun. So catch us again on Wednesday. Like if you haven't liked, subscribe if you haven't subscribed, tell a friend. With that, I think we're done. We'll do all our professional outros and intros and stuff when we come to our regular scheduled programming.
Yeah.
So again, this has been fun. Good line talk.
Heck yeah.
Good everything. Thank you, Pitt. And with that,
Keep it nerdy, everybody. Bye-bye.